Class, Race, and Marxism. David R. Roediger. Introduction. Thinking Through Race and Class in Hard Times. In a recent symposium in the web publication syndicate on his book 17 Contradictions and the End of Capitalism, the Marxist theorist David Harvey takes issue with one of his critics, the radical scholar of religion Alex Dubolet. Harvey objects to Dubolet's contention that the struggles against police violence, municipal courts, and white supremacy that have matured in and beyond Ferguson, Missouri after the murder of Mike Brown are anti-capitalist ones. Frankly, Harvey writes, I don't see the current struggles in Ferguson as dealing very much in anti-capitalism. Instead, he finds those struggles likely to recapitulate the long history in the United States, of making sure that the anti-racist struggle does not turn anti-capitalist. In characterizing what he regards as the most fearsome challenge in his book for the U.S. left, Harvey adds, none of these other struggles should transcend or supersede that against capital and its contradictions. Harvey gets matters quite wrong, but he starts us in a direction that is extremely useful for thinking about how we might work across disagreements where study and struggle regarding race and class are concerned. Harvey's position, featuring an iron distinction between anti-racist and anti-capitalist, and elsewhere between revolutionary feminist and anti-capitalist, is especially difficult to defend regarding Ferguson itself. The best way to see the contradictions inhering in it is to watch Orlando de Guzman's riveting film Ferguson, Report from Occupied Territory, which follows the lives of the working poor in and around Ferguson. Point 2 By letting poor people speak and taking viewers into their homes to an extent very rare in U.S. cinema, Ferguson shows the municipal courts, the warrantless searches later justified by finding warrants accumulated in previous instances of racial profiling, unpayable fines for petty offenses, and the brutal but self-satisfied behavior by the police that ruin the lives of African American workers. We see the vast expanses of closed factories and the abandoned neighborhoods lost to deindustrialization and unfair housing practices that provide a backdrop. Those interviewed in the film clearly understand their problems as those of the working poor and the deindustrialized, as well as of those victimized in schools, courts, and on the streets because of their race. Surely, then, these are pro-worker struggles, aimed at abolishing one key institution of the state, the municipal courts, and at limiting the power of the police. In doing so, this resistance also aims to end the practice of running a suburb by shaking down its working poor rather than by taxing the large Emerson Electric Corporation headquartered there. Point 3 We are welcome to wish. I do wish that people in Ferguson talked explicitly about ending capitalism, though no one with political visibility in the United States ever does. But to assume that their struggles are therefore not anti-capitalist ones seems formalistic in the extreme. Nevertheless, Harvey's response to Dubolet refuses in an important way to politically pit race against class. He emphasizes the verbs should be familiar from the first paragraph above that none of the political mandates flowing from his analysis of the contradictions of capital transcends or supersedes the importance of waging war against all other forms of discrimination, oppression, and violent repression within capitalism as a whole. Here Harvey draws a distinction, found in his 17 Contradictions and the End of Capitalism and in the work of others, between on the one hand capitalism, which he allows is permeated with race and gender oppression, and on the other hand capital, whose logic can be examined without needing to examine those categories. Point 4 The substance of the exchanges, and the broader question of whether the production of difference is in fact part of the inner logic of capital, forms the subject of the last section of this brief introduction. Also noteworthy is the tone of Harvey's remarks and those of his critics. By tone, here and below, I mean the author's attitude toward her or his subject matters and, in this case, opponents. Sharp differences are registered by Harvey and his interlocutors without total dismissal of the positions of others. The personal virtues of, and relationships among, the participants perhaps go some way towards explaining the healthy tone, but politics also matter. No participant in the symposium is intent on seeing race, or class-based initiatives described as diversions from the real struggle. Point 5 Moreover, actual social motion in the last decade, from the immigrant rights marches and general strikes of 2006 to the local mobilizations against police murders of African American young people named nationally as the Black Lives Matter movement, has so clearly given oxygen to U.S. social movements that marginalizing race struggles is now difficult, yet still not without its aggressive advocates. On both sides, then, the symposium on Harvey's work indexes ways in which we are in a more hopeful place regarding the theorizing of race and class than we were a decade ago, when the first of the essays collected here were written. Harvey's desire to balance, if in praxis more than theory, the claims of class and of other forms of social oppression might even be considered the basis for a productive common front for those thinking through these issues from various viewpoints. Thus the exchanges on Harvey's work described raise the major concerns of this introduction, where we are in the study of race and class, how tone matters, the grounds for hope and, within the hope, how we might measure the promise of a variety of recent and older work refusing to place race outside of the logic of capital. In January 2016, I contributed briefly to a small exchange among radicals at the invitation of one of my sons. In it, activists and lawyers for Law for Black Lives took up a fascinating question: why aren't killer cops fired? Some threads in the discussion had suggested that the logic of capital dictated that the state, as employer, could cut its troubles in the streets and its losses in lawsuits by sternly and quickly disciplining cops who kill. From this viewpoint, instituting mechanisms for profiling the police who are most likely to kill and weeding them out proactively would also make sense. And yet, again and again we find that police who shoot people dead under the most questionable circumstances already have substantial records of abuse complaints before the killing and remain on the force after it. Cities so firmly in the hands of liberal Democrats that they scarcely have an opposition party sign contracts with police unions allowing for the destruction of records of police against whom misconduct complaints regarding use of force are lodged, making the assessment of individuals about to cross over into deadly violence all but impossible. 6 How would scholars of race and class make sense of such apparent irrationality? The tenor of the exchanges appealed to me greatly, in that nobody seemed to possess a ready-made line explaining everything and nobody assumed that an answer had to be finalized before actions could proceed. The discussion seemed a perfect illustration of political scientist Michael Dawson's reminder that, building a black left requires becoming comfortable with trying to effect change without knowing all the answers in advance. 7 In this way it contrasted with too many academic debates. I answered the question on the non-firing of killer cops initially as a Marxist and labor historian. Some prior comments had reflected on police unions as a source of soft-on-police violence practices. I argued that, as unions, police organizations were not very strong, though their power to forestall investigation of police violence is at times striking. Successful police strikes remain very rare and labor law is not on their side, even if in some places they are exempt from general onslaughts against unions of public employees. In Ferguson, the police victimizing the black community made nearly low enough wages that they would have benefited from the triumph of a $15 minimum wage, though conditions vary widely and opportunities for money on the side are typically present. The informal power of the police to avoid being managed is far greater than the power of their unions, however. They ride around alone or in pairs, with guns, and without bosses present, the general level of managerial control is bound to be low. After that initial point, my response entered into the more familiar territory of trying to think about race and class together by questioning the premise that the logic of capital exists apart from the practice of countenancing and fostering often violent divisions among workers. Even so, it took a while for me to get to race and white supremacy as specific modalities in which the logic of capital combines rationality and irrationality. My own work on whiteness seemed not worth mentioning, although I did recommend the historian Nick Ilsing's provocative and convincing The Whiteness of Police 8. It would have never occurred to me, in that context, to say that other points of departure beyond those that I presented toward answering why killer cops often keep their jobs needed than to be discredited. The idea that the question itself reflects overthinking that police simply are, in James Baldwin's terms, occupying armies controlling racialized populations within a system accepting the collateral damage that they inflict is not wrong. The hypermasculine, aggressively hetero, and militarized culture and outfitting of the police certainly matters as well in producing both violence and cover for the transgressions of others among the police. The blowback from the brutalities of imperial adventures abroad, which provide intimidating equipment, technologies of torture, and manpower to police forces, likewise does so. The luxury of the exchange was to think about contributing one's corner of knowledge without rejecting all others. This introduction asks why the ways that we think through questions of race and class, particularly in academic settings, cannot be more like that back and forth on killer cops. It, and the book itself, urges less dismissiveness towards opposing positions. It refuses to imagine that we achieve open debate by embracing positions advocating for the sidelining of the consideration of race or, as in the case of liberal multiculturalism, by neglecting questions of class. However, it does urge, in ways involving self-criticism of even some of the reprinted essays included in the volume, a respect for the ways in which those from whom we differ are working to address difficult problems in hard times. A specific need for self-criticism deserves elaboration at this early point. Anchoring the collection is a 2006 provocation that I wrote for a special class issue of the venerable U.S. Marxist Journal Monthly Review. Titled "The Retreat from Race and Class," my essay scarcely avoids the problems of tone for which I skewer others both within it and below in this introduction. When I wrote it, the most polemically sharp of these collected essays, the critical things that I had to say about some people whom I like and admire gave me pause. In some cases they should have given me more pause. Such was especially the case with regard to Antonia Darder and Rodolfo Torres, whom I now see less perhaps as retreating from race and class analysis than as trying to move beyond black and white in understanding those matters, and to Paul Gilroy. I was therefore pleased that as the article circulated Paul and I were able to communicate forthrightly about it. At one point in trying to contextualize our differences, and my respect for his position, I wrote to him that I thought much of the contention stemmed from those against whom we were trying to argue. In my case the quarrel has been with activists and labor history scholars whose class-first claims reduce social divisions so profoundly as to miss both the gravity of race-based inequality and the reality that much social motion responds to that inequality not because of manipulation by middle-class activists, but because of a history of struggles in a present shaped by old and new incarnations of white supremacy. Views marginalizing race also too often embrace the wishful thinking that if the political field were cleared of all those arguing for organizing around opposition to white supremacy, all would be well. In Gilroy's case, the confrontation he enters has been with a narrow nationalism on both the fascist right in Europe and parts of the left that take the tactical utility of mobilizing on racial grounds as a fact of life. Such views, he warns, find their ways into the wider swaths of anti-racist politics, which too easily suppose that constructions of race will endure and that it is wrong to question what it hides. So forcefully does Gilroy's Against Race take this stance that it argues for the rejection, which he admits to be costly, of race-based mobilization not as an immediate cure-all enabling a return to class politics but as a necessary step to find new forms capable of addressing inequality with the goal of transcending race. One can and I do disagree with the prescription while acknowledging that the issues raised are profound. In that sense, while leaving my own essays intact as a part of a developing argument, it is necessary to acknowledge overstatements in characterizing, for example, my differences with Gilroy, Darder, and Torres. Seeking, then, to raise questions of tone as well as substance, this introduction begins with a consideration of how a long period of defeats for both racial and class justice structures both our confusion and our bitter certainties. A second section considers, perhaps less graciously in terms of tone, how recent controversies over the Bernie Sanders presidential campaign and its opposition to race-specific demands help to measure the difficulties of class-first positions. Such positions, I will argue, reach into the thinking even of some who succeed much of the time in keeping race and class simultaneously in view. A third part argues that, nevertheless, there are substantial grounds for hope in newer approaches to race and class, including in approaches criticized elsewhere in the introduction. Especially promising is work attempting to argue that the production of racial and other differences is itself part of the logic of capital. A concluding section takes readers through the contents and origins of the book's 6 essays. Our period and its discontents. On the surface, it would seem easy to think about race and class together. Not too long ago, I would have regarded a challenging formulation in the 1963 edition of CLR. James's The Black Jacobins as giving an elegant, if a little vague, solution to the question of how we do so. The race question is subsidiary to the class question in politics, James wrote, and to think of imperialism in terms of race is disastrous. But, he immediately added, to neglect the racial factor as merely incidental is an error only less grave than to make it fundamental. 9. The quote still resonates powerfully, but I now think of it as being more a statement illustrating how deeply our problems run than as a solution to them. James sees the two categories as distinct, separable, and needing to be ranked, in ways I no longer do. Nevertheless, his vantage, like Harvey's, provides a good basis for mutuality and common work among those with differing inflections. Subtle balancing is required. The task is hard and not susceptible to being precise. As movements ebb and flow, existing struggles make one terrain, or perhaps inflection, seem more attractive at one moment, less at others. Pretense regarding a mastery of the calculus James calls for is regularly humbled. It ought, then, to be possible to differ about the specific emphases on race and class across time and place while not vilifying each other. Just after a 1984 conference on the future of labor history had been held at Northern Illinois University, I ran into my informal mentor George Raywick in St. Louis. George, an important thinker on race and class who is the subject of one of the essays in this volume, took care of me around the fact that I had not been invited to the conference, despite being a graduate of Northern Illinois. He offered accounts of lots of the papers, but shook his head, often suggesting that they could only be so good and were fated to descend into acrimonious, petty disputations. The whole idea of the event was, he repeated several times, a mistake. Can you imagine holding a conference on the future of labor history when there are no strong social movements to tell us where it should go? We might hesitate, and at other moments George would have hesitated, to stake so much on the connection between upsurges in social motion and clear thinking by intellectuals. Antonio Gramsci, Walter Benjamin, and Stuart Hall, for example, thought through important ideas in periods of profound political defeat. But mostly, Raywick was right in terms of substance, and he was distinctly on to something in terms of the difficulty of maintaining a comradely tone during periods of social quiescence. Raywick's comments speak to why it has not been easy to play nice and be clever when theorizing race and class during the long decline of the civil rights and labor movements. What used to be called the nature of the period has been favorable to posturing and unfavorable to both charity and clarity. The largest context structuring acrimony is that it has been for a very long time difficult to talk meaningfully about the ebb and flow of either struggles against class oppression or of those contesting racial injustice. For nearly half a century in the United States, we have overwhelmingly experienced ebbs and awaited flows. Nearly 50 years ago, when I first encountered the words quoted from James, U.S. labor strikes of over 1,000 workers averaged 300 per year, sometimes reaching well over 400. In 2009, 5 such strikes occurred, in 2014 11, and in 2015 12. Today, when the words strike and U.S. are paired, we think of drones. Union density, the traditional measure of labor's decline, has hit unions only a little less hard, with a third of workers organized in the mid-1960s and a tenth far less than that in the private sector in 2015. I still wear a faded old t-shirt opposing a generation of givebacks in union contracts, but persisting unions are now in the third generation of defensive struggles. That same period witnessed the end of great advances of the Black freedom movement and a turn to struggles to keep 1960s measures in force. Since the 1980s, the movement has played defense by attempting to slow the timetable of the dismantling of affirmative action and by preserving voting rights. When I wrote the introduction to How Race Survived U.S. History just a decade ago, I did so with a post-it note near my computer with 7x twice written on it, reminding me of the social facts that young African American men were imprisoned 7 times as often as whites and that white wealth outpaced African American wealth 7-fold. Today that latter figure is a factor of 16. The disorienting impact of such a long period of defeat can hardly be overstated. In the 1950s and 1960s, a period of intense and constant struggle for gains by workers and by the civil rights movement, the permeability of the categories of race and class emerged in sharp relief. The expanding horizons created by the movements against racial oppression made all workers think more sharply about new tactics, new possibilities, and new freedoms. The spread of wildcat strikes across color lines is one example. The high hopes Martin Luther King Jr. invested in both the Poor People's Campaign and the strike of black sanitation workers in Memphis remind us of a period that could test ideas in practice and could experience, if not always appreciate, the tendency for self-activity among people of color to generate possibilities for broader working-class mobilizations. Optimistic thinking proclaims that things have recently turned around. "It Started in Wisconsin" was the title of a fine book on the mass struggles there against anti-union legislation in 2011, but those struggles were defensive, ultimately electoral, and soundly defeated. Or perhaps it started with the 2008 sit-in at the Goose Island facility of Chicago's Republic Windows and Doors, but that was a defensive struggle against a plant closure, involving 200 workers, and the plant closed. Or, how we hoped, Occupy started it again in 2011.10. It started is interestingly most often applied to movements seen as presenting class demands, but the quality of such movements remains very far from turning into quantity. Spectacular workers' protests have occurred, especially those of the immigrant rights marches and general strikes of 2006 and of the recent local mobilizations of Black Lives Matter. 11 These struggles have won gains in some instances, but they are too easily considered as non-class mobilizations simply based on identity. Meanwhile, the labor struggle most able to sustain itself, that of the Chicago Teachers Union, has been also the one with the most sophisticated and energetic anti-white supremacy politics. 12. One result of living inside of difficult circumstances not of our own choosing is that it has been too easy for some to suppose that our difficulties have been caused by paying too much attention to race, to gender, or to sexuality, where mass movements have also effected some significant reforms, and not enough attention to class. When these arguments press furthest and most simplistically, for example, in the writings of the literary scholar Walter Ben Michaels, we are presented with the view that neoliberal elites countenance demands based on race, gender, and sexuality in order to divert attention from the real inequalities of class. 13 Such a conspiracy theory trades on the kernel of truth that elites, bureaucracies, and the judiciary do persistently attempt to shift the terms of struggles against racism, sexism, and homophobia/transphobia into soporific vagaries regarding diversity and multiculturalism. Corporate embraces of the value of diversity are, it is true, not anti-racist. Multiculturalism does instead regularly mask desires for the surplus value produced by diversity. But this hardly makes popular anti-racist struggles irrelevant or inimical to addressing class oppression. Ben Michaels's move courts at least three major problems. First, it loses track of the extent to which working-class people participate in and shape initiatives such as immigrant rights, trans rights, and anti-racist mobilizations, and therefore misses working-class victories as momentous as those won in 2006 mass actions by immigrant workers. Second, it substitutes denunciation for patient attempts to define the terms of a coalition, encouraging those oppressed in differing ways to come together and deepen the demands of all. Last, it locates the causes of the failures of organized labor and of labor politics outside and inside the Democratic Party as exogenous to those movements themselves, imagining that doing more of the same will work out fine, or would if multiculturalism were only defeated. The failures of the labor leadership are much better understood as failures of the labor leadership than the result of being outfoxed by multiculturalists. According to Ben Michaels, the proof that demands for racial justice now function as mere covers for maintaining class inequalities dramatically surfaces when anti-racists allow that in their ideal society poverty and inequality would continue and merely be evenly distributed across racial lines. The evidence that this is in fact a widely expressed position among anti-racists is very scant. But, to be clear, the achievement of the equality amidst oppression so ridiculed by Ben Michaels is, though impossible without a broader social transformation, not actually a goal that anti-capitalists should sneer at as providing merely victories for neoliberalism. 14 Since capital produces difference in its own interests, its continued sway limits progress towards eliminating racial inequality. By the same token, Inroads in that regard do challenge the logic and limit the room for maneuver of capitalist management. As the London-based socialist thinker Sivanandan has observed, in recovering a sense of oppression, white workers must confront their alienation from a white-oriented culture and arrive at a consciousness of racial oppression. 15 Struggles for racial justice are sites of learning for white workers, of self-activity by workers of color, and of placing limits on capital's ability to divide workers. Class-splaining, Ta-Nehisi Coates, tone and race-specific demands. A revealing example of the difficulties of tone and substance associated with the Ben Michaels position, and with its partial embrace by some whose work in other ways usefully challenges class reductionism, followed on an early 2016 Ta-Nehisi Coates contribution to The Atlantic. The article, "Why Precisely is Bernie Sanders Against Reparations?" concerned the failure of the Sanders presidential campaign to consider demands for the payment by the U.S. state to African Americans of reparations for slavery, Jim Crow, and more recent injustices. Recently a recipient of the prestigious Genius Grant from the MacArthur Foundation and of the National Book Award, Coates had previously argued for reparations, but, in this instance, he further asked why Bernie Sanders's campaign so preferred universal race-neutral strategies for combating inequality over a combination of such remedies with other, race-specific policy changes. Coates reported the position of the Sanders campaign to be not only that reparations were impossible to win but also that they were very divisive and a wrong choice given that people of color are so disproportionately poor. Thus reforms like a $15 per hour minimum wage or free college education could function as economic demands that serve racial justice without dividing people. Coates confessed remaining unpersuaded, doubting that racial inequality, created by long patterns of racial discrimination in law and property, would yield to remedies that did not address the past and present of such practices. The article as a whole straightforwardly lamented that the Sanders campaign felt so little need for race-specific strategies to alleviate inequality. Coates also stressed the absence of strong support for affirmative action in Sanders's program, underlining that the grand universalist strategy deployed by some socialists, and not only the controversial specifics of reparations, was at issue. There was not a hint that the article opposed socialism itself. Far from delivering paeans to Hillary Clinton, Coates gloried in the fact that radicals expand the political imagination and, hopefully, prevent incrementalism from becoming virtue. 16. The responses to Coates's little 5-page article came with astonishing speed, repetition, and imbalance. They reflected a mixture of support for Sanders, of unfounded judgment, and of unseemly resentment regarding Coates's awards. The often insightful radical historian Paul Street, with 17 pages in Counterpunch a day after Coates's article appeared, blamed the heresies of Coates on the bourgeois sensibility of the latter. He meant this not in the slangy cultural sense in which Coates has playfully applied the term to himself. Instead, Street insisted that the Foundation certified genius, by virtue of his MacArthur grant and book royalties, is somehow actually the italics are Street's bourgeois, and therefore embraces a bourgeois worldview that denies the central importance of class oppression. 17. A day later, the political scientist Adolph Reed Jr. edged from mere bitterness to ugly accusations when the economist Doug Henwood devoted his radio show to Reed's views on Coates. It was unclear from the dialogue whether Coates was charged with being an agent of the U.S. state, or of the capitalist class, or just of the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. Reed reported that Coates sneers at programs of material redistribution, as Coates had not done, when in fact reparations is such a program. When I was working in the GI movement, when people like that would come into the meeting, Reed added, I'd just ask them, so which branch of military intelligence are you assigned to? Reed also, as a Sanders supporter, sniffed out a more immediate conspiracy, the idea that Bernie Sanders becomes the target of race-line activists now, and not Hillary Clinton, is just beyond me, and it smells. It smells to high heaven. For him, Coates's perfidy also directly reflected a class position, but this time the enemy was not bourgeois but the professional managerial class that allegedly forwards the issue of reparations while black working people, equally allegedly, do not. Coates's stature, on this view, derived not from his writing and thought but from his utility to elites. Henwood asked, "This sort of stuff plays very well to guilty white liberals, doesn't it?" Reed responded, "A friend, whom I won't out, observed to me a while ago that one of the things that really irks him, and he's a professor, about Coates is the way that white liberals gush over him, and my informant said that it reminds him of the way that upper-middle-class liberals fawn over the maid's son who has gone to college and made something of himself." 18. The slightly later response to Coates, co-authored by Kenneth Warren and Ben Michaels, accused Coates of purveying a right-wing fantasy because reparations would not do away with capitalist markets. 19 Such pro-Sanders critiques of Coates ironically came at a moment in the campaign when it became clear the African American vote was going overwhelmingly to Clinton and would be instrumental in securing her the Democratic nomination, arguably making the rejection of race-specific demands as questionable as political strategy as it is as theory. 20. By far the most coherent, though rancorous, response came from the often perceptive political scientist Cedric Johnson, writing in Jacobin in early February 2016. Perhaps his editors gave the piece its mean-spirited title, An Open Letter to Ta-Nehisi Coates and the Liberals Who Love Him. However, the piece itself did regard the historical role of not only Coates but also and remarkably of James Baldwin to be assuaging white guilt. Alongside a particularly strident attack on reparations, Johnson held that Coates updates the Cold War, anti-socialist canard that any attempt to build social democracy on U.S. soil will inevitably be hobbled by racism. However, his own article showed that social democratic reforms certainly were so hobbled even at their highest points during the New Deal. 21. Johnson criticized the handful of Black Lives Matter protesters who interrupted Sanders' events as forwarding the anti-social democratic position. He lamented, "But I've grown weary of this position repeated with startling unanimity by students, activists, academic colleagues, social media commentators, and career pundits, who frequently reject any talk of a universal, broad-based leftist project." To frame matters thusly threatens to read out of existence the whole strand of fighters like James, Claudia Jones, and Dr. King, all of whom very much believed in universal projects and anti-racist demands. The problems of Johnson's position in this regard were dramatically revealed when Coates announced that he was in fact a Sanders supporter, and declared himself to be delighted that socialism was gaining a popular hearing, despite his reservations on Sanders's understanding of white supremacy. As he wrote in a specific rejoinder to Johnson, "But I do not believe that if this world of social democratic reforms that he supports were realized, the problem of white supremacy would dissipate, any more than I believe that if reparations were realized, the problems of economic inequality would dissipate." 22. Again and again, contemporary debates on race and class involve characterizations like Johnson's of the supposed state of the existing discourse and policies as hopelessly tilted towards race at the expense of class. "We need to bend the stick in one direction," it is said, "because everyone else, or perhaps just liberals and neoliberals, so bend it in the other." So many well-positioned writers imagine that an increased emphasis on class can only come by toning down the race and gender talk that it is hard to see how they maintain the stance that they are lonely figures sacrificing to tell the truth. Academic emphases and those of NGOs are said to structure race-first distortions. Injecting a word about class becomes an act of extraordinary free-thinking courage, defying a deck stacked against any such mention. No matter how repeatedly such mentions occur, they get to count as speaking truth to power itself, perhaps an overrated practice. On one level, as a Marxist who began writing in the 1970s when it was somewhat easier to be one, I get it. But we are hardly without platforms. Moreover, perceiving such a tilted towards race status quo sometimes creates too easy an alliance between those who wish to combine emphases on race and class and those who would rather see race off the agenda altogether, on the theory that the poverty of people of color means that they can benefit from class-based reforms without the need for specific anti-racist demands. Consider, for example, the activist scholar Keeanga Yamada Taylor, her recent study From Black Lives Matter to Black Liberation, and her reaction to Johnson's attack on reparations. Her book is an estimable effort to take race and class struggles seriously. She argues well that without an emphasis on critically important questions of class, only limited motion toward racial justice can occur and a good society cannot take shape. Her book rehearses well some figures on racial disparities in wealth as well as disparities within the African American population. Her knowledge of Black Lives Matter is as impressive as her respect for Black self-activity. The book is a cause for optimism that race or class sterilities might give way. 23. However, at times, Taylor seems to so believe that Marxism is locked in an uphill battle to be heard that unexamined certainties interfere with her analysis, and even her fact-checking. A pat review of the objective character of class, for example, sees her school her book's readers to the effect that whether or not a group of workers has reactionary consciousness does not change its objective status as exploited and oppressed labor. She then moves to specifics. Just because white workers may at times fully accept reactionary ideas about African Americans does not change the objective fact that the majority of the U.S. poor are white. 24. But it isn't. In 2013, just short of 20 million whites suffered in poverty, while the combined Black, Hispanic, Asian American, and American Indian poor numbered 27 million. 25. On social media, Taylor posted Johnson's attack on Coates and on reparations with a headnote describing it as the essential reading for today. The post extracted a pull quote highlighting exactly the passage in which Johnson expressed how put upon he felt in the face of race-forward positions repeated with startling unanimity by students, activists, academic colleagues, social media commentators, and career pundits. 26. Since Taylor elsewhere avowed support for reparations, the attractions of the aggrieved tone would seem to override the disagreement with the central political issue actually raised by Johnson in this instance. But the aggrieved tone itself is unproductive and at best half convincing. The fuller story, as suggested above, is that substantive discussions of ending racial oppression and of ending class oppression both fight for a hearing against daunting odds. At the level of policy, it cannot be said that demands for racial justice have had a sufficient presence in the program of Democrats over the last 40 years to so stifle discussion of class. What would those demands be? At best, retreats from a half-hearted defense of affirmative action programs have typified Democratic practice, leavened by allegedly brave, and disgusting, attacks on family values among African Americans. That was the Bill Clinton approach, which advocated an "it's the economy" stupid rhetorical emphasis on the fortunes of the middle class as the unifying issue that would be jeopardized by appeals to Black special interests. 27. Racial justice has, at the level of national politics, been marginalized in the service of lamentably vague class talk, even as nebulous talk about racial justice has sidelined debates over class. As I argued at the start of the Bill Clinton years in a New Left Review essay titled "The Racial Crisis of American Liberalism," timid and duplicitous race politics perfectly complement timid and duplicitous class politics. 28. If and I have held no illusions that this is ever to be in the cards, the Democrats were to have advanced militant departures from center-right politics on race, they would almost certainly have had to offer something to organized labor to keep a coalition together. To build support for strong forms of affirmative action, for example, in the 1980s or 1990s would have almost necessitated commitment to rewarding union support with labor law reform. It is hard to say which the party hierarchy wanted less. If Sanders were again, the whole paragraph here deals in hypotheticals, to have taken Coates's advice and supported reparations, it would have been wise to offer reforms creating conditions for rebuilding unions and to take up directly how to build a movement to win such demands. Race and class demands, on this view, do not exist in a zero-sum relationship. Increased boldness in class demands is not gained, as the attacks on Coates assume, by hitting the mute button where race talk is concerned. Where work on race and class is going and might go. Admittedly, so far the introduction has not been a model of a positive, open-to-everything tone. Where attempts to sideline thinking about specificities of racial oppression are concerned, I suspect that letting 1,000 flowers bloom cannot be the watchword, though willingness to work and debate together across difference can. I do stand by the idea that all of us should approach the difficulties for thinking about race and class generated by the difficult period in which we live with humility and frank admission that we cannot know where things will go. Happily, there is much in recent scholarly work and in recent struggles that offers glimmers of possibility. Indeed, Some of the best insights in politically engaged recent work comes from some writers whom I have criticized above as too ready to suppose that class analysis best thrives when the field is cleared of overemphasis on race. In particular, 3 areas of promise deserve emphasis. The first involves how the critical study of whiteness might best respond to profound changes in the working class itself. The second measures the importance of anti-police, anti-racist movements and of recent work addressing inequality within the African American population and to the increased visibility of what might be called rulers of color. The third brings us back to the introduction's beginning, taking up the ways in which recent work challenges the view of David Harvey and so many others that race sits outside of the logic of capital. With regard to the critical study of whiteness, the left scholarly project with which I have been most involved, the grounds for possibly productive autocritique seem clear. I approach matters as someone who doubts that how we attach labels matters much against the weight of social relations. Black or African American, produced for a time interesting debates, for example, but in the longer run things shifted, and it became clear that academics and even activists do not get to determine popular usages, and social relations mattered more than names for them. Nevertheless, I think that we may be due for discussion on whether white privilege now serves us well in naming patterns of white advantage inside a system in which most people are miserable. This question struck me forcefully during a 2015 visit to Rochester, New York. The historians Joel Helfrich and Jonathan Garlock had taken me on a wonderful tour of Rochester's past struggles and present deindustrialized crises before I appeared on a Rochester public radio show. The host asked much about white privilege. It is not a phrasing I use often, but neither has it ever been one I objected to. In this instance, I did note the extent of joblessness and foreclosure across the color line in Rochester and wonder aloud if white advantage might be a less loaded term. 29 This reservation registers the fact that the Marxist coinage of white privilege, or white skin privilege, by Theodore Allen with Noel Ignatin in the 1960s seems to have become less the popular meaning of the term today than non-Marxist variants. Allen theorized white privilege as the package of mostly petty preferences offered to all whites and especially to poor whites, in order to create a cross-class, elite-dominated political coalition policing, enslaved, black labor and keeping propertyless whites out of mobilizations challenging the wealthy. Why privilege became Allen's noun of choice remains a mystery. Whatever the derivation, as used in Allen's writings, privilege cannot be read as anything but ironic and bitter, with the benefits of the crumbs from masters' tables being pitiable and fully worth rejecting. 30. Today, though discussions of the privileges attached to whiteness, whether in the useful writings of Peggy McIntosh and Stephanie Wildman or the less fresh formulations of Tim Wise, refer to what whites get away with interpersonally, especially within social movements, and to what small affronts they do not have to worry about facing. In such writing, white privilege is to be rejected in the name of racial justice, but not necessarily also so that working class whites can fight for their own broadest interests. 31 This usage will continue whether or not it is championed by historical materialists, and I wonder if we on the left might be better off with a different terminology, perhaps focusing on white advantage, though with the same credit to Allen. Critical studies of whiteness also have anchored mea culpa discussions in a framework that imagines race as overwhelmingly involving black and white people as its subjects. This is true of both activist and academic writing on the subject. Rooted in an explanation of the origins of whiteness as bound up with racial slavery, it has been less than curious about settler colonialism's role in shaping the creation of a white identity. The explosion of fine new work on settler colonialism and race, especially Aileen Moreton Robinson's The White Possessive, Property, Power, and Indigenous Sovereignty, challenges older studies of whiteness profoundly. 32 The sociologist Moon Ki-young's brilliant Beneath the Surface of White Supremacy, Denaturalizing U.S. Racism's Past and Present specifies the task of retaining older emphases and taking on new ones in its closing words: once we realize that we are, or side with, Indians and blacks, pledging allegiance to old glory is no longer an option. Instead, it becomes incumbent on us to adhere to a variation on one of James Baldwin's famous lines: as long as we think we're Americans, there's no hope for us. 33. With regard to race and non-white immigration, the critical study of whiteness has certainly helped to inspire very important studies, including those of Neil Foley, Natalia Molina, Ian Haney Lopez, and Cornel Chong. 34 However, the most cited studies have not made non-white immigrant labor central to theorizing whiteness. We have in the United States nothing like Satnam Verde's methodologically path-breaking study of the United Kingdom, racism, class, and the racialized outsider. On balance, the study of whiteness has contributed, even among its critics, to keeping left attention focused on black and white. 35 Thus, when Taylor wishes to make the case that black liberation requires alliances with the working class movement, she decisively concludes in the familiar setting of a critique of whiteness studies rather than an engagement with the question of black immigrant solidarity. At a time when there are probably more figures are necessarily unreliable undocumented workers in the U.S. labor force than private sector members of labor unions, we have been very slow to realize what working class unity, and struggle, now means. In this area, the critical study of whiteness has too often helped more to recapitulate dated discussions than to generate new ones. 36. The second set of gathering trends in life and letters inspiring work on race and class concerns the challenges and possibilities raised in the recent past by militant African American anti-police and campus protests, coinciding as they do with the most visible ever presence of black faces in high places. The ways in which those protests focus on terror, take psychology seriously, and feature jobless, female, queer, and trans people ready to participate, lead, and bring their own demands encourages us to consider ways in which identities, including class identities, are made. Frank Wilderson's forceful 2003 critique of reductionism, Gramsci's Black Marx, Whither the Slave in Civil Society, could almost have been written for today's movements against police violence. Wilderson insisted that any theorization in which racism is read off the base, as it were, as being derivative of political economy, is not an adequate subalternity from which to think the elaboration of antagonistic identity. 37 Written much more squarely within the Marxist tradition, but taking account of the simultaneity and materiality of strands of identity, the Canadian sociologist David Camfield's elaboration of an anti-racist queer feminist historical materialism deserves to change how we think about race, class, and more. 38. In 2006, when I wrote critically of the retreat from race and class, few would have predicted that an African American liberal would hold the most powerful political position in the world 2 years later. Certainly, a few black leaders occupied already very visible leadership positions in the cabinet and armed services and on the Supreme Court, but they were then largely Republicans. The Congressional Black Caucus, represented African Americans in Congress, and black mayors at times had the unenviable job of running cities in crisis. The election of Barack Obama posed the issue of black and particularly black liberal roles in running an oppressive system with new force. Allied with the growth of significant wealth at the top of the African American community, this trend has given rise to exciting new scholarship on interracial class politics and on interracial economic inequality in the last 5 years. Or to be more self-critical, perhaps my 2006 critique was too harsh in examining work that already was attempting to account for inequality within the black community and the inadequacies of African American liberal leadership, though in ways that I still think ended being insufficiently attentive to either race or class. The most stylish and emblematic book among several taking up these problems in the recent past is the political scientist Lester K. Spence's Knocking the Hustle, Against the Neoliberal Turn in Black Politics. Racism, Spence argues, still shapes the lives of African Americans, but it cannot explain why some blacks have a lot of resources and some have few. He adds, racism cannot explain why there are some black populations we as black men and women are willing to fight for, while there are other black populations we are willing to let die. Like Taylor, whose book also exemplifies the usefulness of apprehending race and class together, Spence notes tremendous inequalities among African Americans. 39 Indeed, if we add also Dawson's extraordinary blacks in and out of the left, with its emphasis on the changed contours of social relations under neoliberalism, its vigorous defense of reparations, and its discussion of a black middle class that is both important and threatened, a fascinating range of agreement and differences is emerging. In the New Literature on Race and Class. 40. One barometer of the understandably unsettled nature of contemporary approaches to race and class is the regularity with which remarkably lucid and eloquent accounts of the centrality of race emerge from accounts generally arguing for universal, class-based approaches and against identity. Thus, in Johnson's open letter to Ta-Nehisi Coates and the liberals who love him, after a flat statement that racism is not the principal determinant of material conditions and economic mobility for many African Americans, comes a very sharp observation on the role of racism in the entire system. Social exclusion and labor exploitation, Johnson writes, are different problems, but they are never disconnected under capitalism. He continues, both processes work to the advantage of capital. Segmented labor markets, ethnic rivalry, racism, sexism, and xenophobia, all work against solidarity. 41. Johnson's point regarding the never disconnected relationship of race and class is occasionally stated with equal force and subtlety by Adolph Reed. Writing recently with Merlin Chow Kuan Yun in Socialist Register, Reed proposed jettisoning the hoary, mechanistic race/class debate entirely, favoring instead a dynamic historical materialist perspective in which race and class are only relatively distinct, sometimes more, sometimes less, sometimes incoherently related or even interchangeable within a unitary system of capitalist social hierarchy. The essays collected here would lead us to call the unitary system racial capitalism, following Cedric Robinson, rather than simply capitalism, a point so far eluding the meticulous but largely atheoretical and not so new as imagined set of studies undertaken under the rubric of the New History of Capitalism. 42. Indeed, in the recent past, compelling new studies of capitalism have overwhelmingly been ones focused on both class and other forms of difference. 43. The simultaneity and interpenetration of race and class remarked on by Johnson, Taylor, Reed, and Chow Kuan Yum takes us to the last area of promise for current possibilities in radical scholarship. The most dynamic new work often calls into question the easy distinction that Harvey makes between capital, whose logic is said to exclude racial divisions, and capitalism, which has on his view happened to hold sway in a long epoch littered with such divisions. In making this distinction, Harvey retools the theorist and historian Ellen Meiksins Wood's contention that class exploitation is constitutive of capitalism as gender or racial inequality are not. While Wood's shorthand has provoked criticism from within Marxism, hers and Harvey's view remains broadly the dominant interpretation. 44. When Elizabeth Esch and I began 10 years ago to take up these questions in a historical materialism essay, reprinted in this volume, and then in the production of Difference, the most developed arguments that capitalism not only encountered but also sought, exploited, needed, and created difference came from scholars extremely well versed in Marxism but not necessarily identifying as Marxists. These included Cedric Robinson, Dipesh Chakrabarty, and Lisa Lowe, from whom we took the phrase production of difference. Especially important to us was the work of the Marxist economist Michael Lebowitz in his 2006 article The Politics of Assumption, The Assumption of Politics, a piece based on his talk as recipient of the Deutscher Prize. Lebowitz held that the tendency to divide workers functions as part of the essence of capital, indeed, an essential aspect of the logic of capital. To paraphrase Harvey, Lebowitz argued that racism was part of capitalism, and of capital, but not of capital, as Marx left the production of difference untheorized in a way that we cannot afford to. 45. Lebowitz's contribution very much helped Esch and myself to argue our case within Marxism. Although the radical geographer F.T.C. Manning is probably right that the Harvey Wood position remains the easy, well-trodden, obvious Marxist/leftist path, other roads are becoming a little more traveled. In some ways the tenor and quality of online exchanges on race and the logic of capital reminds me, absent the internet, of the late 1980s when many of us realized we were writing similar books critically studying whiteness in response to the historical moment of Reaganism. For example, Manning's acute response to Cynthia Oruzza's remarks on gender offers much on the ways in which race and gender are analogous and different in relation to capital, and a firm stance against the idea of an indifferent capitalism without an interest in the production of difference. But the response can only be so critical in part because Oruzza's own article provides a striking critique of Wood's position. That Harvey so clearly acknowledges what Manning calls the primacy of race and gender despite their structural contingency gives critiques room to work. Doublett roots his challenge to Harvey's arbitrary distinctions between what is internal and essential to the contradictions of capital, and what is an externality, merely belonging to capitalism as a social formation with the example of Ferguson. In Thought and Life, the idea that to consider difference as fundamental to the capitalist era places one outside of Marxism occupies a far more defensive position than when Wood wrote a quarter-century ago. Indeed, we may soon be debating, as Chris Chen's work perhaps suggests, how admitting white supremacy as being within the logic of capital can allow us to also theorize the social relations of terror and a logic of white supremacy in materialist thought. 46. The book. The book itself is divided into two parts. The first roughly half gathers 3 essays on how we write about race and class. The first selection is the occasionally too fierce monthly review piece on the retreat from race and class discussed above. The 2 other essays in Part 1 manage to be more restrained. The first of these, Accounting for the Wages of Whiteness, U.S. Marxism and the Critical History of Race, speaks crucially to the overall themes of the volume. Published originally, and perhaps somewhat obscurely in Germany in 2011, the work originated out of frustration. Puzzlingly liberal and too many left opponents of recent histories taking seriously race, and particularly whiteness, have managed to miss the fact that, more perhaps than in any other historical subspecialty, work on whiteness has been produced by Marxists. Connecting as they did the wave of study of whiteness in the 1990s to Ernesto Lacan, Chantal Mouffe, postmodernism, the linguistic turn, liberalism, and identity politics, indeed to all manner of things other than the historical materialism at its core, dismissive critiques finally seemed worth a response. This problem hardly seems behind us where the critical study of whiteness is concerned. The current Wikipedia entry on white privilege, for example, samples the volubly anti-communist historian Eric Arneson as delivering a Marxist critique of the study of whiteness, somehow linking his position to a 1972 essay in Proletarian Cause. In so doing, Wikipedia repeats an error still made in more scholarly, and activist, venues. Taylor's recent book makes the admittedly increasingly hard-to-take recent writings of Tim Wise stand in for the whole field of the critical study of whiteness, which then can be attacked as anti-Marxist and reformist. 47. The final article in the book's first half, The White Intellectual Among Thinking Black Intellectuals, George Raywick and the Settings of Genius, first appeared in a special Thinking Black Intellectuals issue of South Atlantic Quarterly in 2010. It portrays an unlikely figure who fashioned a heterodox, supple, and psychoanalytically informed Marxist approach to race and class after long apprenticeship in Trotskyist groups not always nurturing in any of those regards. Raywick, a mentor of mine, had the good fortune to encounter the Trinidadian Marxist CLR. James, the militant black workers of Detroit in the 1960s, and the voices of ex-slaves whose stories had been collected in a Great Depression project funded by the federal government in making his escape from rigidities. 48. The book's second half, also gathering 3 essays, speaks to matters of tone and to questions now being debated under the rubric of race and the logic of capital. The first of the pieces in Part 2, published in a small book of essays in honor of the sociologist Wolf Hund, is Removing Indians, Managing Slaves, and Justifying Slavery, the Case for Intersectionality. It briefly attempts to think about how critical both settler colonialism and the gendered social reproduction of the enslaved labor force were to producing a slaveholder-led cross-class alliance that undergirded the expansionist capitalist state in the United States before 1848. The second, originally appearing in the Marxist journal Historical Materialism in 2009, reflects the breadth and confidence born of my collaborating in writing it with the historian of transnational Fordism Elizabeth Esch. Titled One Symptom of Originality, Race and the Management of Labor in U.S. History, it argues that U.S. capitalist management both exploited and reproduced racial division as part of processes of expansion, production, and accumulation. The final selection, Making Solidarity Uneasy, cautions on a keyword from Black Lives Matter to the past, comes back to questions of tone. It emphasizes how precious, but also how understandably fragile, broad solidarities are among groups who are oppressed but oppressed in very different and divisive ways. Originating as my 2015 presidential address to the American Studies Association and first published in American Quarterly the following year, it reconstructs the checkered history of the origins and uses of the word solidarity. It also analyzes the urgencies and silences surrounding how we memorialize, remember, and experience instances of solidarity, which we urgently need to desire and to question. Part 1. Interventions, Making Sense of Race and Class. Chapter I. The Retreat from Race and Class. As the 20th century started, indeed at almost exactly the same moment that W.E.B. Du Bois predicted that the color line would be its great divide, Eugene Victor Debs announced that the socialist movement that he led in the United States could and should offer nothing special to African Americans. The class struggle, Debs added, is colorless. As the century unfolded, the Marxist left, schooled by struggles for colonial freedom and by people of color in the centers of empire, increasingly saw the wisdom of Du Bois' insight and tried hard to consider how knowledge of the color line could illuminate, energize, and express class struggles. We would find in Debs the striking historical insight, that the white heel is still on the black neck is simply proof that the world is not yet civilized. The history of the Negro in the United States is a history of crime without a parallel. But we would also find him too often unable to act on that insight. As the 21st century starts, the idea of a colorless struggle for human progress is unfortunately back with a vengeance. Such is of course the case on the right in the United States, where what the legal scholar Neil Gotanda and others have called colorblind racism has underpinned attacks on affirmative action and even on the collection of the race-based statistics necessary to show patterns of discrimination. The high-minded, ostensibly freedom-loving names given to such initiatives, civil rights initiatives to do in affirmative action and racial privacy acts to undermine the amassing of basic knowledge regarding the impact of race, have contributed mightily to attempts to recapture the moral high ground by those thinking that a society in which white family wealth is about 10 times that of African American family wealth could possibly be a colorblind one. Nor are such instances confined to the United States. With the blood scarcely dry from white Australian riots against Arab beachgoers in 2005, that country's neoliberal leader John Howard reacted to press headlines screaming race hate and race war by loudly declaiming that he heads a colorblind society. When the French Interior Minister Nicolas Sarkozy, leader of the ruling party there and leading candidate to replace Jacques Chirac as president, recently suffered criticism on race issues, he quickly planned a late 2005 trip to Martinique to emphasize how little color matters in the French colonial world. Sarkozy stood out at the time as especially harsh in his response to the rebellions of Islamic youth in France against police violence. He failed to join the President and Prime Minister in distancing themselves from a recently passed law requiring that French textbooks recognize in particular the positive role of the French presence overseas, notably in North Africa. Sarkozy was so thoroughly unwelcomed by Martinique's great politician, poet, and theorist of liberation Aimé Césaire and others that the publicity stunt had to be cancelled. But within France the pernicious role of long-established colorblindness operates so strongly that Sarkozy can remain a top presidential contender. The legislative left did not originally raise a serious protest against passage of the pro-colonialist textbook legislation, and the nation adheres to the no-counting by race policy that racial privacy acts seek to enjoin in the United States. Ironically, Sarkozy himself has recently called for limited discrimination positive, affirmative action, as a carrot operating in tandem with deportations and immigration restriction to quell French rebellions. But to put any positive measures into practice remains a problem. As The Economist recently put it, the French Minister for Equality remains practically alone at the top levels of government in advocating for finding a way to even measure the presence of the children of immigration in political structures, the bureaucracy, and the labor force. The prevailing logic is summed up by the nation's Prime Minister: we don't want to take into account color. Against race but not for class. Raceless liberalism, post-colonialism, and sociology. What is distressingly new, or at the least resurgent, is the extent to which indictments of anti-racism, and even of the use of race as a concept, come now from liberalism and from the left. Electorally, of course, one hallmark of efforts by the Democratic Leadership Council to move the Democratic Party still further to the right has been an attempt to distance itself from specific appeals to, and identification with, people of color. Thus the constituencies most aware of both race and class inequities are marginalized in the name of appeals for universal programs, even as universal programs, such as welfare as we know it, are subjected to bipartisan, and anything but colorblind, attacks. The left was capable of dissecting such a shell game, most trenchantly when Steven Steinberg analyzed it in 1994 as The Retreat from Race, and in what will presumably be Christopher Hitchens's last serious book, his 1999 dissection of Clintonism, No One Left to Lie to. But when no political alternatives to quadrennial returns to Democratic candidates who confine their tepid appeals for racial justice to the King holiday and black churches, or support for Nader campaigns whose leaders seemed not so much blind to race as discomfited by its very mention, the retreat from race quickened on the intellectual left. Thus the brilliance of Paul Gilroy is turned to writing against race, and Antonia Darder joins Rudy Torres in producing the triumphal After Race. Orlando Patterson holds forth under the title Race Over, while Loic Wacquant and the late activist/sociologist Pierre Bourdieu brand analyses of race as an axis of inequality in Brazil as pernicious exports from a United States social science establishment that is as cunning as it is imperialist. These works are of course much more, and in some ways much less, than a retreat to Debs's colorless ideas. They lack the same focus on, and confidence in, socialist transformation, and are often in dialogue less with class struggle than with cultural studies ideas about the importance of hybridity and the pitfalls of essentialism. In most cases they do not promise to recenter class by removing a fixation on race, and when they do, as in Reed's Classifying the Hurricane, they prove unable to deliver on such a promise. They register the increase of immigration, of intermarriage, and of cross-racial adoptions, and the need to affix blame, this time on the messengers, in a time when science repeatedly declares the end of race, and white supremacy nevertheless thrives as ideology. Ironically, the very success, largely under United Nations and non-governmental organization auspices, of organizing around race globally has also laid bare the varying national patterns of racialized inequality and the blurred borders between racial, religious, language, and national oppressions. All of this has rightly made critiques of crude invocations of race as the simple answer to everything more compelling. But while retreats from race are understandable in view of the difficult and changing political tasks that we face, they are no more an answer to how we pursue those tasks when they come from the left than when they come from the right and center. The context in which they emerge, and the stature of voices contributing to them, demand that they be taken seriously. To do so requires us to look at the varieties of left critiques of race thinking, with the goal of disaggregating them not being simply to show their incompatibility with each other but rather to identify various inspirations to which they respond. The most celebrated advocates of races over and against race positions Gilroy, Patterson, and Bourdieu and Wacquant do not directly raise the issues of race and class central to this article, but their influence and arguments must be at least briefly discussed if we are to situate the more explicitly class-conscious writings of Darder and Torres and of Reed. In every case, the instability of the positions being invoked suggests all of the excitement, and the problems, of work in progress. Gilroy's Against Race begins with an extraordinarily dense and challenging discussion of the connections between the very idea of race and what Gilroy terms raciology, the nexus of murderous practice, policy, and science born out of seeing race. Race, Gilroy holds, is a relatively recent and absolutely modern invention, and its scientific credentialing cannot be considered apart from its bloody implication in evil, brutality and terror. In a new world ostensibly beyond white supremacist science, and one in which black bodies are marketed as desirable and even superhuman rather than only as degraded, Gilroy sees both new dangers and the possibility for a novel and ambitious abolitionist project, this time doing away with race itself. Renouncing race becomes not only the key to bringing political culture back to life but the ethical response appropriate to confronting the wrongs done in the name of raciology. Acknowledging that for many racialized populations, race, and the hard-won, oppositional identities it supports are not to be lightly or prematurely given up. Gilroy proposes a long campaign designed to show that action against racial hierarchies can proceed more effectively when it has been purged of any lingering respect for the idea of race. In the book's early stages, a disabusing of racist science and a recognition of the need to see the elisions of gender and to some extent class divisions made by black nationalist movements seem to have Gilroy rejecting race but endorsing a more mature anti-racism. But, by the book's end, despite asides suggesting that he will not too harshly judge those who hesitate to abandon the politics of anti-racist solidarity in favor of a heterocultural, post-anthropological, and cosmopolitan yet to come, Gilroy has dismantled much of the grounds of anti-racism. Declaring the mood of projects attacking white supremacy to be hopelessly passé as we leave the century of the color line behind, he also strongly dissents from any firm connection of racism to power or to white supremacy. Against Race poses the choice in approaches as one between an outmoded concern for Africa's antiquity and an appropriate one for our planet's future. Gilroy writes, to be against racism, against white supremacism, was once to be bonded to the future. This no longer seems to be the case as we move out of a time in which race could have been expected to make sense. The monumental but incomplete and fragile achievements of black internationalism, so searchingly explored in their contradictions in Gerald Horne's recent Race War, are reduced to scattered passages of precocious appreciation for the planetary. The utopian dimensions that Robin D.G. Kelley shows to be so essential to struggles against white supremacy and capitalism become for Gilroy moments to be captured against the grain, by reading through a lens that can reduce Frantz Fanon to that prototypical black European noteworthy in large measure for his indiscreetly anti-Marxist spirit. Like Gilroy, the sometimes on-the-left Harvard sociologist Orlando Patterson explicitly pronounces Du Bois' remarks on the color line to be well past their sell-by date. Race Over was the headline for Patterson's projections in the New Republic in 2000. The article begins from the premise that Du Bois may have been half right regarding the color line in the 20th century but is certain that any attempt to continue to apply the insight would be altogether wrong. For Patterson, the problems with 21st century race thinking are now less political and ethical than they are simply demographic. His visions are not very different from endless accounts in the mainstream press that the United States will become a white minority nation in the not-too-distant future. By 2050, the United States will have problems aplenty. But no racial problem whatsoever, Patterson tells his readers. By then, the social virus of race will have gone the way of smallpox. The retreat from race would fall into regional patterns, the details of which call the predictions of racelessness somewhat into question. On the West Coast, cultural and somatic mixing would produce a population mainly Eurasian but with a growing Latin element, but the real engine of change would be in-migration by an endless stream of allegedly raceless new U.S. residents who would use new technologies to change appearances. In the Northeast and Midwest, deindustrialized zones of misery would contain the white, African American and Latino poor, bound together by social resentment and a lumpenproletarian hip-hop culture, and isolated from the gated communities of the prosperous. In the Southeast, the old Confederacy race divisions would continue. Race Over would not in fact apply, but somehow this would make no difference in the national picture. At almost every turn the raceless predictions coexist for Patterson with invocations of old-style race thinking. Murderous racial gang fights remain a fact of 2050 life and new technologies to change race are deployed. But an even more glaring contradiction obtrudes when Patterson adds other sets of prognostications in a 2001 New York Times article, Race by the Numbers, now distancing himself from the view of demographers that whites would become a minority in the United States in the 21st century. Arguing that nearly half of the Hispanic population is white in every social sense, Patterson forecast that the non-Hispanic white population will, possibly even grow as a portion of the population. Patterson may be right that children of non-Hispanic white/Hispanic intermarriages will identify as, and be identified as, white, but the jarring contrast between the two articles suggests just how slapdash the Race Over position remains. Race disappears and whiteness reigns. Wacquant and Bourdieu's On the Cunning of Imperialist Reason, published in Theory, Culture, and Society in 1999, reproduces with surprising stringency Marx's argument that the ruling ideas of an age are produced by those who dominate, putting it into the service of an attack on the discussions of racial inequality that have recently led to adoption of forms of affirmative action in Brazil. In doing so, they produce yet another separate strain of against race argument, finding it hopelessly fixated on the United States. Wacquant and Bourdieu pinpoint the cultural imperialism of United States scholars as the source of attempts to flatten varied regimes of race and class oppression, a flattening they see as producing a misreading both of history and of current political possibilities. Focusing on the case of Brazil, Bourdieu and Wacquant contend that United States-inspired, United States-funded and United States-produced research works to impose a rigid black/white social division, offering the rest of the world a poisonous export. Such imperialism insinuates itself, in Bourdieu and Wacquant's view, despite the fact that its arguments are contrary to the image Brazilians have of their own nation. It does so by trading on a perverse and unspecified combination of anti-racist rhetoric and neoliberal financing for scholarship. However, a series of withering critiques, especially from the Brazilianists Michael Hanchard and John French and from the cultural theorists Ella Shohat and Robert Stamm, have dismantled Bourdieu and Wacquant's contention that race is somehow a peculiarly U.S. concept that would have to be exported. The critical responses show that in neither the United States nor Brazil is race regularly deployed for purposes of accusation rather than analysis, and that what Bourdieu and Wacquant call the neutralization of historical context is a charge that might be turned back on their own reductive understanding of Brazil. Most importantly, the critics show that the scholars accused of spreading imperialist reason and rigid caricatures of the Brazilian social system actually continue a long line of argument within Brazil that has consistently featured nuanced debates engaging both United Statesian and Brazilian scholars who well realize that the historical context of displacement of indigenous people, empires, slave trading, and slavery produced a very different, but not incomparable, racial system in Brazil than in the United States. When Stamm and Shohat show that the analysis produced by Wacquant and Bourdieu is not devoid of universalistic views of race, and presumed colorblindness, found in French imperialism, the argument that we need a fuller and more complex discussion of race and empire rather than an end to debate is squarely put on the table. Does moving away from race move us toward class? The very first words in Darder and Torres's after race attempt to improve on Du Bois' dictum regarding the color line, we echo his statement but with a radical twist. The problem of the 21st century is the problem of race, an ideology that has served well to successfully obscure and disguise class interests behind the smokescreens of multiculturalism, diversity, difference, and more recently, whiteness. After race centrally holds that race is a biological myth at long last invalidated by science, but now dangerously recreated because scholars persist in using the term, thereby decisively aiding the rise of culturally based neo-racisms and even the recrudescence of biological racism. On this view, the idea of race itself, not capitalism, is somehow the linchpin of racism. Like the early sections of Gilroy's Against Race, the work of Darder and Torres holds out the hope that retreating from the invocation of race will actually empower a more effective struggle against racialized hierarchies. Indeed, they approve of Barbara Field's uncharitable contention that liberal, leftist, or progressive writers dwell on the homier and more tractable notion of race to avoid being unsettled by talking about racism. However, as in Gilroy's case, the emphasis on racism is not sustained and neither race nor racism function as what the book calls categories of analysis, that is, they cannot be the reasons for people acting as they do, but must themselves be explained. Insofar as Fields, Darder, Torres, and others contend the inattention to class distorts inquiry into all inequalities in the United States, they are exactly right. However, the strategy of banking on the retreat from race to solve that problem is a highly dubious one. It leads to an extremely embattled tone, and to ignoring the most exciting work building on materialist insights. From Cheryl Harris's brilliant studies of whiteness as property, to Eduardo Bonilla Silva's research on racial systems, to somewhat older South African scholarship on racial capitalism, to Lisa Lowe's important observations on race, universality, and labor at the start of immigrant acts, much work seeks to revive the class question by bringing racism and class together more systematically, but you would not know it from After Race. Indeed, at critical junctures, the book is so eager to be against race that it departs dramatically from historical materialism and thus cannot much be for class. Darder and Torres praise the liberal sociologist William Julius Wilson, for example, for supposedly demonstrating that the significance of class has increased and is now far more salient than race in determining the life chances of African Americans. This either/or, class not race, position leads After Race to ignore the devastating counter-arguments Melvin Oliver, Thomas Shapiro, and others have made to Wilson's work and to subordinate to an endnote their own appreciation of the fact that Wilson's work is about as distant from Marxism as possible. That note promises a different approach, focusing with specificity on the dialectic between the means of production and the process of racialization, but so far Darder and Torres have not produced such analysis. Indeed, After Race emphasizes theological matters, not slavery, settler colonialism, and the primitive accumulation of capital, in accounting for the origins of racialized groups. Such a view is very much consonant with the book's emphasis on racisms, including the tendency to inferiorize whites to the exclusion of any systematic discussion of white supremacy. This same inattention to white supremacy makes it almost impossible for After Race to contribute to pressing discussions of how to build Latino/Black working class unity. The book's puzzling title clearly Race was no more real in 1670 than in 2004 makes sense in terms of the book's structure, one that culminates in chapters on Asian American and Latino experiences and emphasizes that the Browning of America will shake old certainties regarding racism. The danger here lies in marking the possibility of abandoning race in terms of the Latino, or Brown. Both categories are insufficiently interrogated, population exceeding that of African Americans. This would leave us passing out of a period of race, during which blacks predominated, and into a raceless one in which Latinos do. But there is then no sustained analysis of African Americans, of African American studies, or of the tradition of Black Marxism, as would seem necessary to calibrate such an argument. Moreover, that African Americans practice racism is a consistent refrain of the study, which persistently lays all manner of mischief at the door of the civil rights and Black Power movements. The former, we learn, emphasized a liberal, rights-centered political agenda that undermined the development of a coherent working class movement in the United States. Here the reflexive move away from seeing racism as having critical explanatory weight at times lets white supremacist trade unionism off the hook and leads to the missing of the centrality of jobs, union organizing, welfare rights, poor people's campaigns, and point of production organizing of class to the civil rights and Black Power movements. Missing class, it becomes possible to charge that Black Power says at the moment in the name of anti-racism and Black autonomy, shutting off debate over the consequences of using the language of race to do battle with racism and to loosely link a movement animated by anti-colonialism, anti-capitalism, and nationalism to the Nation of Islam's extravagances on white devils. While Darder and Torres allow that racism is still a problem worth addressing, the recent writings of the radical political scientist Adolph Reed Jr. are done even with all that. Sounding more like Debs than any major left commentator on race and class in recent memory. Exposing racism, he argues, is the political equivalent of an appendix, a useless vestige of an earlier evolutionary moment that's usually innocuous but can flare up and become harmful. Reed's two late 2005 articles, Classifying the Hurricane and The Real Divide, are in other ways as well the signature pieces so far of the retreat from race. They appear in relatively popular left/liberal venues, The Nation and The Progressive respectively, and represent attempts by a prominent activist to speak broadly and frankly. Moreover, Reed's scholarship offered significant opposition to liberalism's retreat from race during the Clinton era, especially in his collection Without Justice for All. Classifying the Hurricane appeared while the horrific impact of Katrina in Reed's hometown of New Orleans was fresh in readers' minds, when racist reporting contrasting black looters with white survivors shown doing precisely the same foraging. It noted manifest racial disparities in vulnerability, treatment, and outcome of the experience of natural disaster. And then it turned on a dime to excoriate the abstract, moralizing patter about how and whether race matters. Even so, in this first essay, Reed's retreat from race could be read as simply a strategic one. For roughly a generation it seemed responsible to expect that defining inequalities in racial terms would provide some remedial response from the federal government, he wrote. But for some time race's force in national politics has been as a vehicle for reassuring whites that public equals some combination of black, poor, and loser. Katrina lay bare both race and class injustices, but in part because of the growing strength of racism, an effective response to it would have to be strictly classified. The real divide repeated, expanded, and made more combative the arguments in the Nation article. Reed did continue to mention, in a labored construction, that he was not claiming that systemic inequalities in the United States are not significantly racialized. Indeed, any sane or honest person would have to acknowledge the overwhelming evidence of racial disparities that largely emerge from a history of discrimination and racial injustice. Nonetheless, Reed follows up these generalizations by categorically declaring that as a political strategy exposing racism is wrong-headed and at best an utter waste of time. It is for Reed a dodge designed to make upper-status liberals feel morally superior as they vote for the deeply compromised Democratic Party. In one of the few bits of the article offering ostensible, if misguided, class analysis, exposing racism is said to serve the material interests of those who would be race relations technicians. As in classifying the hurricane, the arguments are partly that racism, being too imprecise and too abstract, lacks power as an analytical tool. However, the point Reed develops more is that among whites the very discussion of race reinforces the idea that cutting public spending is justifiably aimed at weaning a lazy black underclass off the dole. The racism charge, on this view, is easily defeated by Republican appeals to scurrilous racial stereotypes and therefore should be jettisoned. Gilroy's Against Race at least acknowledges that a call for giving up on race-based traditions of struggle asks a lot of social movements rooted in communities of color. At law, for example, exposing racism is often the sole strategy available to protect, after a fashion, the rights of the poorest workers in the United States. Reed's view that elite liberalism is the source of movements to expose and combat racism, a view much facilitated by his outspoken opposition to the reparations movements, forestalls consideration of such dynamics, making the retreat from race to be itself something of an abstraction. Fortunately, there is no reason to decide whether to organize or to analyze around either racism or class oppression, one to the exclusion of the other. The case of New Orleans, which moved Reed to present us with such a choice, offers good examples of why we should reject it. Compare, for example, Reed's either/or insistence with the left activist and writer Mike Davis's accounts of post-Katrina New Orleans. Davis raised a series of questions 3 months into the rebuilding process of New Orleans and perfectly captured the continuing color line. Why is there so much high-level talk about abandoning the 9th Ward as uninhabitable when no one is proposing to turn equally inundated Lakeview back into a swamp? Is it because Lakeview is a wealthy white community? Or is it because the 30,000 reliably Democratic black votes in the 9th Ward hold the balance of power in Louisiana politics? To what extent, Davis wondered, did ethnic cleansing and rebuilding coincide? Davis's accounts have also been especially acute on the ways in which elites, including the black political elite in New Orleans, have played on, and indeed created, Black/Latino tensions during the rebuilding process. How are we to conceptualize those tensions, and to struggle to overcome them, without discussing both race and class, as well as white supremacy? In recent anti-war demonstrations after Katrina, the most fascinating sign has read, "No Iraqi has ever left me to die on a roof." Its words recall haunting post-Katrina images and also sample the celebrated anti-war dictum attributed to Muhammad Ali, "No Vietnamese ever called me nigger." The latter line was perhaps the quintessential late 20th century example of Du Bois' insight, ignored by us-centered readings of his words, regarding how the color line in the United States existed in systems of racialized global inequality. We should allow that the 21st century No Iraqi signs variant of the earlier slogan is considerably more complex and expansive. Poor whites, and indeed the large numbers of Vietnamese resettled in the Gulf region and abandoned in Katrina's considerable wake, could conceivably march under the no Iraqi sign. In that sense the sign, and the reality of New Orleans, speaks powerfully to the most profound insight in Reed's recent work, namely that the position of poor, mostly black, New Orleanians suffer from a plight that is a more extreme version of the precarious position of millions of Americans today, as more and more lose health care, bankruptcy protection, secure employment, affordable housing, civil liberties, and access to education. To combat such misery will require race and class analysis, as well as anti-racist and anti-capitalist organization. As Reed's articles appeared in late 2005, the New York Times ran an article titled "For Blacks, A Dream in Decline." It revealed that after a 1980s peak in which 1 black worker in 4 was a union member, now the figure approaches 1 in 7. In the last year, African American workers accounted for 55% of the loss of 304,000 union members nationally, although they represent only a sixth of all unionized workers. The article quoted William Julius Wilson himself as urgently calling on unions to address the issue. "They haven't done so yet," he added. Union leaders, according to the article, resist viewing what is happening in racial terms. One prominent labor leader quoted sounded for all of the world like Eugene V. Debs, "We see it as a class issue rather than a race issue. It is both, and the retreat from race and class will get us closer to addressing neither." Chapter 2. Accounting for the Wages of Whiteness. U.S. Marxism and the Critical History of Race. Nell Irvin Painter's excellent 2010 study The History of White People maintains that critical white studies began with David R. Roediger's The Wages of Whiteness, The Making of the American Working Class in 1991 and Noel Ignatieff's How the Irish Became White in 1995. I have spent lots of energy over the last 20 years in order to not be the figure Painter points to, and for some very good reasons. However, in this article, I want to acknowledge some kernel of truth in what she holds. The good reasons for disavowing being a founder, or co-founder, of critical whiteness studies are several. To produce such a lineage takes the 1990s moment of publication of works by whites on whiteness as the origin of a new area of inquiry, when in fact writers and activists of color had long studied white identities and practices as problems needing to be historicized, analyzed, theorized, and countered. The burden of my long introduction to the edited volume Black on White, Black Writers on What It Means to Be White, is to insist on locating the newer studies within a longer stream on whose insights they rely. Moreover, even in the last 20 years, the most telling critiques of whiteness have come from such writers of color as Toni Morrison, Cheryl Harris and, now, Painter. Point 2. My desire has thus been to acknowledge the critical study of whiteness as a long-standing tradition, pursued mainly by those for whom whiteness has been a problem, including some radical white scholars who now join the argument that an embrace of white identity has led to absences of humanity and of the effective pursuit of class interest among whites. To adopt this broader and more accurate view of the work that had been done seemed to me to most effectively guard against the view that studying whiteness was a fad, akin to passing fancies like porn studies. Writing an early article on whiteness studies in New York Times Magazine in 1997, Margaret Talbot distilled this view with particular venom and lack of comprehension. Lamenting that the fad was part of a larger trend toward books that seem ill-equipped to stand the test of time, she chose to only consider white writers on whiteness, and indeed wrote under the title Getting Credit for Being White 3. The particular identification of the wages of whiteness and how the Irish became white as founding texts have also threatened in the designs of others, not Painter, that the genealogy of the field thus created would set up attacks on it as an ultra-radical project designed to further revolutionary aims, not scholarly knowledge. That is, Ignatieff and I have occupied high profiles as figures whose books have circulated fairly widely among young activists and whose desire to further the abolition of whiteness has been repeatedly stated. The right-wing journalist David Horowitz's hysterical attacks on whiteness studies have most insistently played on the theme that such work is not scholarship at all, but indoctrination and propaganda. Horowitz once extravagantly and implausibly tried to locate critical studies of whiteness in the theoretical writings and politics of mass murderers like Lenin and Mao, and totalitarian dictators like Fidel Castro, Ho Chi Minh, Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. 4. Eric Arneason's 3 ever shriller essays on the subject warn similarly against whiteness studies. They score red-baiting points arguing that radical politics drives the manipulated conclusions of writings on whiteness, saving the greatest contempt for my work and especially Ignatieff's as species of sectarian moralism. Regarding Ignatieff, Arneason would seem to prefer a purge to debate, writing that his Ignatieff's political cult-like sensibility should find a respectable place in university history departments is a testament to the Academy's perhaps overly generous and ecumenical culture, at least toward matters considered progressive. On this view, Ignatieff's political activism imparted an indelible mark of left splinter sectarianism to his historical accounts. My own sin is to advance outlandish anti-racist politics as part of academic writing, to go beyond the discursive barricades and to advocate an assault on white supremacy in the real world. 5. All of this said, I would no longer fully demur from Painter's dating of a new early 1990s beginning for the critical studies of whiteness, as long as it is clear that we are considering the field's specific emergence within the discipline of U.S. history, and acknowledge that if Ignatieff and I stood as faces most identified with the boldness and revolutionary commitments of that beginning, we were far from alone in it, or even at its intellectual head. To include a fuller roster of those white writers of the history of whiteness from the 1990s as founders of a new phase in the evolution of this inquiry would thus both add accuracy and lessen the vulnerability of the field to attack, though other important figures equally pursued activist projects and held left commitments intellectually. In particular, Alexander Saxton and Theodore Allen were there at the beginning and with weightier early books than mine and Ignatieff's. Soon Venus Green, Michael Rogan, George Lipsitz, Bruce Nelson, and Karen Brodkin would be publishing important studies. 6 Ignatieff and I mainly contributed the most memorable soundbites: the idea of whiteness as a wage and the insistence that some immigrants become white, though even there the phrasings are, as we shall see, very much in the debt of older works by the African-American socialist writers W.E.B. Du Bois and James Baldwin. The presence of this larger group of heterodox, overwhelmingly Marxist, radical historians of whiteness in the 1990s ensured that the slight books Ignatieff and I wrote could not be entirely marginalized, and indeed soon received intense discussion across disciplines. This essay then attempts to situate the 1990s origins of a new, distinctly history-based body of critical studies of U.S. whiteness among a circle of writers with common and disparate left experiences and Marxist ideas, dating back at least to the 1960s and in some cases to the 1930s. The authors of these studies often shared mentors, inspirations, and publishing venues. We knew each other by the 2s, 3s, and 4s, although we never functioned as a group, and in fact would have bridled at the idea that a field of whiteness studies should exist outside of radical history and ethnic studies. The chapter attempts, then, to describe a milieu, and to recall some of its formation, suggesting the key role of a Marxism grounded in labor activism and in the ideas of C.L.R. James, Baldwin, George Raywick, and above all Du Bois. Even the embrace by some of us of psychoanalysis as a way to shape inquiries emerged from within the left. The achievement of Marxists in recasting study of race through critical histories of whiteness deserves emphasis because the successes of historical materialism in the U.S. have been rare enough over the last 2 decades. The field's emergence as an historical materialist project, and partly in the specific context of the Black Freedom Movement, also warrants elaboration because there is some tendency among academic critics to imagine that the critical study of whiteness issues from postmodernism, Freud, and identity politics, even in opposition to Marxism. At its most sloppy, or desirous of scoring supposed points for one kind of Marxism over another, such criticism descended to branding critical whiteness studies as a critique of historical materialism or as an expression of the anti-materialism so fashionable at present, or even, in a critique of Allen of all writers, as extreme philosophical idealism. 7 Such critiques have typically credited Arneason's frankly empiricist and non-Marxist stance early in a review essay and then have later pronounced on which books under consideration are sufficiently materialist and which are not. It might be said, in mitigation, that Aronson in the space of a few lines was capable of criticizing whiteness scholars for not making a cleaner break from Marxism, and then to brand them as pseudo-Marxists, implying perhaps that he held some unstated commitment to a fully unspecified real Marxism. He likewise could deride psychoanalysis and simultaneously claim a perch from which to judge others as practicing pseudo-psychoanalysis. There was ample room for confusion. 8. In some cases, there crops up among scholars who have scarcely acknowledged the existence of Marxism in their long careers a sudden interest in defending Marxism against whiteness studies, one which comes to be directed against those who have long written as Marxists. 9. Weighty books of history are often responsive to the dangers of the moments in which they appear, but they cannot be called into being in those moments. Much, and not so much, should therefore be made of the fact that the first major studies of working-class white identity and practice were written in reaction to the 1980s regimes of Ronald Reagan and published in or just after the term of George Herbert Walker Bush in the 1990s. These presidencies locate the then new studies not only in reactionary times, but also in periods in which substantial numbers of white workers, even union members, voted for reaction. For writers, and readers, of critical histories of whiteness, the moment elicited a passionate interest in working-class conservatism and its relationship to race. Thinking and voting as whites, rather than as workers, made the white worker a problem in the present and opened possibilities of making the emergence of the white workers an historical problem as well. However, the longer trajectories of figures like Saxton and Allen suggest more varied inspirations. Appearing in 1990, Saxton's The Rise and Fall of the White Republic, Class Politics and Mass Culture in 19th-Century America predated all of the other books under consideration here. Rise and Fall was Saxton's fifth book, following three proletarian novels from the 1940s and 50s, and the brilliant The Indispensable Enemy, Labor and the Anti-Chinese Movement in California. Coming to the communist movement in the 1930s, after education at Harvard and University of Chicago, Saxton became an organizer in the railroad and construction industries and served as a paid publicist for the Committee on Maritime Unity, a left effort to unite workers and unions with very different practices where race was concerned. He entered graduate school in history at University of California midlife after losing the opportunity to market fiction, and for a time his requests for a passport, amid early Cold War repression. 10. Saxton's labor activism frequently centered on race even in the uncommonly tough Jim Crow atmospheres of the railway brotherhoods and the building trades. When he attempted to explore anti-discrimination struggles among railroad workers in his 1948 novel The Great Midland, Saxton had to look to the mass production industries to imagine how things might be plotted. As he wrote in reissuing the novel later, he had never heard of any shop steward on any railroad who defended black workers. At one 1940s point, Saxton agitated for fair employment in the railway crafts and ran into the argument that African Americans should have no representation on fair employment practices committees because they would act out of racial loyalty and self-interest, as whites supposedly did not. Apparently, Saxton bitingly observed, white men belong to no race. 11 His attempts to think through how to write about race and class in fiction led in similar directions. An avid student of John Steinbeck's popular successes, he later wrote of the latter's decision to make the workers in Grapes of Wrath white refugees from the Oklahoma Dust Bowl, not Mexican and Mexican-American proletarians, as part of pattern in which white racism enters into Steinbeck's work not generally as affirmation but in the form of silences and omissions. 12 His magnificent first academic book, The Indispensable Enemy, dissected the disfigured labor unity eventuating from organization on as white workers and against Asian workers. Saxton's later activism against the Vietnam War and activities in founding Asian American Studies joined his labor organizing in shaping his treatment of race in Rise and Fall of the White Republic, which emphasized the connections of race to power, and to an ability to create cross-class white coalitions at every turn. 13. Similarly, Theodore Allen drew on a half-century of radical organizing, much of it specifically in industry, in writing his two-volume The Invention of the White Race in the 1990s after a series of antecedent articles and pamphlets, mainly with radical presses. Born into a middle-class family in Indianapolis and raised also in West Virginia, Allen was proletarianized by the Great Depression, as he put it. He tried college for a day, finding it uncongenial to independence of mind. By 17 he had joined the American Federation of Musicians and was soon a delegate to the Central Labor Body in Huntington, West Virginia, and a member of the Communist Party. He came into the Congress of Industrial Organizations Mining Coal in West Virginia, a state where the United Mine Workers was a racially diverse organization and where the extent of interracial unity very much shaped the prospects of unionism. After an injury took him from the mines, Allen worked mainly in New York City as a factory operative, retail clerk, draftsman, a math teacher at Grace Church School, and later a mail handler, museum worker, and librarian at Brooklyn Public Library. Leaving the Communist Party in the late 1950s, he was immediately active in the Provisional Organizing Committee to reconstitute the Communist Party. 14. In the 1960s Allen attempted to engage the New Left around the question of its blind spot around race and particularly what he saw as the formation of the white race as the real peculiar institution in U.S. history. Allen's historical work sought to provide a firm grounding for the position that identification of some workers with the white race constituted the Achilles heel of U.S. revolutionary possibilities. So much was this the case and so underdeveloped was thinking on the problem from the left that Allen titled a late 1960s work Can White Radicals Be Radicalized? With the word workers included but then struck out in the title, prior to radicals. However, in sharp contrast with some others who embraced the term white skin privilege, such as the Weatherman tendency inside Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, and then after it, Allen's analysis regarded white workers as capable of being drawn to revolutionary actions. As they learned not be deterred from pursuing their long-term interests by meager and even pitiful short-term and relative advantages, such workers would, on this view, come to see struggles for liberation of other races as central to the movement of a class. 15. As it was put in the title of a 1967 pamphlet to which Allen contributed, understanding and fighting white supremacy became his dual tasks, inseparable and deadly serious. The simultaneous argument for both the overwhelming weight of race and social control throughout U.S. history and the possibility that its weight could shift and change the momentum of struggles decisively made Allen elaborate history, and especially the colonial histories of Ireland and Virginia, very carefully. By the time of his 1975 pamphlet Class Struggle and the Origin of Racial Slavery, the invention of the white race, Allen had made the interracial Bacon's Rebellion the key event in his accounting of the turn to race as the centerpiece of class control by Virginia's elite, and in his subtitle he set out the agenda of his research over the next 2 decades. In his epic 2 volumes on that invention, The British Development of Intermediate Control Strata to Enforce Colonialism in Ireland provides not only a comparative case to 17th-century Virginia but also one whose lessons were inter-imperially deployed in ruling North American places. The effect of concentrating on the 2 cases is to divorce racial oppression from the timelessness of allegedly natural realities, to make it an historical phenomenon, but a very long-standing and often decisive one. Allen's collaborator Noel Ignadin would also become a leading figure in writing the critical history of whiteness a quarter century later, by then writing under the name Noel Ignatieff. Ignadin, born in Philadelphia, dropped out of University of Pennsylvania in the early 1960s and for 23 years worked in Chicago and elsewhere in the steel, farm equipment and electrical industries, gaining skills as an electrician and machinist. He met Allen around efforts to reconstitute a communist movement in the 1960s. The two joined forces on a pamphlet addressing white skin privilege in 1967. Ignadin went from SDS to become a central figure in the Sojourner Truth Organization, STO, from its founding in 1969 through the 1970s. STO distinctively mixed Leninism, workplace, but not trade union, based organizing, attraction to the ideas on race, class, and nation of the Trinidadian Revolutionary CLR. James, efforts at critical solidarity with Black and Puerto Rican revolutionaries, and close study of both U.S. history and historical materialism generally. Active on many fronts, Ignadin particularly wrote on race and the working class, processing experiences within plants in the 1972 speech circulated internally as Black Worker, White Worker, and published in 1974 as Black Workers, White Workers. The Talk, which described white workers' identity as the result of sweetheart agreement between the bosses and them. That agreement left bosses still bosses and workers as workers who had learned to hug the chains of an actual wretchedness. The analysis was controversial even inside STO. When Radical America published it, editors issued objections in a short preamble even as they ran the piece. 16-20 years later, Ignatieff's How the Irish Became White would wrestle with similar questions of how to balance consent and coercion as they intertwined in making some workers white in the 19th century United States. Though separated from Ignatieff in age by only a decade, my own experiences were those of a different political generation, joining a new left late in its evolution in 1969 and coming to be an SDS leader in 1970 in a vibrant chapter on the isolated Northern Illinois University campus at a time when the organization had finished its national existence, but we were not told. My political experience in SDS, the Revolutionary Socialist Red Rose Bookstore Collective, and the pro-strike and anti-Nazi Chicago organization called Workers' Defense featured very much an orthodox Marxist education, leavened by encounters with a declining movement for Black power, with a rising movement for women's liberation, with surrealism, and with old-time libertarian Marxists gathered in the collective running the Charles H. Kerr Company, the world's oldest socialist publisher. I chaired Kerr's board in parts of the 80s and 90s. That my work is sometimes linked to the post- and anti-Marxism of Chantal Mouffe and Ernesto Lacau is thus remarkable in that I actually resisted much use of Antonio Gramsci's increasingly mainstreamed Marxist work as a concession to reformism. Similarly, the emphasis in some of my work on the coinage and usage of keywords, for example boss, master, and greaser for better and worse, came not from deep knowledge of what Arneson calls the growing appeal of cultural studies, with its emphasis on wordplay, but from the British Marxism of Raymond Williams and the Russian Marxism of M.M. Bakhtin. 17. Similarly, the attempt in Wages of Whiteness to put the choices of antebellum white workers to define themselves as not slaves and not black in the context of processing the alienation and time discipline attendant on proletarianization, rather than simply in the context of interracial labor competition, was informed decisively by consideration of the work of the British Marxist historian E.P. Thompson. 18 When South African solidarity work became the focus of my activism in the late 80s and 90s, the attendant learning was again principally from Marxists, especially those attempting to open discussions of racial capitalism, so that among the most cherished responses to Wages of Whiteness became for me Jeremy Kreikler's attempt to adapt some of its ideas to South African history. 19 For others, too, interventions in working class struggles shaped scholarship on whiteness. The leading study of the labor process and the white worker came in Bruce Nelson's 2001 volume Divided We Stand, American Workers and the Struggle for Black Equality. Nelson dropped out of Berkeley to become a radical labor activist for most of the 1970s, working on a truck assembly line before pursuing a doctorate. Venus Green, whose magnificent Race on the Line remains the most insightful account of how whiteness functioned in a context of labor, skill, and law in one industry, labored and organized in the telephone industry that she studies for a long period before completing a Columbia Ph.D. 20 Karen Brodkin warmed up to writing her How Jews Became White Folks by completing a wonderful anthropological account of multiracial struggles of hospital workers, an account she cast as one of solidarity as well as scholarship. George Lipsitz, whose The Possessive Investment in Whiteness stands among the most cited of the seminal works under consideration here, enrolled in graduate school hoping to learn enough about labor history to understand our failure after the rout of a radical collective he joined in the early 1970s to support an oppositional rank-and-file caucus in a Teamsters local in St. Louis. 21 Several webs drew us partly together well before the 1990s, beyond the close collaboration of Ignatin and Allen. Lipsitz and I were in St. Louis, and around the same oppositional labor groups, at about the same time in the early 70s and came to know each other through mutual admiration for the St. Louis-based Marxist historian George Raywick, whose 1972 classic From Sundown to Sunup, The Making of the Black Community closed with an extended meditation on the origins and costs of whiteness. Raywick, Allen, and Ignatin all wrote widely circulated, often reprinted, and deeply provocative articles on race and class for the sometimes SDS-connected journal Radical America, also a major source of work by C.L.R. James, a major direct influence on Ignatin and, through Rewick, on Lipsitz and myself. My most reread source on James was the 1981 special issue of the Sojourner Truth Organization's special issue of Urgent Tasks devoted to him. Ignatian, Rewick, and I all wrote in that special issue. In the late 1970s, when I met Ignatian in Chicago, it was through mutual friendships with members of the Chicago Surrealist group, especially Penny and Franklin Rosemont, the latter of whom eventually produced a brilliant article on the history and logic of Surrealism's critique of whiteness, published in Race Trader under the co-editorship of Ignatieff. Although we disagreed on the role of trade unions at the time, a particular formulation in his Radical America Reflections on Black and White Workers had very much entered my consciousness. The key problem is not the racism of the employing class, but the racism of the white worker. After all, the boss's racism is natural to him because it serves his class interests. 22 As much as I now regard the two problems as inextricably linked, the emphasis on the white worker's centrality to the racial order was a hard-won insight available in few other places on the left, save those dismissing white workers altogether. When book-length works on whiteness and the white blind spot in U.S. history began to appear, several major works appeared together in one series with the Haymarket list from Verso/New Left Books publishing the work of Saxton, Allen, and myself, under the editing of Mike Davis and Michael Sprinker. The Haymarket series likewise published Vern Ware's Beyond the Pale and Fred Fields' White Guys as early and important interventions in the newly developing field. I was the press's reader for Allen's works, offering little to improve his force and eloquence, but some advice on how to pare the manuscript's daunting length and to divide it into 2 volumes. When Verso later reissued Saxton's White Republic, I wrote the foreword. 23. The extent and meaning of such connections can be overstated. For example, Allen and I met only once, despite his staying on a first-name basis throughout the writing of his massive critique on Roediger's Wages of Whiteness. Nor, of course, did a common commitment to Marxism imply agreement on particulars, with the tone and content of that same Allen essay providing a good example, right down to Ted's rejection of the very term whiteness. 24. These, however, were political arguments in which it should be said that Allen's tone was far more balanced and comradely than glosses on his position have been. The common choice by Ignatieff, Allen, and myself of the experiences of the Irish as keys to white racial formation makes sense in terms of Marx's and Engels's own emphases on the Irish as central to how the British working class was divided and ruled, but our various accounts of the Irish spin in very different directions, separated by centuries in time and an ocean in space. 25 In the balance of this article, some of the differences among the early U.S. writers of critical histories of whiteness will become clear, especially concerning the use of psychoanalysis. These were, however, difference among Marxists, not, as is sometimes argued, differences between Marxism and cultural studies. As Ignatieff puts it in characterizing of his work, mine, Saxton's, and Allen's, what these works have in common, is that they take class struggle as their starting point. Class struggle, as we shall see, as theorized especially in a moment of high and grounded appreciation of the work of black Marxists. 26. In a high compliment marred only by his desire to be dismissive and offensive, the Princeton historian Sean Willents has called the critical study of whiteness black nationalism by another means. 27. Some of the writers above might demur from the specific terminology, feeling a need to distinguish between narrow and revolutionary nationalisms or even to note the narrowness in all nationalism. However termed, in a broad sense the impact of African American struggles and thought, especially in the moment of black power, shaped the critical study of whiteness decisively. Suddenly, there was a white left named as such and even developing self-awareness and self-critique. There was, after the mid-60s articulations of black power, after the statements of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee on the need for white radicals to organize among whites and against white supremacy, and above all after tremendous motion by black industrial workers in Detroit and elsewhere, a new possibility opened for a pamphlet like Allen's late 60s intervention. Can white radicals be radicalized? To be written and read. There was, as Ignatieff memorably put it in the early 70s, a civil war in the mind of some white workers as they reacted to the appeals of the energy and success of black workers' struggles. 28. The realization, as Ignatieff later wrote, that as a matter of survival, the direct victims of white privilege have always studied it, became especially powerful in this context of glimmers of white left self-awareness and of a too often ignored continuing common work among black and white radicals during the Black Power period. 29 He first, and I later, found especially much in the example and writing of James, whose long-standing insistence that struggles for African American liberation were not separate from or subsidiary to the question of class became an important argument for the need to encourage white workers to support black liberation as their struggle. 30 The approach to the connection of immigration and whiteness, and to the senses in which some despised and poor European immigrants became white in the United States, very much grew from the essays of James Baldwin. Most of these came to be collected in his The Price of the Ticket, the title of which connects whiteness, migration, and misery in the United States. But in terms of offering a plot for the racialized history of immigration, it was Baldwin's short, direct, and popular 1984 piece on Being White and Other Lies, in the African American fashion magazine Essence that gave us the decisive formulation, white men from Norway, for example, where they were Norwegians became white, by slaughtering the cattle, poisoning the wells, torching the houses, massacring Native Americans, raping black women. However much this dramatic rendering required more, for example, more of the sense and practice of race of the Irish in Ireland and the British Empire before coming, it distilled a truth that opened tremendous intellectual space in immigration history. Ignatieff, who made me aware of the Essence article, most ably claimed that space in his How the Irish Became White. 31. Such connections among African American thought, Black Power, and the critical history of whiteness focused especially on multiple and long-standing apprehensions of the great African American thinker and militant W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction in America gave subsequent writers both the terminology and the model with which to undertake their tasks. Thus Ignatieff's and Allen's use of the term white blind spot, both in their 1969 pamphlet and afterwards, modifies a line from that Du Bois volume. In titling his article on race and shop floor dynamics Black Worker, White Worker, Ignatieff used the first two chapter titles from Du Bois' masterpiece, the first work to problematize the white worker. The very idea of the wages of whiteness came from Black Reconstruction's memorable phrase regarding the public and psychological wage afforded to poor white Southerners after the Civil War, wages making them privileged and keeping them poor and in line. Indeed, Ignatieff wrote in a 2003 essay in Historical Materialism, among scholars it was W.E.B. Du Bois who first called attention to the problem of the white worker. 32. Within the Communist Party, and the web of relations to African American organizations it maintained, Saxton and Allen encountered Du Bois' ideas in a way unavailable within the white academic mainstream, especially during the post-World War II period in which anti-communist repression sought to target and marginalize Du Bois. Saxton, as it happened, shared both a hometown, Great Barrington, Massachusetts, and a university, Harvard, with Du Bois. And yet, as Saxton later wrote, neither place taught him about Du Bois. What I learned about Du Bois, he wrote, I learned from the Communist Party, whose literature representative sold Saxton Black Reconstruction at a time when it was largely ignored. Similarly, and despite the fact that the Communists ridiculously promoted James Allen's Reconstruction as a more politically sound text than Black Reconstruction, Theodore Allen's long experience in the party left him knowing enough of the latter work to make it the basis of his rewriting of U.S. history from the mid-1960s onward. 33 As the radical labor leader and historian Jeff Perry, Theodore Allen's literary executor, noted in a memorial after the latter's death, Black Reconstruction informed the design of Allen's historical writings from the start, namely mid-1960s attempts to overcome the white blind spot in a study of the Civil War, populism, and the Great Depression. In reacting to what he rightly saw as unjust neglect of invention of the white race by scholars late in his life, Allen took comfort in the view that the dynamic called to mind the white-centric attitude that greeted the appearance of Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, the classic class struggle interpretation of the history of the post-Civil War South. It was Allen who introduced Black Reconstruction to Ignatieff. 34. My own experiences in studying with the great African-American expert on Du Bois and on black nationalism and class Sterling Stuckey likewise made for constant readings and rereadings of black Reconstruction. Indeed, more broadly, when I collected the writings for the edited volume Black on White, Black Writers on What It Means to Be White, fully 2/3 of the selections were from classic readings in African American history I had done with Stuckey. While it is most often pointed out that Du Bois' Black Reconstruction inspired the title of Wages of Whiteness, it structured the book multiply and even entirely. It was the ability to be able to see profound motion and tragically persistent patterns regarding race to place the self-activity of the black worker and the whiteness of the white worker at the very center of U.S. history that made Du Bois so indispensable. When, for example, Ignatieff undertook an extended comparison of Du Bois' work on Reconstruction with the more publicized accounts provided by Eric Foner, he insisted that the idea of a general strike of the slaves so critical in Du Bois' view of war and emancipation and so attenuated in Foner made the two works qualitatively different. At stake was the centrality of self-emancipation of slaves and the knowledge that this motion created the possibility that white workers might seek something more than being not slaves. From the first line onward, Du Bois insisted that black Reconstruction was drama and later that it was tragedy as well. Du Bois portrayed black workers as at the center of everything, as the real modern labor problem. Emancipation brought an upward moving of white labor, but reassertions of white supremacy followed. In one of countless formulations that show Du Bois linking the origins of race with capitalism, but not adopting the far-fetched view that white supremacy could not in turn be itself a decisive factor in class rule, he wrote that the color caste founded and retained by capitalism was during and after Reconstruction adopted, forwarded, and approved by white labor. In the post-Civil War South and the world, when white laborers were convinced that the degradation of Negro labor was more fundamental than the uplift of white labor, the end was in sight. 35. In trying to explain why white labor acquiesced, and more, in such tragedies, all the while able to discern in them no part of our labor movement, Du Bois produced the passage that came to give Wages of Whiteness its title. 36. The passage begins with an acknowledgement that the group under consideration, white Southern laborers during Reconstruction, received a low wage, as they would have to in a devastated and defeated region. However, they were compensated in part by a sort of public and psychological wage, because they were white. Public deference and titles of courtesy accrued to them, as did admission to parks and the best schools. Police were drawn from their ranks, and legal structures, dependent on their votes, kept them out of jail. The franchise had small effect upon the economic situation, but much on perceptions of dignity, Du Bois adds, elaborating a litany of matters involving both policy and psychology. It has been objected that treating the wages of whiteness in significant measure as psychological seems to dismiss the material benefits also forthcoming, with Ignatieff allowing that I perhaps took the material dimensions for granted. This is true enough, but it also applies to Du Bois' attempts in the original to show how a system worked when resources of rulers were so meager that little buying off of anyone was possible. My own task was also to describe a situation the antebellum North in which the small black population meant that a labor market could not be shaped wholesale by racial competition and segmentation, and ideological, psychological, political, and cultural appeals to whites mattered much more than immediate economic self-interest. Ignatieff is quite right that this was not always and everywhere the case. 37. In any case, the main criticism from outside of Marxism was of a much different order, and by its very extremity perhaps helped Ignatieff and me to see how close our positions were on a larger political spectrum. Arneson, after a desultory attempt to develop and contextualize Du Bois' ideas on the public and psychological wage, suddenly shifted gears in a featured international labor and working class history essay to make Du Bois the problem. At first seeming the writing exceptionally unclear to accuse whiteness studies of adopting a superficial, decontextualized reading of Du Bois, he then accuses Du Bois himself of embodying a foolish Marxism light. It then turns out that the lightness consists of adhering to the idea that workers have interests in common, not really one of the frothier notions of Marxism. 38. Whatever else divided our views, it seems certain that Saxton, Allen, Ignatieff, and myself took for granted that Dubois had made anything but a light intervention into Marxism. Indeed, Paul Richards's 1970 article in Radical America, W.E.B. Dubois in American Social History, The Evolution of a Marxist, described Black Reconstruction as we all would have, not simply as Marxist but as central to any development of an American Marxism. So ingrained was this assumption that my own placement of Dubois after a section on the deficiencies of much Marxist writing was undoubtedly insufficiently great for this reason. Never imagining that Dubois would be seen as a post-Marxist, let alone as Marxism light, I took for granted that Black Reconstruction developed, rather than departed from, or debased, Marxist theory. That position made sense among the milieu writing early critical histories of whiteness, but led regrettably to confusion among a broader audience and as time passed. 39. Deriding any serious consideration of psychoanalytical insights has emerged as a point of overwrought unity between rightward drifting critics like Arneson and left ones like Gregory Meyerson. 40. But even here the debates ought to acknowledge that the use of the ideas of Freud and other psychoanalytical writers in Wages of Whiteness came out of Marxism and Black revolutionary traditions. A story regarding the great Marxist and psychoanalytical political scientist Michael Rogan perhaps provides a useful point of entry. When Wages of Whiteness appeared, even with the example of Saxton's rise and fall of the White Republic at hand, I worried that my work was beyond all boundaries of acceptability, even intelligibility, and would be roundly attacked. Before reviews much appeared, Rogan sent me a draft of his essay on the book, slated to appear in Radical History Review. I did not know him at the time, only his extraordinary scholarship. The generous and long review essay he wrote reassured me about the book's reception. Indeed, it put the book's arguments more clearly and adventuresomely than I had. But there was one problem: throughout the piece, in total dozens of times the draft misspelled my name as Roediger. After hesitating, I contacted him with thanks and with the hope that corrections might be made. They were, but the real payoff was Rogan's response to me. He excitedly said that the error should be read as a tribute, an attempt to smuggle in an N so that all letters in his name would be in mine as well, making him a father of the book. The response underlined what I already knew, that Rogan took psychoanalysis more seriously than I. But it also sent me back to Rogan's Fathers and Children, Andrew Jackson and the Subjugation of the American Indian, which I had remembered mainly for its psychohistory, but which also tellingly deployed Marxist categories of accumulation and which featured a long first section, amounting to a third of the book, titled White. In that sense, Rogan was rightly claiming, at the level of methods, including historical materialism, and content, to have been a father of critical histories of whiteness. When Saxton was a graduate student at Berkeley, Rogan, who later became a leading student of whiteness and immigration, was one of his mentors. 41. While, like many New Left students, I read attempts to bring Marx and Freud together, Herbert Marcuse, Norman O. Brown, Juliet Mitchell, Eli Zaretsky, Wilhelm Reich, and above all Franz Fanon, the specific possibility of applying insights from these works to race in U.S. history came through appreciation of the closing chapters of George Raywick's From Sundown to Sunup, The Making of the Black Community. There Raywick departed from his classic history of slavery to probe modern racism more broadly, especially in its early phases after Europe's discovery of the Americas and expanded slave trade with Africa. During this transition to capitalism, Raywick argued, the various repressions of desire required to fashion societies and personalities devoted to the accumulation of capital exacted tremendous human costs. Especially among slave traders and colonial slaveholders, white racism came to be developed, indeed invented, hard by such repressions. The Africans met and commoditized as part of the development of plantation economies came to be seen as embodiments not only of owned labor, but also of the desires that elites had only recently, and only partially, repressed. In organizing their own disappointments and desires, elites imagined black workers as both degraded and as possessed of ties to nature, eroticism, and pre-capitalist work rhythms that held appeal even as they were deplored. In Raywick's memorable phrasing, the Englishman, in such interactions, met the West African as a reformed sinner meets a comrade of his previous debaucheries, all the while creating a pornography of his former life. Roediger, who as my friend and mentor taught me much about Marxism in the 70s and 80s, relied at key points on Marcuse, Fanon, Freud, and especially on the Austrian-born Marxist associate of Freud, Wilhelm Reich. Reich's Nazi-era work attempted to understand the mass psychology of fascism, as based on character structures wedded to both internalizing and dealing out misery. Roediger called Reich's character analysis that great underground classic of modern thought and held that his own analysis of white supremacist and master-class ideology could not have been written without Reich's monumental attempt to relate Marx and Freud. Roediger, a friend in the 1950s of Reich's socialist associate, the psychoanalyst Erich Fromm, risked much in so deeply calling on psychoanalysis. CLR. James, for whom Roediger served as personal assistant in the 60s, found From Sundown to Sunup to be the best thing I have read on slavery, predicting it will make history. However, even James sharply registered displeasure with its Freudian closing chapters. Nonetheless, such risks were incurred from within Marxism. 42. My perhaps too simple analysis in Wages of Whiteness took Roediger's work on race, slavery, and early capitalism into the realm of northern white working class formation in the antebellum period. As proletarianization brought new losses of access to the commons and new forms of time discipline and social regimentation to far greater numbers of people, workers processed loss by projecting onto black workers what they still desired in terms of imagined absence of alienation, even as they bridled at being treated as slaves, or as white niggers. 43. There were likewise other inspirations beyond Roediger, as I had begun close association with the Surrealist movement where commitments to Marx and Freud coexisted. Especially through friendly debates with the Surrealist writers Paul Guerin and Franklin Rosemont, I increasingly learned about the older writings on racism of the important organizer of a global network of Marxist psychoanalysts, Otto Fenichel, and of Sander Ferenczi, as well as the more recent work of Joel Koval. 44. As importantly still, there has come to be a sense that psychoanalysis was there at the beginning with Du Bois' choice to discuss a specifically psychological wage as central to white identity. The useful recent scholarship on Du Bois and psychoanalysis at times gravitates too easily towards connections between double consciousness and Freud's ideas. However, since Du Bois had not read Freud when he wrote about double consciousness in the souls of black folk in 1903, such affinities had to exist at a high level of abstraction regarding ideas emerging among intellectual contemporaries. 45. As Du Bois had it in his 1940 autobiography Dusk of Dawn, it was in about 1930 that the meaning and implications of the new psychology had begun slowly to penetrate my thought. My own study of psychology had predated the Freudian era, but it prepared me for it. I now began to realize that in the fight against race prejudice, we were not facing simply the rational, conscious determination of white folk to oppress us, we were facing the age-long complexes sunk now largely to unconscious habit and irrational urge. 46. In 1935, midway between that realization and Dusk of Dawn, Du Bois published Black Reconstruction, which could thus hardly have used the phrase psychological wage lightly. There is a sense then in which the critic Andrew Hartman, though fully unsympathetic to the Freudian approach, is onto something in his overstatement that Roediger furthers Du Bois' psychoanalysis, though I certainly did not know enough about Du Bois and Freud to see this dimension when I first wrote. 47. As in the case of James's reaction to Roediger, some of the early writers of critical histories of whiteness deplored the bits of psychoanalysis in Wages of Whiteness. Allen in particular found resort to the language of psychoanalysis unfortunate, but he to a surprising extent joined the fray, praising much in the work of Koval and Fanon, though on somewhat narrow bases, including the improbable view that Fanon proceeded from Marxist economic determinist premises. Saxton's firm judgment was that difficulties seem exceptionally severe for psychohistory because of its assumption that real causes are psychic ones that can be approached only through metaphorical interpretation. This stance so impresses Hartman that his review essay hinges its pronouncement that Saxton is the best historian of whiteness. I agree on it. It so impresses Eric Arneson that he exempts Saxton from even having to be considered within the benighted study of whiteness. However, Saxton's categorical pronouncements come as he explains why psychoanalysis cannot explain the origins of white supremacy, again a position with which I agree. Shortly thereafter, he discusses John Quincy Adams's views on Othello in a very different way and explains, I am of course bringing forward an argument previously rejected, to the effect that white European Americans constructed metaphors linking African blackness to shameful actions and to the dark passions of sexuality. He continued, while I consider this psycho-historical argument unpersuasive as an explanation for the initiation of African slavery, it seems to work plausibly well when placed in a dependent relationship to prior ideological productions, also a position with which I agree. 48. Ignatieff meanwhile found that wages of whiteness errs by losing track of attendant material advantage without which there could hardly be sustained psychological value of the white skin. However, he added, I do not know enough about psychoanalysis to venture a judgment on how much it can explain by itself. Rogan, Raywick, and Rosemont, on the other hand, very much championed the use of psychoanalysis, though not by itself. Like so much else, this is a question on which Marxists differ, though not as starkly as some retrospective accounts of early critical white histories imply. 49. A closing clarification of just what is claimed in this article is apposite. The argument is that the Marxist left generated the most influential early historical studies of whiteness in the U.S. past. The claim is not that by virtue of their historical materialist origins that those works are therefore correct or complete. Indeed, many of the gaps in my work particularly might better be traced to their origins in the specific debates and movements I have outlined above. The relative inattention to gender, which Allen remarked on near the end of his life, is one example. I have attempted with mixed success in later works to remedy this blind spot, which weakened wages of whiteness, but to date more by adding rather than fundamentally rethinking the whole ensemble of social relations. We would have been better poised, perhaps, if we had followed James Baldwin's relationship to psychoanalysis, with its rich dimensions of sexuality and gender as well as race, as well as Du Bois' invocation of psychology. Similarly, as my exchange with Rogan suggested, the classic Marxist debates are much more at home discussing the relation of whiteness to slavery than to settler colonialism, another problem only beginning to be addressed in my own work. 50. Likewise, it seems possible that a particular desire to unearth the story of how white workers forwarded racism left the relationship of whiteness to capital and to management relatively underdeveloped. 51. But however deep these deficiencies, which might make us as Marxists think about the possibility that we do have much to learn from other bodies of theory, it remains the case that both the errors and the considerable strengths in early critical histories of whiteness grew out of Marxism, in specific political moments. Chapter 3. A White Intellectual Among Thinking. Black Intellectuals, George Raywick. And the Settings of Genius. I was in the crowd for perhaps the last public talk by my friend George Raywick, given at University of Missouri at St. Louis in 1988. Serious health problems, which would soon take his life, weighed on the meandering lecture. In the question and answer period, the anthropologist Enoch Page focused matters and engaged George around the then new Spike Lee film School Days, and the ways it commented on interracial class conflict. When the questions turned to color prejudice in the black community, a topic so productive of keen interest and easy conclusions that everybody's prejudiced among some white students, George was fully transformed. Now lecturing forcefully, he did not speak for suppressing discussion of the issue, but for framing it. Such prejudices had wicked force, and material foundation, during and after slavery, he observed. But from the mixing of various African ethnicities into an African American people to the care of mixed-race children during the Jim Crow era, he asked, did not the uncommon ability of black communities to incorporate difference, even across the color line, constitute the main story, especially if the white community was the object of comparison? 1. I heard in the way that a very ill Raywick warmed to that particular topic an index of his political and historical commitments, but also one fully leavened by his autobiography. He and I, a quarter-century apart in age, bonded during the 15 years prior to his death, not only over thinking about history and revolutionary commitments together, but also because we both intensely felt ourselves the beneficiaries of the openness of black communities, movements, and intellectuals. At a post-Black Power time when white left common sense had it that black nationalism had driven white radicals from the interracial beloved community of civil rights, he was frequently a spokesperson for Facing Reality, a group led by C.L.R. James, perhaps the senior black radical intellectual most admired by young Black Power advocates. I was mentored and embraced as a young student and writer by the great black left nationalist historian Sterling Stuckey, despite my headlong and headstrong retreats from African American topics. Indeed, I was later shocked to learn that Stuckey was seen by some liberal writers as wanting to erect racial boundaries in the beloved community of scholars studying African American history, as my experience was just the opposite. When Roediger and I met in restaurants and coffee shops and ultimately in nursing homes and hospitals in St. Louis, we shared, often unspoken, a sense of great good fortune that thinking black intellectuals had helped us find voices. This article makes no claims that we shared an experience exactly, and still less that Roediger's very idiosyncratic life typified anything about infinitely varied white intellectuals and an equally heterogeneous black intellectual tradition. Instead, it is the peculiar and unfinished nature of collaboration in Roediger's case that makes his story revealing of the ways in which white intellectuals variously have entered black intellectual life. Roediger described his mid-1950s political transformation away from the certainties of the white left. The very term would have been a new one among white radicals at the time if it were used at all with a startling simplicity that telescoped truths and, as we shall see, somewhat outran reality at times. Roediger told me in a published interview from 1989 that an anonymous black thinker turned him around. The Young Socialist League had a meeting. Bayard Rustin had been to Montgomery where he met Martin Luther King and had run some workshops on nonviolence. After the meeting, a black worker asked me what we wanted them to do. I asked him what he wanted to do. We were interrupted and then he wandered off. I realized that I had no program. He went away without any answer. I had recently been at an NAACP National Association for the Advancement of Colored People meeting and was put down for having a program. There were 10 other white radicals who had come to present programs, all were variants of Join Us coupled with some abstractions. I found that Join Us provoked a deep silence. In that silence, Roediger also discovered a commitment to oral history and other forms of investigation of the central role of the unheralded, and especially of slaves, in history and in struggle. Point 2. In accounting for how he later came to write the path-breaking history of slavery from sundown to sunup, the making of the black community, and to edit, under the title The American Slave, a composite autobiography, upwards of 10,000 pages of published narratives by ordinary ex-slaves, Roediger credited a particular and celebrated black intellectual, recalling. In 1964 in London, C.L.R. James told me, "I want you to give a lecture here, in James's living room, on American history." After the lecture he asked, "What do we know about the slaves' reaction to slavery?" I told him not a hell of a lot. He asked, "Is there any material we have?" I told him what little I knew of the slave narratives. That began the process of my collecting and publishing The American Slave. Point 3. Placing himself physically, politically, and eventually professionally among thinking black intellectuals, Roediger became one of the most important intellectuals bridging the old left and the new, as well as perhaps the U.S. thinker most able to envision how a history of the whole working class might be written. From 1964, when he finished and signed the long manifesto/article The American Negro Movement, until the mid-1970s when his health began to seriously fail, Roediger was arguably the most influential student of the U.S. working class, although he is almost never counted among the founders of the new labor history that emerged in that period. He published the most important historical articles in Radical America, the Students for a Democratic Society Associated Journal, and impacted greatly such radical scholars as Peter Linnebaugh, Franklin Rosemont, Noel Ignatieff, Enoch Page, Robin D.G. Kelly, Rosemary Feurer, Hub Anon, Margaret Washington, Bruno Cardoso, George Lipsitz, Nando Fass, Ferruccio Gambino, and Peter Rachleff. His influence on Eugene Genovese, then the leading U.S. Marxist historian of slavery, led to major changes in the latter's presentation of slave resistance, if not to all that Roediger might have wanted. Erich Foner at the time found Sundown to Sunup superior to any other recent history of slave culture and equally astute on the history of racism. Genovese termed it the most valuable work I know by a white man on slave life in the United States. August Meyer and Elliot Rudwick's 1986 study Black History and the Historical Profession counted Roediger as the first historian to place the slave community at the center of his analysis. Point 4 There were two crowning glories. First was the incredible appearance of more than 40 volumes of slave recollections, done without massive grants, though with important help from Ken Lawrence, Jan Hillegas, and others, and, through much of his career, without a tenured job. The second involved a remarkable, for his time and still, ability to write about the history of slavery and that of industrial workers together, indeed an impressive inability to write about them apart or even to read the daily papers without thinking of slave resistance. Roediger's essays concentrating centrally on slavery, and those focusing on the industrial working class, reflected brilliant insights into the ways in which race and class worked together, in U.S. history. His 1969 Radical America article Working Class Self-Activity popularized the term used in its title in and beyond the United States. It pinpointed how the mass industrial unions of the 1930s, organizations whose successes Roediger brilliantly situated transnationally alongside the degradation of other working classes in the 30s by fascism, Nazism, and Stalinism came to be. The unions did not organize the strikes, the working class in the strikes and through the strikes organized the unions. 5 Even Sundown to Sunup leaves, though it does not really completely leave, the every-night life of slaves in its two brilliant materialist and psychoanalytical final chapters, concentrating there on capitalism and on the white racism that shaped the slave's existence. The Italian writer Ferruccio Gambino has best taken the measure of these chapters, writing of how they showed that the taming of the sexual impulse according to a new work schedule and fatigue, the dictatorship of the seasonless clock, and the postponement of gratification as a virtue per se led whites to justify racial superiority. 6. Roediger's most significant insight, if he wrote nothing else, these words alone would establish him as a critically important contributor to the history of slavery, came when he intervened in 1968 and stalled ill-premised debates over whether more slaves were rebellious Nat Turner types or quiescent, damaged Sambo figures. After expressing indebtedness to the passages on slavery and contradiction in Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind, Roediger held, the slave struggles with the master by struggling with his own internal dilemmas. Unless the slave is simultaneously Sambo and revolutionary, Sambo and Nat Turner, he can be neither Sambo nor Nat Turner. 7 Near the end of Sundown to Sunup, Roediger stood the traditional left anxiety about race struggles diverting workers from perceiving class interests squarely on its head. The pressure of blacks for equality intensifies all social conflicts in the USA. While almost everyone at the time would have read his The American Negro Movement as highly unorthodox Negro history, Roediger saw it a down payment on the broader history of the making of the American working class as well. His emphasis, like that of his friend Vincent Harding, the great African-American theologian and historian, and of Stuckey, fell always on how African American history and self-activity changed how we view the whole history of the United States, a history black people created, partook of, and stood in a position to indict. 9 In that sense all of his most telling insights, including those not about race, stemmed from immersion in African American thought and revolt. Indeed, it is tempting to ask whether Roediger, a white, very sporadically observant Jewish American, ought to be placed among the significant black intellectuals of the late 20th century United States. This article does not ask that question, sharing as it does Roediger's own appreciation for the difficulties of transcending race, even as he sometimes moved spectacularly across racial lines in a highly unequal racial order. But the article does hope to consider how Roediger as a particular, even peculiar, figure entered a distinct part of the world of thinking black intellectuals and strugglers. That Roediger most intensely participated in that world during the middle and late 1960s, at a time when standard accounts posit that black power sent or perhaps banished whites, and particularly Jews, from interracialism, and that he did so in concert with leading black nationalists, makes his story particularly worth retelling. Among its lessons are that the shared elaboration of ideas and freedom dreams cut against any hard lines keeping white activists apart from black thought and struggle, and that transnational dimensions of black social movements could in particular engage a white intellectual. Another lesson is that a grounded appreciation of the ways in which black functioned as a political category of resistance formed in specific historical contexts actually left, as Stuckey emphasizes, the nationalist tradition often quite open to alliances with whites. 10 Finally, Raywick's case suggests that entering the world of radical black intellectuals was no panacea promising a settled wisdom or success in what James called the pursuit of happiness. Raywick entered no utopia but rather a new terrain with new tensions, though within facing reality those tensions almost never hinged directly on race. A white leftist, young Raywick read Miseries and Brushes Against Race. In the first 30 years of his life, Raywick hardly seemed bound for intellectual and political adventures within black intellectual traditions, although race touched his life at almost all decisive turns. He grew up in a Brooklyn, New York community of first and second generation Jewish Americans. In his personal papers his bar mitzvah announcement sits hard by a youth award from the American Legion. His family's home abutted the headquarters of the Lubavitcher movement and he was raised by Orthodox and observant Jews. In a family of radical rabbis and failed businessmen, one grandfather was both a socialist and a rabbi. Raywick took after-school classes preparing him for rabbinical training and showed a political bent. At Erasmus Hall, the high-achieving Brooklyn high school he attended, his school years overlapped with those of opera star Beverly Sills and boxing kingpin Bob Arum, as well as Selma Weinstein, already drawn to the Trotskyist left, and eventually to become Selma James, C.L.R.'s wife. The world was first learning the new word racism as Raywick went through school, and it initially applied to the systematic terror Hitler directed against Jews. As letters from relatives under Nazi rule stopped coming and his family feared the worst, Raywick moved briefly to communist politics. A friend signed his high school yearbook to a fellow Pinko. He joined the Communist Party influenced American Youth for Democracy before graduating, in either 1944 or 1945.11. Raywick wanted out of Jewish Brooklyn. Professing a desire to the United States to go to college, he chose Oberlin in Ohio, which he soon regarded as the world center of hypocrisy, racism, anti-Semitism, and premature McCarthyite intimidation of its leftist students and faculty. Oberlin nonetheless pointed Raywick towards civil rights activism. He came to disdain the institution for its betrayal of its great abolitionist heritage by keeping down the local black community, which Raywick portrayed as a colony in the company town set up by the college. He became a candidate member of the Communist Party, CP, in the branch in Lorain, Ohio, a city with a significant black working class as well as Toni Morrison's heavy industrial hometown. But Raywick found little room for maneuver, creativity, or happiness in his own short stay in the orbit of the CP. The CP venture in which Raywick most participated, support for Henry Wallace's Progressive Party presidential campaign in 1948, impressed him not for its real anti-racist accomplishments but for its dire defeat. He recalled that the campaign managed to revive snatches of the melody from the CP initiatives of the 30s but proved to be the point when the political energies of the Popular Front reached their final spasm. He worked briefly for Vito Marcantonio, the CP-supported congressman perhaps most representing left interracialism in politics, but at Marcantonio's Washington, D.C. office, far from his Harlem political base. 12. Accounts of Raywick's expulsion from the communist youth movement vary, but most follow his oral history of the American left interview in recording the charge as chauvinism, or more fully and ridiculously, alleged support for anti-Semitism, male chauvinism, and Jim Crow. The latter two charges rested on an accusation that Raywick had declined to dance. He explained that he did not know how to dance with an African American comrade at a meeting of a party-influenced group in Cleveland. One of the party youth leaders approving the expulsion was the young Robert Fogel, later an anything-but radical economist and historian of slavery and a Nobel laureate, who also aided the expulsion of Genovese, though that case was separate from Raywick's. 13. Roediger processed his misadventures around the CP in early articles, one in South Atlantic Quarterly on student movements and on communist rigidities. 14 Politically, he moved in the early 1950s to the Independent Socialist League, ISL, a small but very active collection of radicals led by Max Schachtman, who critiqued the Soviet Union as a no longer revolutionary bureaucratic collectivist state. Descended from Trotskyism, the ISL made sense as a reaction against what Roediger was coming to call Stalinism, and as a platform from which a young graduate student could rapidly and impressively learn Marxist theory, journalistic writing, and how to speak forcefully in public. In short order, he became a frequent contributor to, and then editor of, the youth and cultural magazine Anvil. His articles similarly proliferated in the ISL's Labor Action and New International, sometimes under the pseudonyms George Post or George Rawlings. He rubbed elbows with such figures as the labor and pacifist leader A.J. Must, the popular psychologist Erich Fromm, the novelist Harvey Swados, and the sociologist C. Wright Mills, whose words in Anvil he claimed at times to have ghost-written from notes. 15. Nonetheless, the ISL also involved Roediger in deep unhappiness. As he wrote in a short piece for a 1981 symposium on surrealism, he increasingly felt as the 50s wore on that he lived in a left that was not red, it was grey. All was too serious. The grand scientists of Marxism were all very serious. They had to be properlytrained*D by other grand scientists, men who prized planning just like capitalists, only more so. He chafed at a socialism that promised little that was grander than more long tons of steel, one in which comrades bored each other to tears, no one else listened, as they forgot that Marxism was not political economy but rather the critique of political economy. The New York intellectuals, as the Jewish anti-Stalinist left centered in that city styled itself, came to be seen by Roediger as part of a pretty disgusting world hostile to popular culture and popular politics. Nevertheless, Roediger was part of it, had aspirations toward it, and was capable of flaying himself because he never made it in ways that those who moved out of ISL to lead sectarian groups of their own or to provide leadership to the more and less hawkish wings of the Democratic Party might have seemed to. He was, he said, insufficiently cynical to be a successful sectarian New York intellectual, but he was cynical enough to want to be one. 16. Where popular culture was concerned, Roediger also decidedly counted himself retrospectively as part of the problem. He belonged in a group that cultivated a certain puritanical quality, being only interested in serious things. Seeking to be divorced from the ordinary, Roediger tried to systematically cut himself off from his family in Brooklyn. A kid who was totally unaware of comics, a young adult who never liked movies, and a sports fan whose interests stayed confined to the Brooklyn Dodgers, who themselves moved forthwith to Los Angeles, Roediger fit perfectly. 17 He specifically distanced himself also from the beat generation of cultural dissent in the 50s, identifying them, distinctly negatively, with narcotics, liquor, bebop, and sexual promiscuity, until warming to the beat poet Lawrence Ferlinghetti late in the 50s. Because the latter so supported left projects. 18 Politically, the Schachtmanite tendency to fear the Soviet Union at least as much as it desired radical change in the United States led, Roediger came to think, to a calculus predicated not on judging how far workers might be prepared to go but rather how far struggles could go without aiding the Soviets. When the main enemy was not at home, Roediger eventually concluded, there could be no revolutionary perspective. 19. At the time that Roediger encountered the anonymous black worker after Rustin's speech on Montgomery, he was being pulled in many directions. We were trying, Roediger later said of the 1950s, to find new paths away from the old left. He by then knew Rustin, as well as the Chicago African-American street poet Geoffrey Stewart, from anti-Korean War activism. Indeed, to his death Roediger delighted in telling a story illustrating Rustin's style and fearlessness. While he was out drinking with Rustin during the Korean War and Red Scare, eavesdroppers took offense at what they heard as commie bar talk. Rustin rose up and dramatically intoned, "Sir, I am a Negro, a pacifist, and a homosexual. What more do you require of me? Rewick realized early on that the maturing freedom struggle held great promise, with his earliest editorial contributions to Anvil, and many of his own articles, covering civil rights. But Shachtmanism itself brought Rewick few contacts with black activists, and fewer still with black ISL members. Predecessors of the ISL tendency had generated significant debates on race and socialist theory in large part because for a time CLR. James and Shachtman had cohabited in the same formation, even as they expressed differences regarding the former's support of the right of self-determination among blacks and the latter's insistence on a class-centered integrationism. But by the time Rewick joined, James and his followers had moved on, and the assumption that black people needed a program developed by the white revolutionary left was little challenged. 21. Nor did Rewick's academic life provide him with either a deep knowledge of black life and history, or a secure position from which to listen to the struggles of others, positions that would have left him less surprised by the post-Montgomery world. His embattled career as a doctoral student at University of Wisconsin had him thinking deeply of race, but mostly via the subtle and not-so-subtle experiences of anti-Semitism directed against himself. He entered the history program with two fellow students who also would become leading radical scholars of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, Herbert Gutman and Warren Sussman, with the three being, he recalled, the first cohort of openly Jewish graduate students in the department's history. Both Gutman and Sussman died even before Rewick, a fact he often put down in part to what all had to swallow from the group of old fossils running the department. In Paul Burrell's edited volume of mostly luminous reminiscences of Madison by radical historians History and the New Left, Rewick called his short contribution I Dissent. It led off with I, for one, never found the Holy Land to be located in the Department of History of the University of Wisconsin-Madison, 1951–1957. Particularly not in American history. 22. Although he learned much about listening to the voices of the voiceless from Merle Curti's democratic sensibilities and pioneering social history methods, Madison was hardly a place to study race. After a year there lacking financial aid, he transferred briefly to Cleveland's Western Reserve University, studying there with the noted historian of slavery Harvey Wish, in the same graduate program that was training Bernard Mondell, the pioneering historian of labor and race and a white writer who later proclaimed that by virtue of his study, politics, and interracial private life he had become black. 23 But Rewick returned to Madison after a year and dissertated on youth movements and the state in the New Deal, an opportunity to revisit the history of the CP, though in a work finding its greatest life in brief sections discussing racism and militarization in welfare programs and anticipating new left analyses of the New Deal as a state capitalist initiative. A remarkable section in the chapter on the CCC Civilian Conservation Corps and the Negro described armed self-defense by black CCC workers in Monroe, North Carolina, where Robert Williams would soon make such self-defense famous. 24. Thus, while exposed to the moral example of the Black Freedom Movement, Rewick took his inspiration from a distance. As the 50s ended he published the pamphlet Socialism as Problem and Ideal, which offered an annotated bibliography based on a study group he had run. By turns embarrassing praising Sidney Hook as the best exposition of Marxism and adventuresome as in its bows to Fromm, to the Italian novelist Ignazio Siloni, to Mills, and to libertarian socialists like George Woodcock and Daniel Guerin, it reached not at all toward African American liberation or decolonization. Thus Rewick was not, and could not have been, transformed overnight by a conversation after a Rustin talk, but that conversation was certainly central to his eventual transformation. Himself a leading scholar of oral history methodology, Rewick used his own reminiscences to convey a broad truth about black thinkers and his transformation rather than to narrate specific details, which inevitably were far messy. 25. In the late 1950s, that is, well after he would have heard Rustin's lecture, Rewick had enthusiastically and uncritically assigned Stanley Elkins's Slavery to students at University of Chicago, where Elkins also taught. Indeed, the two had become friends around Rewick giving a talk on campus that broached comparisons between U.S. slavery and Nazi concentration camps, a thesis animating slavery, before the two men knew each other's work. Rewick at first took slavery, which brought the Rewick family's highly personal history with Nazi terror together with the study of U.S. history, as centrally an indictment of Hitler-like American racism and as an apt commentary on the success of totalizing systems in ending not only resistance but also the very will to resist. For a time he registered no objection to Elkins's view that the repressive system produced docile Sambo personality types. Only in 1961 would Rewick write to Merle Curti that Elkins' book was brilliant, perverse, wrong-headed, and wrong, prompting Curti to remind Rewick of earlier positive assessments. Rewick's listening, in concert with black intellectuals, to voices in the slave narratives became a way to fully interrogate Elkins's views. Only later. 26. Coming around thinking black intellectuals. During prestigious, brief postings at Harvard, Cornell, and Chicago, Rewick produced little academic writing, even as his activist commitments also receded. As he later put it, he was handicapped by being a rebel against the arid anti-radicalism he encountered at the upper reaches of academia, but more importantly by being a Marxist who did not believe in the agency of the working class. While the latter was perhaps a not uncommon plight, in Rewick's case it was a disabling one, especially insofar as revising a study of the New Deal was concerned. While glad to be shed of what he saw as the conformist world of elite universities, he was left with trouble getting work anywhere until a 1960 appointment, secured with the help of the great Marxist economist André Gunder Frank, at Detroit's Wayne State University in the experimental Monteith College. His tenure there, and at nearby Oakland University, put him into contact with Facing Reality's Martin Glab Ehrman, a Detroit auto worker, poet, sociologist, and Facing Reality stalwart. Rewick gradually entered the world of Facing Reality, a group with C.L.R. James at its center, in 1960 and 1961, around common projects including socialist study classes. 27. Although soon active in the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, in Detroit, he revealingly described his initial attraction to Facing Reality as based on a classical Trotskyist debate. He liked the purity of the group's state capitalist analysis of the class nature of the Soviet Union over Shachtman's emphasis on rule by a bureaucratic class, not on questions regarding black autonomy. The group's book-length 1958 manifesto Facing Reality spelled out new libertarian alternatives to vanguardist modes of operation in a way that seemed to dramatically offer ways out of the old left, but only gradually did Rewick spell out these politics and their connections to race and to listening to the actual words and dreams of slaves. Gradually, though, the study groups came to include not only such young white leaders of Students for a Democratic Society as Tom Hayden, Al Haber, and Bernadine Dorn, but also militants who would spearhead the Detroit Revolutionary Union Movement, DRUM, and the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, including Ken Cockrell, Luke Tripp, and John Watson. Both Wayne State and Oakland differed greatly from the elite universities in serving working-class students, and Rewick had chances to listen to organic intellectuals that he had not had in the 50s. 28. In 1963 and 1964 and again in 1967 and 1968, Rewick traveled to London to work as James' personal assistant, a job that descended to small details. In one handwritten note in the archives, Rewick reminded himself and others that Nello, as intimates called James, found Southern comfort too sweet and preferred other spirits, but also soared to great excitement. Rewick introduced a 1978 edition of James's classic study of Herman Melville, Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, reflecting on the great privilege of working closely with James in the 60s, and Kent Worcester's biography of James uses Rewick's warm reminiscences as a counterweight to the jaundiced, thinly fictionalized account of James and his London circle offered by the celebrated writer V.S. Naipaul. There was great reason to feel privileged and transformed. Rewick was present, for example, when James first met the great British social historian and self-avowed romantic E.P. Thompson. Finding in Facing Reality a libertarian view, Marx, and the best of Romanticism, Rewick's attraction to Thompson's views sped his shedding of the pragmatist Marxism of Hooke. What came to strike Rewick was less the purity of James's historical materialism than that he was the least doctrinaire and sectarian Marxist I know. 29. One particular recollection underlines the way in which it was both James, as speaker and listener, and his milieu that so impressed Rewick, who wrote that he witnessed with amazement the great intensity and variety of his political and literary activities. Through his house passed hundreds of West Indian, American, African, and English intellectuals, students, workers, and political people. He somehow had time for a seemingly endless stream of people, including not only leading intellectual figures and ordinary people whose questions he answered with concern and from whom he consciously learned. I shall never forget his lifelong habit of interrogating people as to the histories of their lives in the most minute details. It was from this practice, as well as constant reading, that James derived much of his understanding of modern society. Indeed, many of his works were co-authored with his comrades as part of a practice based upon the understanding that political work must be collective, involving in writing trained intellectuals as well as non-intellectuals. 30. The circles around James in these years, and often enough passing through his house, included an amazing assemblage of African, African-American, and West Indian intellectuals, including Nepal, George Lamming, Andrew Salke, Vincent Harding, Aimé Césaire, Orlando Patterson, Stuart Hall, Robert Hill, Richard Small, Joan French, Walter Rodney, Norman Girvan, and Kwame Ture, as well as important white writers on race, gender, and class, including Selma James, Raywick, and William Gorman. Ironically, James's Staverton Road lodgings were more consistently the site where Raywick participated in daily give and take with black intellectuals than the increasingly African-American city of Detroit, where Facing Reality influenced far more young black activists than it managed to recruit. 31. It was in such regular collective activity that Raywick entered a world of black intellectuals and began to study race and slavery. He got to see how such a collaborative process worked soon after first arriving in London. James and others in Facing Reality were working on completing a programmatic statement on the United States and the Negro question, mostly drafted by Glab Ehrman. The task was made more difficult and urgent when John F. Kennedy's assassination occurred, changing everything, after early drafts of the document had been completed. In the freewheeling discussion of revisions that then proceeded, Raywick and his young wife Diane Lookton participated alongside veterans of the group. He transcribed the discussion in a long, typed summary that perfectly illustrates how Facing Reality wrote collectively and individually, with listening to each other central to the process. The transcript of the discussion also emphasizes the critical role of the writing of history in clarifying political tasks, a position that would soon ease the tensions between academic and agitational work for Raywick. 32. The ideas in this discussion document became the basis for Raywick's seminal 1964 The American Negro Movement article, suggesting how quickly he became a focus of Facing Reality's efforts to understand race and how eagerly he pursued James's query regarding what slaves thought. Near the end of the article, Raywick included a passage that showed he had moved far beyond Elkins's views and presaged where his intellectual life would go. If anyone doubts human vitality and the human ability to withstand persecution and grow, read the personal testimony of hundreds of former slaves gathered in the 10,000 manuscript pages of the slave narrative collection of the Federal Writers Project, in which the American government, in the 1930s, provided funds for interviewing ex-slaves. James was, Raywick held, able to tell what he and others were ready to write. At the foundational moment of Black Power, it was writing on the historical basis of Black resistance and self-organization that he urged from Raywick. 33. At times the collective hammering out of such writing rather defied notions of authorship. With James, the author of the greatest book ever on slavery and revolt, The Black Jacobins, 1938, returning to those subjects in the 1960s, and with Facing Reality comrade William Gorman continuing his important writings on race, there was some question about who wrote what. In Raywick's view, expressed to Paul Burrell who interviewed him in 1984, any questions of plagiarism confused academic standards with those of revolutionary projects hinging on collectivity. Ideas did not have owners. He granted that it looked, in passages of his own writings and those of James in the celebrated essay The Atlantic Slave Trade and Slavery, some interpretations of their significance in the development of the United States and the Western world, published in Amistad in 1970, like somebody was copying off of somebody. But he remembered that Gorman actually put together the final version of the Amistad piece and that everybody drew on ideas it would have been impossible to have without James. 34. Other kinds of productive crosstalk in the group also had consequences. Selma James's feminism, eventually including a leading role in wages for housework campaigns, came to greatly influence Raywick's views on slavery, highlighting the roles of gender, sexuality, and social reproduction. Thus he was among the professional historians most able to appreciate Angela Davis's seminal writing on women and slavery and structured some of his critique, and autocritique, of studies of slave personality types and resistance. In particular, Raywick came to question the reflexive assumption that the male slave, whether Nat Turner or Sambo, should be at the center of debates and narratives. 35. Whether such impulses toward sharing and debates were characteristics of the moment, of facing reality's style, of the left, or of black intellectual production raises interesting questions. Raywick, I think, would in many ways have been more ready than James to argue for an African American, creative style rooted, of course, in history and not in race, based on borrowing, improving, debating, and sharing. Indeed, he made just such an argument, regarding everything from family forms to music, in the last lecture which this article begins by discussing. He would, I think, have appreciated, as a talking back to empire, Walter Rodney's deeply meaningful flourish in the beginning of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 1973, when Rodney turned the academic convention of thanking those who had helped him to write, but acknowledging that personal responsibility for mistakes rested with him, squarely on its head. That, Rodney wrote, is sheer bourgeois subjectivism. Responsibility in matters of these sorts is always collective, especially with regard to remedying the shortcomings. 36. Raywick, in intellectual practice, was privileged not just to be around CLR James but also a collectivity that was both revolutionary and black. Such collective production did not preclude taking off in distinctive directions. By 1969, Raywick had completed a draft of his History of Slavery, answering James's question on the slave's view of slavery by introducing the first 19 volumes of Federal Writers Project Slave Narratives with an elegant slim draft volume that was particularly astute regarding connections to Africa, on the slave family, and on the place of slavery and racism in the history of capitalism. James responded to the draft by writing to Glab Ehrman to inform you officially that this is the best thing I have read on slavery in general and in particular in the United States, predicting that it will make history. James's lavish praise came despite suspicions that the closing chapters were too Freudian, or perhaps Fanonian, or read too much as if they belonged in a second book. Raywick stuck by his controversial closing chapters, and the use of psychoanalytical insights in writing history generally, invoking at times the dissenting Marxist/Freudian work of Wilhelm Reich as key to understanding the workings of the master class in the slave South. 37. Over time and through practice, Raywick deeply changed, entering both black and Western worlds more fully. Hunger for both news of rebellious Detroit and a new view of slavery helped to make Raywick's 1967 speaking tour of Germany and Italy an incredible success. He spoke on C. Wright Mills, on capitalist restructuring in the 1930s, but above all on Black Revolt in Padua, Berlin, Florence, Frankfurt, Milan, and elsewhere. At the height of the Black Power insurgency, he represented Facing Reality's views on African American revolt. He spoke, as Gambino put it, to thousands of students in occupied universities, breaking the spell of a Cold War image, fed by official U.S. propaganda, the image of a U.S. white intelligentsia intimidated into permanent silence. 38. Intellectually, changes to Raywick were profound and multivalent. By the late 60s, steeped in Facing Reality's passionate embrace of dialectics, Raywick would credit Hegelian inspirations as his own. The close attention of the group, and especially of James, to popular film, television, and sport as keys to understanding social relations and desires differed much at first from Raywick's own tastes, but by the 1970s he had softened a little on movies, cherished relationships with St. Louis Cardinal football players who were his neighbors, and even watched television. In 1977 he would review the blockbuster television miniseries Roots for the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, the city's reactionary morning daily. 39. However, such privileges, transformations, and triumphs could hardly solve everything, personally or politically. Within facing reality itself things went far less than well. In the swirling world of 1967 and 1968 in Detroit, Europe, and Southeast Asia, the opportunities for greatly expanded influence by the group seemed palpable. But the few dozen members and supporters were best poised to offer classes and produce publications, especially the increasingly well-mounted and terrific Speak Out, which owed much of its success to Raywick and Lupton. The tensions between the Facing Reality project of being a sounding board for workers' thoughts and actions and providing a revolutionary leadership surfaced perhaps more in such a period of euphoria than in those of seeming stasis. The question of why the group did not get anything out of its intense activities in, and penetrating insights on, Detroit concealed perhaps a deeper question about what it should have wanted to get. Raywick's view, that it too often had little to offer to black militants beyond saying, at bottom, do what you're doing. It's great, identified the problem, but not a solution. At the international level, the meetings and endless transatlantic correspondence in 1967 to produce a manifesto on the world situation titled The Gathering Forces and modeled on the Facing Reality publication of a decade before proved difficult. In the latter case, the use of forms of workers' democracy in the Hungarian Revolution of 1956 framed discussions of factory labor in Detroit aptly, but by 1967 the centers of world revolution were disparate and at times far afield from the factory city where the group was most rooted. 40. All of these political problems granted, the tensions leading to the dissolution of Facing Reality were fundamentally personal in many ways. Raywick, who quit the group a year before its breakup, argued against killing each other while finding political reasons to stay together in a group that could no longer function. He counted the ease with which Clr. James could take up the role of guru as part of the problem, although it must be said that James also resisted such a role impressively at times. Poverty, the coming of old age, and new opportunities to teach in the United States left James making tragic and sometimes contradictory material and psychological demands on the group. Most seriously, although Facing Reality had extremely advanced politics on women's liberation, it could not transcend patriarchy in a single small group, one whose leading members were often married to each other. Marital tensions and splits assumed political forms. Or perhaps, in Selma James's marriage to Clr, these issues were both personal and political, reflecting patterns of work and reward that Selma also analyzed in larger worlds of production and social reproduction. Raywick's own marriage would break up in 1968, leading to his terribly honest line, "I can understand why women find it hard to live with me. I find it hard to live with me," as well as more specific reflections and self-criticisms. When the group did vote to disband, Glab Ehrman recorded Raywick, technically out of Facing Reality, as a yes vote, angering Clr. James because it made the tally against continuing more lopsided. The group by then dwindled to an extent where a single vote seemed to matter. Interestingly, as James mounted arguments for continuing as a group, he focused more and more on the importance of Facing Reality's intellectual production, especially Raywick's work on slavery. 41. Through it all, no set of issues dividing the group was framed in terms of the race of those offering sometimes bitterly contending positions. Perhaps the tragic, pervasive gendered personal divides within the group, along with palpable divides between those on the ground in Detroit and those in London during and after the 1967 rebellions, provided such clear lines of division as to make appeals to race suffer by comparison. But likewise it is possible that long interracial experience within a group noteworthy, at least in London, for its remarkable aggregation of black intellectuals made for a situation in which some of the most searching analyses of white racism and strongest advocacy of black self-activity centrally included fortunate white intellectuals as well. This hardly made Raywick imagine that he had transcended race more broadly. He recalled that when he was expelled from Detroit Core, as the organization moved from being a mostly white group to advocating black power, that he was most pleased with the transformation, right down to his own removal. But other experiences of racial lines hurt more. He wrote, for example, of a desire to share work on slavery with Stuckey as running afoul not only of past political differences but also of the U.S. color line, which at times left him hesitant to approach black scholars. 42. Sick as he was, Raywick stayed in a world of thinking black intellectuals in the 2 decades of his life remaining after he left facing reality. He managed, at least on some level, to cooperate with both CLR James and Selma James. He provided U.S. leadership for the International Academic Campaign for an Inquiry in the wake of Walter Rodney's assassination in Guyana in 1980. 43 Above all, he reached and heard students at University of Missouri at St. Louis and in electric classes of African American women students in East St. Louis. We have audio tapes of scores of his classes thanks to recordings made by an Italian associate, Livio Manfrin. Irene Manfrin, Livio's daughter, has transcribed many of the lectures for her doctoral work in Italy. In them remarkable observations, and great stories, on U.S. history continually gave way to Raywick posing big questions under such wonderful titles as "Don't Wait for the White People" and "It is Difficult to Have a Chance," and then falling silent. Working class students, white and especially African American, disagreed with him and each other. His classic response was that he could certainly understand the conclusion, for example, that change only comes with violence, but wondered if there were also other responses. At a time when so many white scholars cast themselves as victims of the allegedly silencing impact of black power, he worked across color lines, listening when a young auto worker expressed dreams to be his own boss, and then again years later when the same worker described building a radical caucus at Ford's nearby Hazelwood, Missouri plant. In part, long experience working in interracial settings structured such successes. So, too, did a long-standing political agreement with radical black power's impulses, which gave him a voice, and a capacity to refrain from always using it. 44 Finally, in class and out, Raywick's listening was animated by a conviction that workers want a humane society, and therefore a new society, and that black workers' attempts to figure things out, however variously, contradictorily, and imperfectly, have to be one of our starting points. In those important senses, he was a white product of, a beneficiary of, and producer of generations of thinking among black intellectuals. Part 2. Histories, the past and present of race and class. Chapter 4. Removing Indians, managing slaves, and justifying slavery, the case for intersectionality. In the introductory chapter on the planter during slavery that framed his matchless black reconstruction in America, W.E.B. Du Bois made the lies and truths that masters told to each other and to the world about their knowledge of the managing of Africans the key to their wealth, power, and limitations. While planters necessarily insisted on the efficiency of Negro labor for ordinary toil and on its essential equality of physical condition with the labor of Europe, the South's pedantic periodicals screamed that higher intelligence was impossible for Negro labor. Such a stance justified, and bespoke, the managerial authority that masters studiously assumed. Grand claims of racial knowledge born of management experience ramified tragically. What began in the South proved singularly disastrous for modern civilization in science and religion, in art and government. To the watching world, a racism designed to supervise what Du Bois called slave industry seemed to be the carefully thought-out result of experience and reason, even as planters contradictorily obsessed over facing sullen labor determined to do as little work as possible. 1. The pro-slavery Georgia-born historian U.B. Phillips posited the absence of writings by slave masters on managing labor in his epic 1918 study American Negro Slavery. Phillips began a chapter titled Plantation Management. Typical planters, though facile in conversation, seldom resorted to their pens. Few of them put their standards into writing except in the form of instructions to their stewards and overseers. He informed readers that these writings amounted to little more than counsels of perfection, drafted in widely separated periods and localities, and varying much in detail too. In recently attempting to open up the consideration of race and the management of labor in U.S. history, Elizabeth Esch and I found much more than Phillips thought was available. We surveyed a literature on slave management in which masters spoke to themselves and to the world volubly regarding fostering the industry of slaves. The literature is so massive that it leaves no doubt that developing a managerial ideology was a central concern of many planters. In the 69 examined annual volumes of Farmer's Register, Southern Planter, Southern Cultivator, American Cotton Planter, and DeBoe's Review, management of slaves came up for substantial discussion 65 times and management of Negroes 90 times. Point 3 Of course, very often related issues were discussed in less direct language as plantation management was debated. Indeed, these journals ought to be considered the first systematic management publications in the United States. Research in these sources has led to an extended account of how plantation labor was chosen and bossed in the production of staple crops. Point 4 For present purposes, I want to discuss instead two further dimensions of the research, which help to account for Du Bois' observation regarding the centrality of management to the image and the self-image of masters. The first concerns how the management of slaves was embedded in discourses concerning the management of land, so that even as the North and the South gradually parted company on the justifiability of slavery, planters benefited from a broadly shared acceptance of settler colonialism. The claims to know how to manage Negroes better than Africans could manage themselves were part and parcel of claims to be able to manage land better than the removed Indians who had lived on that land. Secondly, the literature on the management of slaves foregrounded the reproduction of slaves, on which claims of great success could be grounded, alongside claims of managing production that were necessarily more modest. Broaching reproduction potentially raised the question of slave breeding, opening masters to abolitionist attacks. But the fact that masters managed to tremendously increase the slave population and its value justified slavery in the view of the planter class as somehow good for Africans and as economically viable as a system. Thus the defense of slavery in the eyes of masters themselves, and from the charges of critics, was deeply intersectional, as black feminist theorists put matters. Point 5 Never simply a matter of claiming excellence in managing slave labor in the fields on class and race lines. The defense of slavery turned as well on the intersectional convergence of slavery, settler colonialism, and women's reproductive labor. Dispossessing Indians, husbanding land, managing Negroes. While holding Africans as slaves informed Southern management as a set of ideas and practices, such management had many broader meanings, some of them intimately linking land use to settler colonial dispossessions of Indians. In 1840, Farmer's Register approvingly reprinted the 1818 edition of Erater, John Taylor of Caroline's series of agricultural essays, as a contribution to discussions of plantation management. Introducing management of Africans after a long analysis of managing fertilizers, Taylor apologized. Perhaps this subject ought to have preceded that of manuring, as it is idle even to think of a good system of agriculture in any point of view, if the labor on which it depends is convulsed by infusions the most inimical to its utility, and if those who direct it are to live in a constant dread of its loss, and a doubt of their own safety. Point 6. Within a few lines, the subject changed to military management, specifically during the Haitian Revolution. Soon Indian corn, cider, and sheep came up as objects whose management interested Taylor and the Register. Weymouth Jordan's study of the antebellum journal American Cotton Planter finds a similar panoply of concerns running through its pages. It crusaded for railroads, manufacturing, direct trade with Europe, diversification of crops, horizontal plowing, crop rotation, use of fertilizers and Negro management. An early correspondent further laid out agricultural reform as planting more corn, potatoes, peas, sowing more wheat, oats, rye, raising more mules, horses, hogs, cattle, and have better milch cows. 7. The subject of managing black labor soon developed into a central concern of the journals with characteristic and fruitful complications. After hundreds of references over previous years referring to management as the efficient care of bees, cows, soil, silkworms, sheep, hay, and other things non-human, Farmer's Register reprinted an article from the Carolina Planter in which Dr. R.W. Gibbies gingerly backed into the subject of the management of slaves as one, too much neglected, but one of infinite magnitude, and pregnant with evil. I mean a proper regard to, and management of, slaves. 8. Such strains in early writings on slave management complicate the claim that antebellum Southerners originated modern management solely through the race management of Africans. Management clearly meant many different things in the proliferation of Southern writings using the term. Through the 1830s, the term was decidedly more likely to apply to managing land and crops than to enslaved labor, and this tendency did not disappear at the height of managerial writings in the 1840s and 1850s. The leading modern collection of Edmund Ruffin's writings aptly carries the title Nature's Management. 9 in describing his own system of management and what he did for slaves. One planter expert wrote of acting on the conviction that man is as much duty-bound to improve and cultivate his fellow men as to cultivate and improve the ground. 10 When management of labor was broached, experts tended to discuss black workers in conjunction with managing and improving land and animals. Within the longer and wider view of U.S. history, such placing of alleged white managerial genius vis-a-vis slaves alongside a general ability to husband and develop nature sets pro-slavery arguments within the context of settler colonialism's dispossession of indigenous people. The antebellum South, and especially the Southwest, was not only the site of slavery but also of brutal dispossession, dislocation, and decimation of Indians. Some of the same political forces later calling for abolition of slavery also vigorously protested the removal of Southern Cherokees, Creeks, and Choctaws to Trans-Mississippi territories in the 1830s. 11. The same ideological imperative to defend Southern slavery applied also to justifying Indian removal. Justifications of dispossession connected expansion to the ability of white settlers to manage nature's gifts, including slaves. In C.C. Clay's 1853 Homage to Alabama in the American Cotton Planter, Frontier, and Plantation merged. Alabama may truly triumph over her compeers as most worthy to bear the banner of agriculture. She is a child in years, but yesterday reclaimed from the Indian, whose footprints are still visible in her virgin forests. How marvelous her past progress! How incalculable her future attainments! And yet, the plenitude of her riches, the magnitude of her power, and the brightness of her glory, are attributable to a single production of her soil, the cotton plant. 12. The Indians, the Southern intellectual George Fitzhugh argued in a pro-slavery tract, were feri naturae as wild as those who met Columbus on the beach. In a riposte to anti-removal forces, he added, the Indian is doomed to extermination, and those who most sympathize with his fate would be the first to shoot him if they lived on the frontier. In a particularly fractured 1853 account, William S. Price wrote, the Indians have had ample opportunity for improvement in the moral government of civilization. The protection of our government is and has been thrown around them, sums of money have been appropriated to their use, without any valuable consideration from them in return. Aid to Indians, Price significantly added, came out of the properly directed labor of the African heathen, but the result of all these efforts is that the Indians are Indians yet, and are likely to continue such. 13. If, as Alexander Saxton has posited, white racism is essentially a theory of history, the offerings of pro-slavery theorists continually found ways to bring African and Indian histories together and to keep them apart. Writers fabricated mega-histories naturalizing and aggrandizing supposed white abilities to manage nature, humans, and human property. Fitzhugh began with the Bible to ground Indian extermination and African slavery. The former group would vanish like the races of Canaan, but Africans might survive since God did not direct his chosen people to exterminate all races, such as were fit for slaves they were ordered to make slaves of. Fitzhugh brought history's long arc to the present. Despite the mawkish sensibility of the age, practical men are pursuing the same course. They slay the Indians hip and thigh, as in the days of Moses and Joshua, and enslave the Negroes. 14. Price connected pro-slavery arguments to supposed white abilities to husband nature and to civilize Africans strikingly. Now if it is the desire and ambition of civilized man to bring the things of the earth to a state of usefulness, he held, how much more is it his duty to bring persons bearing his own physical, and probably mental, image purported to have descended from the same common stock, who are by millions roaming the earth's surface, as wild as beasts of the forest, without any usefulness, a terror to civilized men. 15 Enslaving Africans was on this view the nurturant flip side of the white managerial genius that killed off Indians. Managing reproduction, claiming paternalism and success. Managerial literature frequently regarded the slave as a product as well as a producer. Noteworthy for its innovations enabling subscribers to systematically study individual labor in cotton picking, Affleck's Southern Rural Almanac and Plantation and Garden Calendar for 1854 nonetheless held, as the business of cotton growing is now conducted, a planter's almost sole wealth consists in Negroes. Historians of accountancy credit Thomas Affleck, the almanac's editor, with pioneering depreciation techniques for human property. 16 Affleck insisted that a fine crop consists first in an increase in the number, and a marked improvement in the condition and value of the Negroes. 17 In 1855 the Louisiana overseer S.B. Raby took solace that any deficiencies in the cane crop would be more than compensated for by births that increased our crop of Negroes, exemplifying what the historian of sugar and slavery Richard Follett nicely calls the coldly rational ethos of demographic management. South Carolina's Plowden C.J. Weston emphasized to overseers that they would be judged first by the general well-being of the Negroes, the small amount of punishment, the excess of births over deaths, the small number of persons in hospitals, and the health of children. 18 The Carolina physician W. Fletcher Holmes reasoned that since for up-country planters the principal value of the Negro is his increase, medicine had a particular role to play in the accumulation of wealth. 19 Such concern for slave health, reproduction, and value caused many articles on the management of Negroes to begin with an emphasis on adequate provisioning that imparts a paternalist and even munificent tone. On the one hand, the first obligation was to provide suitable food and clothing. Presupposing hard work and the need for the young to grow strong, expert masters urged the providing of ample meal and meat and sometimes advised readers to provide nutritious, and cheap, vegetables such as cabbage, kale, or mustard for greens, squashes, Irish potatoes and in fall and winter sweet potatoes, turnips, pumpkins, and peas. Others warned that vegetables ought not be the excuse for stinting on other dietary staples. The importance of a good breakfast, in order to have the slave remain diligently at work, struck a distinctly modern note. James Towns told Southern cultivator readers that the management of Negroes had to be done with an eye to their health, their comfort, and their happiness in the master's interest. 20 Often masters cast the tensions that led to high turnover among overseers in terms of the supposed inability of the latter group to take seriously the need to cultivate a crop of Negroes as well as the crops in the ground. Overseers are not interested in raising children, or meat, or in improving land, ran a much echoed lament in the American cotton planter. Despite the fact that overseers' pay did not typically include a share of the agricultural commodities produced, they continued to be accused of one-sidedly focusing on maximizing such production. An Alabama report on the management of slaves complained of overseers, as they have no property in our slaves, they lack the check of self-interest. Advice literature, overwhelmingly written by masters, provided constant reminders to overseers not to punish Negroes in anger or with passion, risking lasting damage to the master's property. The American cotton planters' discussion of the duties of overseers, for example, stressed, never display yourself before slaves in a passion, and even if inflicting the severest punishment, do so in a mild, cool manner, using the whip slowly and deliberately. Indeed, so persistent were these tropes and so slight was the material basis for overseers to behave in such counterproductive ways, that it seems possible that hired managers picked up on the fact that planters themselves, whatever their protestations, would fire overseers more quickly when the crop suffered than when the slaves did, and perhaps projected their own lack of control in inflicting punishment onto those below. 21 Paternalist management insisted on connecting slaves and animals. In an 1855 contribution to DeBow's Review on the Management of Slaves, John A. Calhoun argued that if it is a matter which pertains to the interest of northern agricultural societies to attend well to the improvement of their lands, and the improvement and comfort of their stock, how much more important it is for us to turn our attention to the best means of governing our slaves. 22 Even as the master manager's self-interested paternalism had a distinctly modern and therapeutic tone, it consistently and logically cohabited with the most pernicious aspects of pro-slavery ideology and practice. The soft discourse of concern, sincerely delivered if shallowly rooted, could blunt abolitionist critiques. However, concern with improving the value of the Negro connected as well to the harshest incarnations of white supremacy, grounded in comparisons of slaves to livestock, with both made to be raised, improved, and bred. Care by the master was necessary, that exemplar of planter paternalism. George Fitzhugh wrote, because not a single Negro was ever reclaimed from his savage state till he was caught, tied, tamed, and domesticated like the wild ox or the wild horse. 23. The planter J.W. Pitts strikingly put a softer paternalism and the animality of Africans side by side. The surest and best method of managing Negroes, he held, is to love them. His reasoning continued, we know, from 1,000 experiments, that if we love our horse, he will become gentle, docile, and obedient. The same effect worked the same magic upon sheep, cattle, dogs, the lion, the elephant, bird and, improbably enough, fish. It should, Pitts reasoned, also work with servants. Towns described the payoff of his managerial liberality as follows: a Negro shows when he is well fed as readily as a horse, and mine look slick and greasy, and they work lively and are cheerful and happy. 24 The traveller and writer Frederick Law Olmsted learned of the practice under which a planter sent rascally slaves away from home and loved ones for the alleviation of their complaint. One would, he was told, similarly get rid of a horse seen as troublesome. Such brutality comported well with paternalism's use of sail, rather than the whip, as its moment of force to secure obedience. When managers talked and wrote about Negroes and hogs together, they did not abandon paternalism. 25. Of course, making paternalism work was not the only point of such animalizing comparisons. Thus the Southern cultivator praised the new owner of a failing plantation for one day shooting many sickly livestock in order to demonstrate his ruthlessness to workers, while promising to kill 150 underperforming slaves the next day. The master then staged a contrived consultation with an overseer who persuaded him to spare the slaves, agreeing to let them live for an 18-month probationary period, a strategy that allegedly produced great improvements in productivity. But even this drama was not seen by the author of the account as incompatible with informed, modern paternalist management. He assured readers that such a feigned stay of execution designed to produce a new spirit of industry among the slaves did not constitute effective brutality, since it rested on managerial knowledge that the Creator seems to have planted in the Negro an innate principle of protection against the abuse of arbitrary power. 26. Paternalist management intersected most tragically with the animalizing of slaves in the realm of reproduction. The American cotton planter featured an ad appealing to the desire of masters for the slave woman who could breed like a cat. Although advertisements for slave sales frequently referred to reproduction, propriety, and politics, kept direct consideration of methods of breeding largely out of public discourse. What was broadcast, as historian U.B. Phillips unapologetically chronicled, was that masters particularly extended their paternalistic care of Negroes to breeding wenches. Accounts glorying in the adaptability of Guinea's inhabitants for labor in the slave states specifically referred to reproductive labor as well as to agricultural production. African women as a group were said to be naturally fit for both roles. 27. Attempts to balance reproductive and agricultural labor illustrated how partial, cruel, and sanctimonious paternalism was bound to be. The memories of ex-slaves featured atrocities against pregnant women and mothers of newly born children. Planters only sometimes granted such women a short respite from field labor, allowed them to work in more nearby parts of the fields, avoided their exposure to low damp tide lands, or placed them together with other women in a special sucklers' gang. If, as Follett argues, slave women faced a master class who attempted to manipulate their sexual lives to optimize reproduction, such manipulation was often wrapped up with both paternalism and terror. Pregnancy could best be encouraged and coerced, since promiscuity and infecundity were seen as connected. through the policing of slave women's sex lives and their reproduction. The rules on P.C. Weston's rice estate in 1856, for example, granted all of every Saturday off for any slave woman with 6 children alive at any one time. 28. Masters acted with sound, if awful, managerial logic. Abraham Lincoln told an 1860 audience that the value of U.S. slaves was $2 billion. He may have underestimated by $1 billion or more, in a year when the value of the cotton crop was just over $200 million. Indeed, from 1810 forward, women's reproductive labor probably produced more value than was realized through production, though the value of slaves of course ultimately depended on profitable production. 29. The increase continually increased, making what the legal scholar Adrian Davis has called the sexual economy of American slavery seem to be the greatest success story in plantation management until emancipation happily undermined the story and the wealth of planters. 30. For a long time, the master class managed to convince itself and enough northern allies that its modern, market-driven paternalism made it not so different and deadly a system that its representatives ought not lead the nation politically. Belief in white settler colonialism's role in maximizing the profits drawn from husbanded land was shared North and South, giving defense of slavery plausibility and purpose. Indeed, the two advantages of the slave South, wealth bred of slave reproduction and the shared national practice of Indian removal, arguably worked too well. The tremendous natural increase of the slave population made the slave South a threat to preempt so much free, that is, Indian, land in the West that coalitions of settlers North and South collapsed under strain. Neither the argument for the beneficent implications of the natural increase in slave property nor that for the prepossessing ability of plantation agriculture to improve the land could sustain planter appeals for settler unity with northern farmers and industrialists wanting to husband the same resources. Chapter 5. One symptom of originality, race and the management of labor in U.S. history. Co-authored with Elizabeth Esch. An industrial army of workmen, under the command of a capitalist, requires, like a real army, officers, managers, and sergeants, foremen, overlookers, who, while the work is being done, command in the name of the capitalist. The work of supervision becomes their established and exclusive function. Karl Marx. John R. Commons, the staid liberal reformer who founded academic labor history in the United States, and Ernest Reeb, the funny, fighting cartoonist of the industrial workers of the world, IWW, doubtless had very little in common politically. Commons supported American Federation of Labor-style unionism, worrying when its limited social goals strayed beyond collective bargaining. Reeb offered IWW publications the adventures of Mr. Block, the clueless, conformist anti-hero whose misadventures showed just how much misplaced faith in the beneficence of capitalists, politicians, and police that workers would have to shed to make a revolution. And yet Reeb and Commons shared an understanding of the relationship between race and the management of labor, one that seemed crystal clear to them as early 20th century observers of American workplaces, but that is quite lost to historians today. In 1907, Commons's Races and Immigrants in America argued, well after Frederick Winslow Taylor had marketed scientific management, that U.S. management had shown just one symptom of originality, namely playing one race against the other. 6 years later, Louisiana lumberjacks struggling for a union would laugh bitterly over a Mr. Block comic wonderfully named He Meets Others. Figure 1. Ernest Reeb, Mr. Block, He Meets Others from Reeb's 24 cartoons of Mr. Block, Minneapolis, Block Supply Company, 1913. In the strip, a well-dressed manager circulates from one racialized group of workers to another: Anglo-Saxon, Irish, German, Italian, Chinese, Polish, and black. Drawn to resemble Mr. Block, these various others are played against one another by the manager, threatening and cajoling them to greater competition and productivity through appeals to masculinity, to fear, and to racial and national divisions. By the last frame, the manager is reclining peacefully, having succeeded in getting the various workers to work frantically while swapping racial slurs. 1. Managers, so central to the racial functioning of the workplace in the narratives offered by Commons and Reeb, scarcely appear in accounts of the history of white supremacy and class in U.S. history. Managers, we argue, were never outside of the U.S. racial system. Further, the degree to which management understood itself as possessing scientific knowledge links it to, rather than distinguishes it from, the organization of work under slavery. For us, the separation of slavery from the mainstream of both labor and economic history leads to impoverished accounts that suppose there was no sustained literature on the management of labor until the 1880s. Yet the outpouring of studies on managing slaves, and even on managing slaves scientifically in the antebellum years, reveals how deeply entwined racial and managerial knowledge had already become. However unexplored, links between race and management are profound. Commons's striking connection of the cutting edge of management with the bloody history of race contrasts sharply with the bloodless efficiency of stopwatches and assembly lines that dominate our thinking, and that often focused the hopes of progressive reformers like Commons himself. Point 2. Labor historians have participated in the failure to see the ways race shaped the managerial personality, which functioned in the workplace as the daily representative of capital. In perhaps the two most influential studies of the innovations and peculiarities of U.S. management by Marxists, race is either little present, as in the case of Harry Braverman's important work, or transcended by capital, as in that of Antonio Gramsci. The provocative and neglected sections on management in C.L.R. James's American Civilization are silent regarding race. The most searching critique building on Marxism, but seeking to transcend the tendency of Marxist scholars to divorce labor from the specific bodies and histories of those performing it, remains the opening chapter of Low's Immigrant Acts. Low shows the stakes involved in a theoretical challenge to abstractions practiced in the name of materialism and even at times of interracialism. She powerfully demonstrates why Marxism is indispensable, and why too much of Marxist scholarship is slow to apprehend the specific history of the United States where race, capital, and class are concerned. Point 3. Low argues that Marxism has too often stopped at allowing for race-making processes like the slave trade and the seizing of native lands only in an early period of primitive accumulation, though race-making continued to matter greatly in the history of capitalism. She insists that in the world's most developed capitalist nation the connection of race and exploitation persisted and ramified, driving the accumulation of capital and shaping subsequent strategies of rule. In the history of the United States, Low writes, capital has maximized its profits not through rendering labor abstract but precisely through the social productions of difference, marked by race, nation, geographical origins, and gender. For it will not do, of course, to simply turn things over and make management all about race. But Commons was right that race hovered over and permeated the processes through which U.S. labor was chosen and bossed. Race management came into being far before scientific management, and the two for a time coexisted as complementary rather than alternative strategies to extract production and profit. The Canadian economist Michael Lebowitz and the Bengali historian Dipesh Chakrabarty have produced especially important, and uncannily similar, work underscoring Low's argument. Both find enough missing, or underdeveloped in Marx that they respectfully propose additions. Chakrabarty's 2000 essay Universalism and the Logic of Capital provides a long, meandering, and thrilling jaunt through not only Marx's use of the term abstract labor but also through how Marx understood labor in the transition to capitalism and the process of abstraction historically. The emphasis in Marx was clearly not just on capital's role in getting past national barriers and prejudices, without being able to really overcome them. Instead it was more broadly on removing the local, the individual, and above all the useful character of labor thoroughly enough that the capitalist could idealize purchasing labor not of a person, or even as an object, but as activity, as the living source of value reduced to abstraction. As against capital, Marx concluded, labor is the merely abstract form, the mere possibility of value-positing activity, which exists only as a capacity, as a resource in the bodiliness of the worker. This life process of capital realizes itself in constantly overcoming labor's resistance, but never finally doing so, as it needs the confrontation with such resistance to expand its ability to imagine abstraction and to extract the most value from this capacity. Point 5. In this move, or reminder of Marx's move, Chakrabarty opens the possibility of seeing the perpetually and necessarily incomplete universality engendered by capital as part of the system's very logic. Chakrabarty asks us to think of Marx as seeing the worker arriving at a factory gate with a history one consciousness, a sense of the past that is internal to the structure of being of capital. The very presence of the worker at the morning whistle represents a historical separation between his/her capacity to labor and the necessary tools of production, and shows that he or she embodies a history that has realized this logical precondition of capital. Marx insists on this history one reality and foregrounds it. Chakrabarty holds, in a way necessary to see abstract labor as a universal. History 1 constitutes no dreamland for capital, no terrain for simply maximizing profit. It unfolds in the context of acceptance of a normal workday, 8 hours in Chakrabarty's example, with conditions set by the existing contract of law, the wage contract. Abstraction, not optimal exploitation, makes History 1's logic internal to capital. Marx meanwhile leaves underdeveloped what Chakrabarty calls the History 2 consciousness also carried to work by the worker. As Chakrabarty puts it in continuing to describe the laborer approaching the factory, my fictional person also embodies other kinds of pasts. These History 2 pasts do not belong to the life process of capital. They enable the human bearer of labor power to enact other ways of being in the world, other than, that is, being the bearer of labor power. Everything from bodily habits to unself-conscious collective practices goes into making History 2.6. This supplementing of Marx allows us to see how a little Mexico arises amid the universal labor of globalized Beardstown. But it perhaps stops short of helping us in asking why capital there wants both cheap labor and heterogeneous, variously vulnerable labor. The rethinking stops short of placing racial and national division within as well as outside of the History 1 logic of capital. Lebowitz goes considerably further towards thinking about such a possibility. Though working much more avowedly from within a Marxist political tradition than Chakrabarty, Lebowitz finds in Marx a gap not only underdeveloped but missing entirely from the central sections of Capital. In lecturing in 2005 on his receipt of the prestigious Isaac and Tamara Deutscher Memorial Prize for Marxist Scholarship, he argued that what is missing in Marx's most celebrated accounts of capital's relation to labor is another unnamed variable, which he termed the X factor. Lebowitz insisted on locating X as part of the essence of capital, indeed, an essential aspect of the logic of capital, and defined X as the tendency to divide workers. Lebowitz allowed that X was something Marx recognized well, for example in discussions of antagonisms between Irish and English workers. Indeed, Marx elevated those antagonisms to being the secret, by which the capitalist class maintains its power, adding, that capitalist class is fully aware of it. But Lebowitz was firm and frank in holding that divisions among the working class, specifically racism and sexism, do not appear as part of the essence of capital in Marx's Capital. He then learnedly explained why. Capital's tendencies towards the centralizing, uniting, and organizing of the working class exist on this view in tension with the importance to capital of dividing workers. So much is this the case that even as capital seeks productivity, which Lebowitz calls Q, it includes the X factor in its calculus. What matters, he concluded, is not productivity but the relationship between productivity and the degree of separation, Q/X. Thus where working-class universalism is concerned, capital encourages the development of the collective worker in itself, but has no interest in the emergence of the collective worker for itself, but rather the opposite. 7. Lebowitz's X factor takes us so far down the road to penetrating the dramas of Mr. Bloch's He Meets Others comic that the caveat, or perhaps addition, we enter must seem small. In casting attacks by capital on workers' unity as driven by the imperative to maximize relative surplus value, not productivity per se, his analysis lingers on the possibility that capital's drive for surplus value can lead to specific alterations in the mode of production that lower productivity as long as they divide workers. 8. Such a possibility certainly exists. The introduction of a new group, or race, of workers into the Louisiana piney woods historically might lead to hate. Strikes against their arrival, or fights, or quitting by other groups. However, this way of posing matters without considering also the possibility that in some jobs the daily grinding out of productivity is not only consonant with, but also dependent on, playing races against each other, potentially consigns racism too narrowly to the long-term strategies of capital in defensively forestalling resistance and not enough to short-term efforts to quicken the pace of work. If anything, Commons's formulation underplays the broad connections between racial knowledge and management in two ways. While racial competition functioned as one important moment and motive in linking management and race, the idea of a hierarchically understood process of racial development undergirded slavery, settler expansion, and industrial capitalist growth, making the ability to manage other races a distinctly white contribution to civilization. 9 This article offers modest suggestions for how the project of considering such a large and understudied topic might be undertaken. We begin with the relationships of settler colonialism and especially slavery to the management of work. A second section details the ways late 19th and early 20th century imperialism sent into the world not only capital and soldiers, but also American mining engineers and other managers whose claims to expertise turned on their supposed knowledge of race and racial development and their experience with exploiting racial divisions among workers. Finally, we return to Commons, considering how race management and scientific management coexisted well into the 20th century domestically, with the most enlightened managers countenancing and furthering the playing of races against each other. Settlement, slavery, and the white managerial impulse. In connecting management and race, Commons bespoke long-standing, even foundational, American traditions. As members of both a white settler and a slave-holding society, Americans developed a sense of themselves as white by casting their race as uniquely fit to manage land and labor and by judging how other races might come and go in the service of that project. Dispossession of Indians, and the changes in the land that it entailed and celebrated, found much justification in the supposed inability of indigenous people to husband, or manage, the resources at their command. 10 Early American management decisions centered on what sort, and quickly on what race, of coerced labor was most economical, skilled, durable, efficient, and tractable. After a period in which Indian slavery seemed a possibility, the last century of the colonial period featured cycles of favoring white indentured servants or African slaves. Management by ethnicity led slave traders and owners to attempt to discern in Africans putative propensities to survive and to resist, making such matters measurable and marketable according to the tribe of those imported. Similarly, in the fur trade, judging the abilities and fostering the willingness of specific Indian tribes and individuals to organize and defend the gathering and transport of vast quantities of furs, defined management. 11. It was clearly in the 19th century when race management became formalized into the thoroughly modern practices and discourses that Commons had in mind. The factory and plantation coexisted as the most spectacular sites for management of labor in the Americas, with, if anything, the latter providing models for the former. As Robin Blackburn has written, by gathering the workers under one roof, and subordinating them to one discipline, the new industrial employers were, adapting the plantation model. 12 The words overseer, naming the manager surveilling and speeding up the labor of slaves, and supervisor, naming the manager performing just the same roles in industry, have the same literal meaning. Similarly, the word factories had named the West African staging areas gathering laboring bodies for the slave trade, and then for the production of cotton, making possible the textile factories of England and of New England. 13. Antebellum U.S. politics, as well as economics, turned on the relative merits of free versus slave labor. Such discussions easily devolved into considerations of the abilities of African American labor, in the fields and especially in manufacturing, as against those of white labor or of the Irish race. Far from simply arraying the industrial North versus the agrarian South, the ideological conflicts over these matters saw capitalists in the two regions study and debate not only the relative merits of slavery and free labor, but also the productivity of black versus white workers. In the 1850s, 20% of all manufacturing capital was invested in the South, and the slaveholders most inclined toward pro-slavery Southern nationalism often led the highly theorized and quantified charge for more such investments. A Lowell weaver imported to oversee production in a Carolina mill, for example, reported that there is full as much work done by the blacks, who also were supposedly much more attentive to the looms than northern white workers. When white skilled workers protested to the federal government over their replacement by slaves in the Norfolk dry dock in 1830, management's response showed how thoroughly difference could be quantified and how easily distinctions between slave and free slipped to become those between black and white. Stones hammered by white men cost precisely $4.05 more than those hammered by blacks in one sample. Ironmasters calculated and reached similar conclusions, despite worries that slaves perhaps wasted more pig iron and charcoal in the production process. Even as the Civil War raged, the Richmond Examiner found time for disquisitions on race management, broaching the possibility that the South could rectify its mistake in employing black labor too overwhelmingly in agriculture. It argued that a refurbished system of bondage based on an elaborate subdivision of labor could respond to both the advanced intelligence and the thievish propensities of slaves, and therefore constituted the key to the management of the race. 14. Calculations leading to the replacement of free black workers in service and seaports in the North by desperately poor Irish immigrants hinged on the extent that such desperation made the Irish willing to underbid African Americans in terms of wages. But the transition from one group to the other, and the threat that other reversals could occur, also featured broad discussions of whether the African or the Irish race was more tractable and efficient. When, for example, the wealthy New York City hater of Irish Americans George Templeton Strong maintained that the Irish had prehensile paws, not hands, his judgment came in the context of extracting labor from immigrant workers at his home and quickly led to comparisons. Southern Cuffy seems of a higher social grade than Northern Paddy. 15. The antebellum replacement of white American-born helps in domestic labor with servants of the Irish race likewise involved scrutiny and comparison. As did the turn from native-born to Irish women in northern textile mills. 16. The potential for the so-called development of Africans as workers and as a race was a central preoccupation of slaveholders, as a voluminous managerial literature made clear. In the major journals, published work at least as frequently focused on the management of negros as on the management of slaves. When the title referred to slaves, the practical issues like housing rations, supervision, discipline, and diet bulked larger. When the subject was proclaimed to be managing negros, broad pronouncements on racial difference more consistently appeared as part of the calculus of how to run an efficient, productive plantation or farm. But the differences were far from absolute, as business knowledge and racial knowledge were thoroughly mixed, and the major plantation management journals often took the makeup of Africans into account. At its most bizarre extreme, Masters imagined a serendipitous innate characteristic of Africans that utterly deflected abolitionist charges regarding mistreatment of slaves. They were a people, so this theory argued, whose ethnical element, like the mule, restricts the limits of arbitrary power over them. White owners both abused enslaved people and discoursed on not resorting to hard treatment of the slave because they professed to know that abuse only tends to make him unmanageable. 17. The assumption that a race, as well as a group of individuals, was being managed sometimes shaped the very ways that productivity was organized and measured among slaves. A lively recent debate among historians of accountancy presses this set of issues usefully. Richard Fleischman and Thomas Tyson argue that racism at times contributed to the decision of plantation managers to eschew compiling individual production data, concentrating instead on gangs, in a discussion focusing on Hawaiian sugar production as well as in antebellum Louisiana. The crude distinction between full hands and half hands by Louisiana masters suggests some attempt to balance individual and group productivity, though in parts of the South the ideal was to manage individual slaves in a quantifiable system of tasks. In any case, the formation of workers into a gang that, as many planter managers boasted, could be driven, was explicitly seen in racial terms. You could never depend on white men, the refrain went, and you couldn't drive them any, they wouldn't stand it. 18. Walter Johnson has shown that race management reached even into the understanding of the value of so-called mixed-race slaves. Lighter-skinned women, for reasons situated at the intersection of European standards of beauty and the practice of sexual exploitation by masters, were more highly priced than darker-skinned African women. But among slaves who were men, a light skin generally decreased value as managerial common sense dictated that mixed-race slaves could withstand hot and back-breaking labor in sugar production less well, and that they were more likely to be unmanageable workers prone to running away. 19. The most celebrated scientific pro-slavery thought to emerge from the Deep South came squarely out of the imperatives of management and for the justification of the system in the face of abolitionist attacks. On the latter score, the idea that Southern masters knew, and therefore could develop, the Negro, loomed large. In describing his own system of management and what he did for slaves, one planter expert wrote of acting on the conviction that man is as much duty-bound to improve and cultivate his fellow men as he is to cultivate and improve the ground. Paternalism and Christianity figured in his arguments, but so, too, did claims to a managerial knowledge serving racial development. Since race management in the antebellum plantation South was often about this promise of racial development, it meshed perfectly with the reality that planters profited from growth in the value of their slaves, not just in the value of crops. Managing in ways designed to produce unscarred slaves developed these enslaved people both as the assets of owners and as a race of Africans. The claim of a superior knowledge of Africans necessary for plantation management and race development based itself on the mastering of slaves in production. 20. The practice of race management linked race and work early and powerfully. By the 1830s the kinds of danger, filth, overwork, and subservience that could be particularly demanded of African American workers, free and slave, had spawned a linguistic Americanism, with nigger work enduringly entering the language. Similarly, to work hard came to be termed niggering it alongside usages like slave like a nigger. Still others derided whites working in cotton and sugar cultivation as those who make negros of themselves. Specific jobs were connected to the race management practices directed against the vulnerable workers doing them. When poor, often immigrant, whites so needed those jobs that they displaced or joined black workers in doing them, they heard the terms white nigger or increasingly Irish nigger. Occupational dangers were also managed around race and slave status, though in contradictory ways. Frederick Law Olmsted famously recorded an instance in which Irish workers were preferred on a very dangerous draining job even though the Virginia planter employing them thought a negro could do twice as much work, in a day, as an Irishman. The planter reasoned that an Irish worker's death, unlike a slave's, did not cost capital. However, Illinois excluded the Shawneetown salt mines from its ban on slavery because slave miners were seen as more racially suited for the perilous work in them. Race management was deadly business for those exploited by it. 21. The physician, slaveholder, and University of Louisiana professor Dr. Samuel Cartwright famously identified two major African pathologies while writing in the Southern Regional, Agricultural, and Management Journal de Beau's Review in 1851. The first condition, the disease causing Negroes to run away, was termed drapetomania by Cartwright, who called the second dysesthesia ethiopica, an illness whose diagnostic was an inefficient, seemingly half-asleep performance on the job. These symptoms and their cures preventively, whipping the devil out of potential drapetomaniacs, and avoiding any possibility of Negro liberty to avoid dysesthesia make it impossible for us to take Cartwright's science seriously, but antebellum experts suffered few such qualms. His seemingly bizarre combination of emphases on the status of the conditions he invented as individual maladies, if socially produced, and as parts of a complex of inherited racial inferiorities, capture a pattern running through race management. At bottom, the enterprise hinged on both a firm sense of biologically determined white supremacy and on the malleability that made managing possible, and in Cartwright's view, necessary. He argued, from the Bible and from science, that Africans literally possessed an inherited racial instinct, housed in the feet and knees, to genuflect before whites. Without productive management the loss of this instinct produced disease and disaster. Also innate was a love to act as body servant or lackey, a tendency to glory in a close, hot atmosphere, an ethnical proclivity to desire being punished by whips rather than other devices, and an ethnological peculiarity ensuring that any deserved punishment, inflicted with a switch, cowhide, or whip, puts them into a good humor. Cartwright slid from seeing the conditions he described as curable, preventable diseases afflicting only a minority of slaves to suggesting a more constitutional and obdurate problem by terming the maladies peculiarities of the Negro. Cartwright made management the cure for Negro peculiarities. He insisted that the seat of Negro consumption is not in the lungs, stomach, liver, or any organ of the body, but in the mind, and its cause is generally mismanagement or bad government on the part of the master. 22. Cartwright specified two distinct ways in which his supposed knowledge was a race manager's wisdom. He first chided Northern scientists for being blind to matters so clear to masters and overseers who were in daily contact with slaves, claiming that free blacks in the North displayed dysesthesic symptoms almost universally, but that their supposedly masterless status made both diagnosis and cure impossible outside the South. However, he then confined real knowledge to the slave-holding class, underlining the conclusion of some advice literature on slave management by insisting that the master's racial knowledge excelled that of overseers. The latter, he complained, wrongly dismissed slave misbehavior as rascality rather than scientifically seeing it as disease and inferiority. 23. Such claims, as W.E.B. Du Bois long ago observed, had far-reaching impact on the development of white supremacist thought far beyond the South. To the watching world, a racism designed to manage what Du Bois called slave industry seemed the carefully thought-out result of experience and reason. Indeed, in other, and even more unlikely, areas as well, the seminal, if controversial, intellectual work of Professor Cartwright grew out of race management. His tortured foray into theology in order to develop the minority pro-slavery racist position that Africans were a pre-Adamic separate race who profited by enslavement under superior Caucasians. Cartwright read plantation management back into the Bible's earliest pages, hinging a circuitous argument on the retranslation of words that had made Ham the father of Cush and others as making him a head man, manager, or overseer of the Nakash Negro race. Thus, only those mastering and managing slaves could fully appreciate the ethnology and theology of the early Old Testament. Here Cartwright showed more respect for the wisdom of overseers. As Cartwright wrote in 1860, the Bible tells us certain facts about Negroes which none but the best informed planters and overseers know at the present day. As one agitated Southern critic of Cartwright put it in 1862, how the theological world will be startled when they discover that what they looked on as important genealogical tables, turn out to be merely lists of Negro slaves. Similarly, Cartwright premised his scholarship in ethnology, squarely on the need managers of slaves had for racial knowledge. Those lacking such ethnological knowledge, he maintained, have great trouble in managing Negroes. He continued, if their ethnology were better understood, their value would be greatly increased. 24. Cartwright's work is widely cited as foundational in scientific racism, though its place as a central text in the history of American management is seldom essayed. Indeed, his simple treatment for the slow-working hebitude accompanying dysesthesia Ethiopica was to make slaves work harder, therefore sending more oxygen to their brains. Management compelled Africans to work, to inhale vital air, and to be transformed from the bipedom nequissimus or errant rascal that he was supposed to be to a healthy good Negro that can handle hoe or plow. Thus transformed and driven, the slave could produce effectively, accomplishing about a third less than what the white man voluntarily imposes on himself and not rebelling as whites naturally would. Such an oxygenating prescription, and pseudo-quantified science of work captured much of the sense, nonsense, and circularity of race managements to come. Meanwhile, as Matthew Pratt Guterl writes, when reflecting on the supposed failure of emancipation in the West Indies, the pro-slavery consensus was 3 freedmen equal 1 slave. The calculus of oppression and of race development could be quantified. 25. Transnationalizing race management. From confidence men to mining engineers. For all of the attention of antebellum political economists and slave drivers to race and productivity, Herman Melville's novel The Confidence Man remains the best source on the far-flung sources and implications of pre-Civil War race management. The ship on which the story is set crosses the confluence with the Ohio River as it proceeds down the Mississippi, leaving behind a stretch in which the water divides free and slave states. It enters as the nation seemed about to do itself in 1857 when the pro-slavery Dred Scott decision and the novel both appeared a place where all territory is slave territory. As the change occurs, at the novel's very center and after a playful and masterful section touching on race and mining, characters debate not only abolition and bondage but labor generally. A contractor of unfree labor parading as a sentimental reformer, critics have generally taken him to be the shifty title character in disguise, offers to provide a good boy to a misanthrope soured on believing that any young worker would ever be able to satisfy his need for steady and honest help and, it is hinted, his desires for considerably more. In answer to the self-interested reformer's pieties regarding the essential goodness of all boys, the misanthrope lists a racialized litany of the young workers he has tried. I speak from 15 years' experience, 5 and 30 boys, American, Irish, English, German, African, mulatto, not to speak of that China boy sent me by one who well knew my perplexities, from California, and that Lascar boy from Bombay. Thug. I found him sucking the embryo life from my spring eggs. All rascals, sir, every soul of them, Caucasian or Mongol. 26. The multiplicity of types suggests the ways that a world labor market enlivened debates on race management, during a decade when calls to reopen the African slave became insistent and when the coolie trade from Asia to the Caribbean and elsewhere, already framed, as Moon Ho-young demonstrates, discussions of slavery and labor and the ways workers might be pitted against each other in the United States. By Reconstruction, pro-coolie planters and supporters, betraying what Jung calls an unyielding fascination with race, saw importation of Chinese labor as a way to break Sambo from the sense that he was master of the southern situation. One newspaper editorialized that most planters sought Chinese labor because they believed it to be more easily managed, and do better work, although much slower. The writer praised racial competition as much as the virtues of any race, promising that entry of 100,000 Chinese workers would make the Negro a much more reliable laborer. Former slave trader and slave master, and literally murderous Confederate general, Nathan Bedford Forrest became an entrepreneur in new arenas and a railway manager after the war, as well as the leader of the terrorist Ku Klux Klan. He alternated between proclaiming African labor the world's best, and therefore seeking new importations of African guest workers, and encouraging schemes to import Chinese labor, in both cases to compete with existing local labor supplies. 27. Race management also opened the West, with the historic 1860s construction of the Transcontinental Railroad frankly structured as a competition, sometimes spilling over into violence, of Irish versus Chinese gangs on unspeakably dangerous jobs. The relatively cheap labor, and vulnerability, of the former group influenced even how the road was engineered, with inexpensive, imperiled labor substituting for wooden support structures. As with racialized gang labor elsewhere, the whole gang was paid, with management in one instance declaring that because Chinese were indistinguishable from each other, individual wage payments would have opened possibilities of the same worker drawing double pay. 28. Indeed, while most such discourse was seemingly domestically produced, tied to North/South sectional conflict rooted in slavery, Melville rightly insisted on a context of trade and empire in framing all discussion of race and management. His section on labor in The Confidence Man lies in the shadow of that on the metaphysics of Indian hating, for example. In the G's, he offers a short, enigmatic, and rollicking sketch of how whites, and particularly white managers of maritime work, claimed racial knowledge of the Afro-Portuguese from the island Fogo. Melville locates the production of the racial knowledge that he ridicules within an Atlantic system of trade, folklore, and, above all, management. As Carolyn Karcher shows, the broader target of Melville's merciless satire is U.S. ethnological writing on race, particularly that of Cartwright. Melville's over-the-top account undermines all claims of expert knowledge to scientific and managerial rigor, perfectly capturing its offhandedness, circularity, and selfishness without losing sight of its import. Ethnology regularly collapses in Melville's sketch into a ridiculous managerial how-to, advising captains on methods to capture the beam of evil in eyes of experienced G sailors attempting to pose as innocent and tractable green Gs in order to be hired. The most important judgments regarding Gs hinge on which ones to hire. Such decisions are best left to G jockeys, men well versed in Gs, that is, management experts who then turn out to know nothing either. 29. Nonetheless, the claim to have such knowledge, as Melville spelled out again in his even more bitter Benito Serrano, enabled U.S. race managers to proceed across the continent and in the wider world. In that novella, the sea captain spouting elaborate U.S. pretenses to racial knowledge manages to fully miss seeing the occurrence of a slave revolt. Well before the Philippine War, a striking number of former slave-owning or slave-trading Southerners found work and wealth by claiming expertise in the capture and management of Pacific Island forced laborers being brought into Fiji and Queensland. 30 Race was ultimately central to both industrial management at home and to imperial capitalist expansion. After the Treaty of Guadalupe, Hidalgo added much of Mexico to the United States. One U.S. editor summed up what Ron Takaki has called the metaphysics of Mexican hating as the triumph of the managerial. The nation that makes no outward progress, that wastes its treasures wantonly, that cherishes not its resources, such a nation will burn out and become the prey of the more adventurous enemy. 31. The old argument that the English-speaking race embodied wise management continued to add its part to empire building. In 1896, Andrew Carnegie, commenting on British actions in Venezuela, would write of the dubious ways that indigenous land had been seized, but conclude that nonetheless upon the whole the management of the land acquired by our race has been for the higher interests of humanity. Indeed, civilization made the acquisition of the land necessary. It was well that the Maori should fade away, and give way to the intelligent, industrious citizen, a member of our race. 32. In large measure the cohabitation of race management and management science matured among U.S. managers outside the country before it became so highly noticed at home. Arguably, the greatest U.S. export in the quarter century after 1890 was the mining engineer, and with him U.S. capital goods. Technically well trained, such engineers replaced European experts in Asian, Mexican, South American, Australian, and African mines in significant measure because they could so loudly proclaim a knowledge gained at the intersection of race and management. Such engineers often gained experience in Western U.S. mines, where decisions regarding which races, the term then marked differences of European nationality as well as broad color divisions, could live in the white man's camp were central to all management. In Columbia University's ambitious 1950s project interviewing mining engineers with far-flung careers, Ira Joralemon was one interviewee who learned race and gender management in the Southwest, and took it into wider worlds. In Arizona's Ajo mine, he recalled, a lot of Papago Indians did the dangerous and hard work of sinking the pit. Quickly Swedes from Minnesota, typed as Jack Pine savages when they mined in proximity to Indians in that state, joined the ranks of the mine's drill men. The Swedes, according to Joralemon's useful to management observations, were so tough that the squaw men around Ajo, who lived with their families out in the desert, called the new drillers the savages. 33. Men like Joralemon claimed an ability to know and to boss native and racially divided labor worldwide, with South African mines the site of the most spectacular influx of U.S. management. In South Africa, where fully half of new gold mines had U.S. managers by 1895, William Honnold was among the most powerful of the Yankee engineers. Holding that some employers are unqualified or temperamentally unfit to manage crude labor, he held in 1908 that to recall American experience with the efficiency of Negroes could clarify much in South African mines, where Honnold resisted proposals to bring in African American miners with the judgment that American niggers would be the very worst thing that could be introduced. 34. As central figures in the cult of the Yankee mining engineer, Herbert and Lou Hoover began to be publicized after 1900 as the nation's most modern transnational couple. Herbert gave the name Golden Age to the triumph of U.S. engineers in the world's mines. Though press agent as the Doctor of Sick Mines and the nation's highest salaried man for his work as a transnational engineer whose most spectacular adventure capitalist exploits brought efficiency to Africa, China, and isolated areas of Australia, he might as easily deserve the simpler title of race manager. In Australia, he thought that the saucy independence and loafing proclivities of local white miners required a counterweight. Hoover ranked groups of indigenous Australians eagerly but called all of them niggers and judged even superior ones as having too little intelligence to work very much. He therefore pitted the races against each other by importing crews of Italian immigrants and keeping them in reserve in order to hold the property against the possibility of a general strike. In the context of an Australian Labor Party-backed inquiry into the use of Italian labour, Hoover's associate gave the fuller logic of the choice. Italians, he reckoned, were more servile and peaceable. Hoover himself put the advantage of Italian labour at a ratio of 26:15 on one work gang, but the real benefit lay in the racial competition itself. Management would be in a mess if they had all aliens or all British. It was mixed labour that provided the real payoffs. 35. An eager consumer and producer of reports judging the relative efficiency of African, Chinese, and white miners on the Rand in South Africa, Hoover was accustomed to calculating productivity by weighing colored shifts and colored wages against the white. His own most extensive calculations on race and management involved Chinese workers. Hoover, who once extravagantly wrote that he had strongly supported restriction of Asiatic immigration to the U.S. from the moment that he could think and talk, made much of his early career as an engineer in North China. He continually commented on race and productivity there, at times spinning that data to attract investment in China, and at others to explain why more dramatic gains in efficiency had not been made under his watch. In an early prominent appearance before an International Congress of Engineers in London in 1902, for example, he wrote of the mulishness of Chinese miners and of a capacity for thieving that permits the abstraction of nails, screws, nuts, and even coal. However, he cheerily concluded, money could be saved on timbers supporting mines because the resulting tragedies only had to be compensated at $30 per death, given what he perversely saw as the disregard for human life among the Chinese. 36. Hoover mixed impressions and calculations in arriving at varied views of the Chinese worker, and could always claim knowledge, if not consistency. Chinese thieving was epidemic, but at other junctures judged as no worse than the world's norm. He could credit charges that Chinese cultural baggage regarding mining fatally interfered with operations, and then turn on a dime to offer the more plausible view that to dwell on superstition there was a great mistake, adding, "The Chinese mine as fast as anyone if they believe that there is anything in it for them." The main reason for the riots against our mines and miners was the Chinese dislike of seeing foreigners make capital out of their soil. 37. The ratios of race and productivity that Hoover fabricated, to the delight of commentators at international conferences, similarly varied wildly. In 1900, he supposed that Chinese in mining produced a fifth of what white workers did, since for the former group to work, in the sense of Western miners, is an unheard-of exaction. 2 years later, the Chinese worker had no equal in the world for crude labor, though an accompanying chart counted him only a quarter as productive as the American in such work, and for a 12th the pay. For miners, the newly calculated ratio of productivity was 1:8, with Chinese miners paid a sixth as much and therefore more expensive than whites. However, Hoover's mathematical mistake leads him to the opposite conclusion, and then to a disquisition on the superintendence of hidden costs and eternal vigilance against fraud, to explain why working costs could be high in Chinese mines. 38. When he published Principles of Mining in 1909, Hoover produced a chart on South African mines, amalgamating data on African and Chinese workers there. He also purportedly reflected on data from the Chinese in China to conclude that in simple tasks like shoveling one white man equals from 2 to 3 of the colored races. In more highly skilled work the average ratio is 1 to 7, or even 11. Hoover's memoirs explained the productivity differences as racial, though all of his writings offer the possibility, common in progressive thought, that enduring cultural habits mattered as much as biology in making race. Our inventions and machinery came out of our racial instincts and qualities, he held. Our people learn easily how to make them work efficiently. The Chinese, a less mechanical-minded people than the European-descended races, require many times more men to operate our intricate machines. 39. Groping towards a kind of white jointness uniting interests of capital and labor around race, Hoover departed substantially from the editorial view of the influential Engineering and Mining Journal, which maintained that mine operators find it economical to make the best of whatever native labor may be available, training it up to American or European standards, rather than deal with sickly and entitled imported white miners. However, he never argued that non-white labor must be barred from unskilled work, only that wages, opportunities, expectations, and conditions of competition be adjusted by knowledgeable race managers, whose ability to calculate advantages aggrandized their roles. In South Africa, he closely associated with Honnold, with John Higginson's wonderful account terming the pair formidable enemies of South Africa's black and white workers. Indeed, for all of his doubts as to their efficiency, Hoover played an active role with the Chinese Engineering and Mining Company in recruiting over 60,000 indentured Chinese to work in South African mines. At a time when African miners were massively withdrawing their labor from jobs in which wages had decreased and danger of accidents was rising, and when organized skilled white miners commanded great social power in the industry, the Chinese seemed to offer great opportunities to play races against each other. The particular task of sinking ever deeper mines rested on new technologies for recovery of less rich ore, but, as Higginson shows, it also hinged on concealing death, and on management's role in producing it. Chinese and African miners were made to perilously drill into hanging walls in shafts insufficiently supported by timbering. Chinese miners were especially blamed for the resulting cave-ins, from which neither skill nor whiteness offered protection. 40. When employing non-white labor, Hoover also indulged in paternal fantasies of generalized racial uplift. Hoover balanced racial competition with what was called race development in the early 20th century. Such alternating currents of race management and race development helped give rise to a thoroughly modern U.S. imperialism. Perhaps the firm who most practiced race management, in part via race development, was Ford Motor Company. Hoover's thinking in the world was mirrored by Henry Ford at home, whose foremen and managers set immigrant races against each other even as company-paid social workers could claim to develop the race as a whole through education in Americanism and intrusive home visits from company sociologists. 41 African American workers at Ford outnumbered those in all other auto plants combined, yet rather than suggesting a lack of concern with racial justice in its plants, Ford's hiring of African Americans reveals a sophisticated if contradictory approach to management via race. That the flagship journal of modern U.S. empire, Foreign Affairs, evolved from the tellingly titled Journal of Race Development suggests that few architects of U.S. empire did their work outside a racial framework. 42. Scientific management, racist science, and the studied unstudiedness of race management. The ways in which race management coexisted with scientific management at home deserve our attention, as they are the clearest examples of how fully compatible with the innovations of capitalism were the atavisms of race. The come-and-go hopes of Melville's misanthrope as he sought the perfect racial and national types to produce the perfect worker seem utterly at odds with the science of management that Frederick Winslow Taylor is credited with inventing in the late 19th century. Yet Commons was able to maintain otherwise, in part because Taylor's ideas existed alongside crude practices of race management. More importantly, the famous example that Taylor himself used to educate the public regarding his system's ability to create high-priced men by selecting them studiously and regimenting their motions scientifically, suggests overlap between managerial science and race management. In the example, even as he insisted that the key to effective management was to remake individuals, Taylor chose Schmidt as the first worker to retrain into a new regimen, in moving an abandoned stock of pig iron suddenly made valuable by the Spanish-American-Cuban-Filipino War. He did so with racial attributes much in mind. Schmidt's name, and Taylor's description, emphasized that Schmidt's agreement to submit to the new system, and his ability to produce, flowed in part from his membership in the German race. Schmidt embodied the strength, doggedness, and love of savings thought by Taylor to be peculiarly concentrated in the Pennsylvania Dutch, as Germans in the area were called. Taylor's racial logic in the Schmidt example did not run through the whole of his writing. His desire to uproot the arbitrary power of foremen and other petty bosses placed Taylor among those management experts whose formal system left the least room for day-to-day uses of stormy racial competition to extract production. But more broadly, the race thinking that informed Taylor's presentation of his new system, by introducing listeners and readers to Schmidt, did comport with larger patterns that saw race management survive, and even expand, in the early years of the era of scientific management. As David Montgomery has written of the period in which scientific management flowered, all managers seem to agree with international harvesters H.A. Werman, who held that each race has aptitude for certain kinds of work. However, Montgomery slyly, and as we shall see, weightily adds that they could disagree utterly about which race was best for what. Montgomery further observed that the trend toward personnel management as a complement to Taylorism specifically extended the purview of scientific management from the factory itself to the surrounding community, a development that flowed directly from the concern with recruiting from specific ethnic groups. 43. Montgomery was right about both the ubiquity and durability of race management on the one hand, and its haphazardness regarding which races performed best in what jobs on the other. In 1915 an iron industry journal went so far as to challenge the adequacy of the very term common labor on the grounds that such labor is racial, so that iron and steel actually did not compete in recruiting employees with other lines of work. Immigrants of some races, it held, turn chiefly to agriculture, some to the vending of fruit, others to the making of clothing, and others seek the coke works, blast furnaces and steel mills. At times, management literature recorded how races should be slotted into jobs. John Williams, who presided over the Philadelphia Association for the Discussion of Labor Problems, wrote during World War I that in fabricating steel grinders ought to be Polish, Lithuanians, or Americans. Finishers were to be Italian or American girls, and, or perhaps therefore, not flirty, and forgers either Americans or American Poles. The elaborate chart ranking 36 immigrant races according to their fitness for 36 job types and conditions, posted at Pittsburgh Central Tube in 1925, assembled a much more impressive number of opinions systematizing a huge factory and the peoples in it in upwards of 1,000 multicolored squares. But in all of these cases, judgments were extremely crude, gathering up managerial and professional folklore and summing up existing prejudices and practices. Italians, according to the Pittsburgh chart, allegedly excelled with pick and shovel but could not handle serving as helpers for engineers. Armenians ranked good in none of the 22 job categories listed, and rose to fare only once, wheelbarrow. Americans, white, could do any job, at least at a fair level, and excelled in most. Jews supposedly fit well into no industrial jobs. Portuguese workers rated as poor in 7 of 8 atmospheric conditions and joined Mexicans and Filipinos in lacking capacity to work on the night shift, or the day. 1.44. Montgomery's second point is perhaps more interesting. The constant glancing attention to race in management literature did not require close empirical investigation of which races produced best in what jobs. The Immigration Commission report of 1911 posited virtual unanimity among employers about the idea that Southern Italians were the most inefficient of races. This coexisted with Pittsburgh Steel placing Italians in the most efficient third, above Canadians, of all racial groups shortly thereafter, revealing how even attempts at pragmatic application of such knowledge were contradictory. Nor did the fact that one steel manager might prefer 2 Negroes to 3 Macedonians, while most ranked the alien white races above African Americans, provoke any urgent desire to systematically settle the issue. Not only the basic question of who was white, but even that of who was black, remained unanswered by managers fixated on race. The black races cannot do the work in 3 days that a white man can do in 1, an Iron Range mine superintendent told a government investigator, using the former term to connote Montenegrins, Serbs, Southern Italians, Greeks, and Croats. When rankings were hazarded, they reflected collections of existing prejudices, not investigation. Thus a 1911 Iron Age article placed the races in about the following order: Slovaks, Poles, Magyars, Croatians, Italians, ranked according to preferences of the employers. 45. The Schmidt and Hoover examples, with Montgomery's commentary, remind us that scientific management and race management coexisted because they were not so utterly different after all. Scientific management, like Hoover's race management in the mines, was, as Bernard Doré wrote long ago, a science that could not escape bearing the scars of the social violence that characterized the society that gave birth to it. Replete with pro-management assumptions, it selectively drew on folk knowledge and crude observations of existing work patterns in ways mercilessly unearthed in Harry Braverman's dissection of Taylor's methods. Scientific management was therefore broadly compatible with that other great scar-bearing, scar-causing science of the early 20th century, the elaboration of racial hierarchies. 46. Thus, even at their most ambitious pitch, purportedly scientific connections of race and productivity remained crude in the extreme. This crudeness turns out to be vital for understanding how race management worked. The most solid studies of immigrant workers surveyed their conditions off the job, teaching readers in 1921, for example, that only one Greek male immigrant in 5, and one Spanish immigrant in 7, brought family members to the United States. The weightiest research on productivity and race tended to be assembled by investigators writing in the government journal Monthly Labor Review, and it often focused on demonstrating the falsity of negative stereotypes regarding black workers. This data seems to have made scant impact against such stereotypes, while the repetition of anti-black and xenophobic folklore took scholars to great academic heights. When the towering figure in American sociology, E.A. Ross, for example, urged slotting the Slavic race into filthy and unhealthy jobs because they were immune to dirt, he offered an opinion, not a study. Just the same should be said of Commons's own assessments, such as that the Negro works 3 days and loafs 3, while the Chinaman, Italian, or Jewish immigrant works 6 days and saves the wages of 347. As early as 1913, Hugo Münsterberg's Classic Psychology and Industrial Efficiency identified the discontinuity between precise studies of workers' motions and seat-of-the-pants assumptions on race and productivity. Münsterberg set out to assess how far scientific management had gone and could go, and staked out a place for scientific psychology as congruent with the revolutionary, but incomplete, innovations of Taylor. Race initially seemed to Münsterberg to present little difficulty in achieving such a synthesis. If a man applies for a position, he wrote, he is considered for the totality of his qualities, and at first nobody cares whether the particular feature is inherited or acquired, whether it is an individual chance variation or, common, to all members of a certain nationality or race. Crude reliance on race in the search for the best possible man for the job would be checked, because even when the required combination of mental traits occurred in specific races, psychical qualities may vary strongly in the midst of the group 48. But in further developing his analysis, Münsterberg acknowledged that the search for the best man for the job did often devolve into unexamined racial assumptions. That management at the plant level cared about race was not necessarily bad in his view, but that it cared so unsystematically and unscientifically clearly did bother him. At one factory with 20 different nationalities, the employment officers might declare the Italians best for one job, the Irish for another, and the Hungarians for a third. At the next factory, he added, completely different conclusions would be reached. In one workplace, managerial race lore had the hasty and careless Italians and Greeks as undesirable and risky jobs, which were to go to the Irish. In the next, it was the Irish who were too prone to court danger to do risky work. Münsterberg himself was no critic of race thinking. He tended to credit the stereotype of carelessness as applying to Italians, Greeks, and Irishmen. But he abhorred the lack of system in studying race and management. American industrial centers, he argued, presented extremely favorable conditions for the comparative study of nationality, but the opportunity was not being seized. Much more thorough statistical inquiries, especially into nationality and responses to peace rates, were needed to ground race psychological statements. 49. The fit between immigrant attributes and the needs of industry was, at other junctures, much more rapturously described. The Management and Industry journal Iron Age linked new immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe not only to the ability to withstand heat, but to an attraction to hot and heavy work in contrast to the Northern European aversion to such conditions. Mexicans, according to a 1930 account in Nation's Business, are fond of outdoor life and easily enter a nomadic mode of living, making them almost natural farm workers. Other serendipities that management publications posited included among Slavs a temperamental tendency toward being easily managed, toward being anti-union, and toward preferring the lowest wage scale to any extra effort, at least until Slavic American militancy in the post-World War I mass strikes strained such assumptions. 50. Ford English School's graduation ceremony paraded evidence of the ease of race development imagined in the hopeful moments before World War I and the strike wave that followed. The ceremony saw immigrant workers in shabby rags walk down a gangplank connected to the image of an ocean liner and into a huge cauldron. The script labeled them with the racial slur "hunky" as they entered the cauldron to, as a 1916 account in Ford Times put it, see what the melting pot will do for them. After teachers from the school ladled vigorously, race development occurred and graduates emerged in neat suits as Americans. Workers entered the melting pot as Irish Americans or German Americans, but, according to the company, they emerged as just Americans, having learned to view the hyphen as a minus sign. 51. At its almost providential extremes, even after the race-based immigration restrictions of 1924, faith in the fit of immigrant traits in American workplaces was one factor obviating any need for close investigation of immigrants in production. Thus, in a 1930 article, the steel industry became the beast that nurtures children. The fabrication of metal pushed up successive waves of Irishmen, dark Sicilians, and Slavic hunkies both spiritually and materially, quickly freeing them from hard mill work so that even Slavs were supposedly gone from the plants by the time the article was written, all of them foremen or assistant superintendents, if not self-employed. On this view, which reminds us how thoroughly race development coexisted with playing one race against the other, it was time, in 1930, for the uplifting forces of steel to work their magic on the last of the steel immigrants, Southern Negros and Mexicans. In an industry like steel, management's institution of what Catherine Stone calls minutely graded job ladders, enabled experts to point to acquisition of skills, albeit skills easily learned in a few weeks, to make a case for the racial development of white new immigrants. One industry leader connected the rise of the semi-skilled machine tender to the development of white independence, using the language of an older labor system. Writing in Iron Age, the rubber manufacturing executive Charles R. Flint held that the American wage earner is raised to the dignity of an overseer, not over degraded humanity, but over a more reliable and effective slave machinery. Since African Americans, immigrants of color, and Jews were often excluded from working with machines, their slavishness was reiterated. 52. Ordway Ted, the co-author in 1920 of the first textbook in the new field of personnel management, introduced his instincts in industry with the remark that differences in race, climate, and civilization may so modify human organisms as to cause radical differences in what is the substance of our human nature. Ted wrote of employers who have a definite policy of hiring several different nationalities in one department of a factory in order that workers may be less able to communicate effectively and therefore less able to cause trouble. For Ted, that deliberate divisiveness focused, as in the Mr. Block cartoon, on keeping out unions. But he offered neither an investigation of how or whether such a strategy worked, nor of his contention that the Southern and Eastern European immigrants commonly exhibited an instinct to be submissive, albeit punctuated by the occasional brave frenzy of self-assertion. In 1920, when the Social Science Research Council, SSRC, mapped industrial relations, enumerating well over 100 disciplines poised to contribute to the new field, it set for anthropologists the task of investigating inherited racial characteristics, not including nationality, capable of affecting work, offering the alleged laziness of the Negro as an example. But the SSRC did not set out to solve the problem of, to use Montgomery's phrasing, which race was best for what. 53. After the start of immigration restriction, more social scientists joined Munsterberg in ridiculing the lack of system in investigating the productivity of various races. They saw such imprecision as the irrational underside of an avowedly rational industrial society. As the old opportunities to manage by race and nationality gave way in the face of World War and immigration restriction legislation of 1921 and 1924, retaining immigrant workers came to be seen as more critical than dividing them. Commons's remark that when immigration suddenly stops we see a human being in those who are here and begin to ask them what they want overstated the change grossly. To the extent that the unevenly developing trend toward personnel management identified the problem of labor turnover with what Sanford Jacoby calls the foreman's hire and fire approach, it undermined the most potent material way in which the races were set against each other in daily managerial practice. Since, as Jacoby adds, the vast majority of workplaces retained the foreman's drive system throughout the 1920s, the extent and pace of change should not be exaggerated. However, the decline of immigration certainly did open further space for questioning race management's basis in science and its staying power in a post-immigration restriction economy. By 1926, questions of race and management were already being cast by the pioneering personnel management textbook as likely to devolve in future into a focus on African American and Mexican workers. Commenting on the 1920s and 30s, the management experts Herman Feldman and T.J. Woofter rued the fact that manufacturers, so scrupulously careful in choosing raw materials, rely on hearsay and rumor as to the grades of labor hired. Everett C. Hughes and Helen M. Hughes observed that off-the-cuff opinions on racial difference so pervaded managerial choices and language, while hard data comparing racial performance remained so rare, that it was worth questioning whether modern society is really guided by the impersonal concepts of the market and efficiency in choosing its labor force. Taylor had written, "Under scientific management arbitrary power ceases, and every single subject becomes the question for scientific investigation." Where race was concerned, experts rightly argued, such a shift did not happen. 54. Even attempts like those of Woofter and Feldman to cast race management as the exception to the general rationality of industry underlined the staying power of supposedly unscientific systems. Critics vacillated between ridiculing race management and calling for making its invidious distinctions more scientifically systematic. The deep roots of the practice of race management, as detailed above, go some distance to explaining its impressive durability. But to emphasize only such history leaves us in danger of seeing management by race as residual, even pre-modern, and therefore at odds with the longer rational logic of capitalism. Rather, it has been central to such logic. The staying power of what has been called the foreman's empire in the face of scientific management might be considered as a triumph of one form of capitalist rationality intimately linked to race management. It is in this specific realm that Commons's remarks again become critical. As early as 1904, Commons heard from an employment agent at Swift & Company that the playing of races against each other had been systematized in his factory, which rotated favored groups week by week. Commons worried that such competition of races, especially when it included workers from the non-industrial Negro race and too many immigrants from the backwards, shiftless, and unintelligent races of Southern and Eastern Europe and elsewhere, would lead to catastrophe. But he recognized that competition extracted productivity as well as exerted a downward pressure on wages. Commons regarded these same packing houses as also among the most systematized workplaces extant where the labor process was concerned. Even the animal was laid off and surveyed like a map, he wrote, with assembly line innovations, engineering efficiency and speed UPS. Systems of modern management and race management coexisted cheek by jowl in the most advanced factories. 55. Such a system of racial competition did not rest on the fixing of a scientific chart of hierarchy, but on the production, mostly by first-line management, of a series of contradictory and volatile, hierarchical managerial opinions. The sociologist Niles Carpenter found workers thinking that lower management's racial prejudices and slights often weighed heaviest, and Feldman's research suggested that they were exactly right. Since foremen in the 1920s tended to retain the ability to hire and fire in the face of challenges from personnel managers, great weight lay behind their prejudices, which could keep racialized workers productively on edge. Indeed, on the rare occasion when the adequacy of the racial knowledge possessed by foremen was directly questioned by management experts, the framing of the issue was likely to be that the races were being too much pitted against each other with the fear, especially after the wave of racial terror during and after World War I, that lower management would appear unsympathetic and foster racial hatreds. 56. If, as Doré has written, scientific management involved at times a rational madness, management also long deployed the seeming irrationalities of race in a calculating manner. Sometimes it did so by fixing categories and hierarchies, more often by leaving races not fixed in rankings and permanently in competition. 57. A brutally logical system kept their positions in play in the cases of African Americans, often keeping them out of jobs via color bars and judging their fitness as a reserve army of labor. Historians have long known that Taylorism's revolutionary changes often supplemented, rather than supplanted, the hurry and push tactics in which lower management bullied and threatened workers. But we have too often forgotten Commons's suggestion that the hurrying and pushing could be chronically infected by playing races against each other. Chapter 6. Making Solidarity Uneasy, Cautions on a Keyword from Black Lives Matter to the Past. Solidarity is always an active achievement, the result of active struggle to construct the universal on the basis of particulars/differences. Chandra Talpad Mohanty. The important insurgencies that have matured in response to the vigilante murder of Trayvon Martin and to the many murders by police of mostly young black women and men have brought outpourings of solidarity and important debates over what forms such solidarity should take. These developments, like the efforts of the American Studies Association, ASA, to be in solidarity with Palestine, challenge the ASA to approach the question of solidarity in a direct and sustained manner. The Ferguson, Missouri killing of Michael Brown quickly brought massive August 2014 demonstrations often explicitly expressing solidarity with Mike Brown. Thousands of young people were introduced to the idea and actuality of solidarity in these protests. However, this solidarity was anything but simple and easy. In Ferguson, Minneapolis, Providence, upstate New York, and elsewhere, demonstrators collectively debated whether protesters who were not black ought to raise their hands in "Hands Up, Don't Shoot" chants or to participate in die-ins, given that whites are far less likely to suffer fatal attacks from the police. Debates over whites wearing "I Am Trayvon Martin" t-shirts signaled especially by the widely circulated internet video "I Am Not Trayvon Martin" featuring the University of Kansas activist and American Studies major Emma Halling troubled a too easy discussion of unity by pointing out that some populations face threats of extralegal and unpunished violence in ways very different from what others face. Embryonic movement debates even developed over whether the word ally ought to give way to accomplice as a better description of the role best played in a black-led movement by those who are white. The counterposition, that simply invoking a past golden age of solidarity could settle matters, was also put forward. Thus the often perceptive political philosopher Stephen Darcy wrote less than convincingly that the loss of a language of solidarity, and the rise of positionality as a term, had derailed the left. He specifically held that "I Am Not Trayvon Martin" disabled whites from identifying with African American resistance. Solidarity, on the other hand, had treated injuries to one as injuries to all and succeeded in resisting them in common too. My giving the ASA presidential address, available online and significantly different in presentation from this chapter, unexpectedly underlined the difficulties of calling at once not only for more scholarly consideration of solidarity but also for more sober and uneasy reflection in thinking through its promises and difficulties. I began with just such a call but then played, for reasons clarified below, a video clip of Utah Phillips singing "Solidarity Forever." Despite my promptings toward an unease with solidarity, a fair share of audience members sang along. Doubly complicating matters was my realization that, positions reversed, I would surely have been among the singers myself. Nevertheless, it remains critical to make a case for embracing solidarity while simultaneously being uneasy about the assumptions it sometimes evokes. The unease ought to make us wonder if solidarity is always a good thing, to recall what and whom solidarity leaves out, and how it is premised on those leavings out, to consider how solidarity works across differences in kinds and degrees of oppression, and to ask if the presence of solidarity is the logic of things or if for long periods it may be a treasured exception. This article also focuses on solidarity as a surprisingly neglected keyword in cultural studies and discusses how we ought to historicize and memorialize the word. Point 3. The last 20 years of my career, roughly evenly split between service in the ASA and in the Working Class Studies Association, WCSA, inevitably shape my approach. In the ASA, talk of solidarity, at least using that word, has been almost absent in presidential addresses over those years, even when such great historians of working people as Vicky Ruiz and Michael Frisch delivered the talks. Digital searches return no more than a handful of such usages, more or less offhand, until the last 2 years. In the 2 presidential addresses before mine, in the wake of the ASA's attempts at solidarity with Palestine, solidarity came to appear several times in the presentations of Presidents Curtis Mares and Lisa Duggan. Duggan vividly contrasted the fun of solidarity with the fury of critique. Her remarks sparked a response from Scott Morgensen that anticipated themes within my contribution here. Morgensen explicitly addressed relationality within solidarity, seeking, in tribute to the late José Muñoz, a politics not yet known for that so many young scholars experienced in graduate student labor activism, invigorate. The ASA also argues for investigating and interrogating solidarity as an American studies topic. On the other hand, searches for an inspiring record of solidarity very much drive labor history and working class studies scholarship, though not always leavened by sufficient curiosity regarding what scholars are doing when we search hard for a usable past. My own 2009 WCSA presidential address shared this lack of curiosity, supposing that there was already an archive of solidarity answering our needs, needing only to rediscovered or perhaps just popularized. As Jana Lippman and Dan Bender have written in introducing their excellent recent collection on labor and empire, solidarity is one of the most evoked but least analyzed concepts in U.S. labor history. It always has been a central assumption, rarely a topic of analysis, simultaneously a powerful ideal and a slippery category. 5. Needing solidarity and keeping balance. My own first hearing of solidarity was perhaps an exotic one. Although I was raised in a family of trade unionists in the 1950s and 60s, the solidarity of labor did not register with me through my teen years. By the time I heard Solidarity Forever, probably first in the context of support for the United Farm Workers' grape boycott, the idea of solidarity with the Vietnamese Revolution was familiar to me. Both examples matter in showing how modern learnings of the word are associated with coming to be on the side of angels. Indeed, they suggest the several dominant axes on which the recent and contemporary left has cherished solidarity as labor unity, as, for example in the grape boycott, interracialism, and as internationalism. Solidarity's magnificent association with the good fights is thus well established in its recent past. To encourage an unease with the magic seemingly worked by such a word is therefore perilous. It risks being misheard as defeatism and resignation in the face of division rather than as an appeal for sober reflection on the difference that differences make even in how unity is apprehended. Nevertheless, the magnificence of solidarity can hardly be realized if it is tethered to impossible expectations, leaving us coming up forever short of an unexamined ideal. A personal and a recent historical example will have to suffice to introduce these points. The personal one involves self-criticism and led to my sampling Utah Phillips in the presidential address. The book I was writing 2 years ago in celebration of the sesquicentennial of the general strike of the slaves, Seizing Freedom, included from its earliest drafts discussions of 3 songs sharing one tune. The first was the Union Army song John Brown's Body, composed in 1861 and which quickly became a favorite of troops. Memorializing the eponymous Kansas freedom fighter and abolitionist martyr, but not his specific politics, John Brown's Body was soon given new lyrics by Julia Ward Howe in her nationalist anthem Battle Hymn of the Republic. Connected to both feminism and abolition, Howe herself long supported anti-slavery causes. Her husband secretly funded Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry and went into exile during the repression that followed. Howe was soon to be president of the New England Woman's Suffrage Association. Fast forward 50 years from Howe's composition, and the labor organizer Ralph Chaplin borrowed the tune in writing Solidarity Forever. I found myself listening to the songs as performed by Paul Robeson, Janice Harrington, and Phillips respectively in writing Seizing Freedom. 6. The three songs brought together the emancipation of slaves, of women, and of wage workers in ways that resonated with that book's argument that the example of the slaves' general strike energized the reinvented women's suffrage and labor movements. The songs formed the soundtrack that led to my considering briefly whether to end Seizing Freedom at the high point of solidarity just after the war rather than continuing on to tell the bleak story that followed. But I knew that the music could only guide me so much in romanticizing matters, because the slaves themselves were absent in the songs and because the sharp divisions that almost immediately emerged among the African American, white workers, and women's movements necessarily ended the story I ultimately needed to tell on a fully somber note. Just as the manuscript was almost done, I read Harvard historian John Stauffer's Introduction to the Reissue of Slave Culture, the classic study by my wonderful mentor Sterling Stuckey. Stauffer answered a question that should have occurred to me: where did the creators of John Brown's Body get the tune? They heard it, Stauffer shows, in Say Brothers, a camp meeting religious song. That song in turn originated as a ring shout, a counterclockwise dance and call and response musical performance that Stuckey places at the center of African culture in the United States. Variously titled, it was sung and danced from the Carolina coastal areas all the way to Arkansas. Listening to Sparky and Rhonda Rucker sing Say Brothers, I also heard their version of the marching song of the 1st Arkansas, in which late in the war African American troops fighting for emancipation sang of revolutionized social relations. They will have to pay us wages, the wages of their sin. They will have to bow their foreheads to their colored kith and kin. While the tune is often now attributed to John Brown's Body, some who sang it would have known it as the ring shout Say Brothers 7. The timing of my learning all of this as the book was being completed seemed almost providential and rekindled my desire for a usable past making solidarity easy. The symmetries for a moment seemed so perfect, right down to the room for audiences to improvise new verses, present from the shout to John Brown's Body to Solidarity Forever. I almost concluded the book with that neat symmetry, trying to make music seal an easy solidarity only undermined by the real lives of social movements, but opted instead for a closing meditation on the difficulties of solidarity. 8 There is such a pull towards believing so urgently that everything is connected that we minimize the disconnections that I hope to now make us uneasy about, especially as regards any argument that the black solidarity of the ring shout became the supposedly broader class solidarity of Solidarity Forever in an unproblematic way. Looking as well at the forms of solidarity that emerged after the killing of Mike Brown underscores another dimension of the difficulties involved in arriving at a sober assessment of the phenomenon. We confront, that is, not only the question of our own desires but also perhaps an erratic pattern of ways in which solidarity actually comes and fails to come into the world. In at least two particular areas, Black/Palestinian solidarity and Black/queer solidarity, the dramatic successes after Ferguson seemed almost simple in their triumphs, a matter of showing up and reaching out and waiting. And yet other efforts at solidarity, such as trade union solidarity with victims of white supremacist police violence, solidarity proceeds excruciatingly slowly and not always forward. The connecting of Black and Palestinian issues moved forward from early in the Ferguson protests. The reaching out and showing up occurred through social media and physical presence. Activists in Palestine sent pictures of their demonstrations of support, some simply pictures of young people with a sign saying Ferguson with love from Palestine. Palestinian activists sent advice about coping with tear gas, knowledge that some police deployed in Ferguson had received training in control of demonstrators from Israeli authorities brought points home. Above all, pro-Palestine forces in the United States mobilized impressively for the fall 2014 marches in Ferguson and St. Louis, joining locally based Palestinians. These forces came to demonstrate and also to address questions of day-to-day interactions between Arab and Islamic owners of stores and their African American customers. Within months, African American activists from St. Louis had nationally toured Palestine. Summer of 2015 saw solidarity flow from Black America with dozens of organizations and over 1,000 movement leaders signing a statement declaring support for Palestinian freedom. 9. Queer solidarity often seemed as charmed. From the beginning of the overnight presence of demonstrators near where Brown died, participants reflected on the presence of trans people and the impact of their bravery and their ideas. Thus central figures in Millennial Activists United and other movements were young African American lesbians, so much so that Reverend Osagyefo Uhuru Sikau, a veteran organizer, recently told an interviewer, "I take my orders from 23-year-old queer women." In December 2014, local St. Louis leaders Brittany Farrell and Alexis Templeton took advantage of an opening for same-sex marriage. They went to St. Louis's City Hall, site of so many protests against police violence, to apply for a marriage license. The local African American paper, the venerable and typically mainstream St. Louis American, headlined on page 1 "Revolutionary Love." The same issue included a guest editorial urging African American advocacy of trans issues. 10. Somewhat more caution could be useful in thinking about even such inspiring victories. If they seemed spontaneous, such examples of solidarity reflected prior and ongoing work across Black/queer, Black/Palestinian, and even Black queer/Palestinian differences. At times Ferguson protesters had to fight their ways onto the agendas of existing LGBTQ groups. Nor of course were debates and even fights over priorities absent. However, the larger point remains that groups who built solidarity by first showing up and reaching out stood the best chance of prevailing. 11. In other instances, solidarities developed far more slowly. The very high rates of killings by police of American Indian people generated an impressive Indian Lives Matter movement that gained traction only slowly before joint protests with groups focusing on Black lives disrupted the 2015 Twin Cities Marathon. Immigrant rights, a movement in which Black Lives Matter founder Opal Tometi had organizing roots, nevertheless has come into alliance with anti-police violence initiatives only modestly. Nor, despite many rank-and-file participants being active in both movements, have ongoing ties with the fight for 15 minimum wage movement among fast food workers matured quickly along programmatic lines. 12 To comment on such matters is not to suppose that solidarities in these areas cannot or will not develop, but it is to say that timing, spatial distance between groups, varied histories, and difference in the forms oppression takes can make the achievement of unity a large and long task. Nor in this instance could the overarching unity of class bind constituencies effectively. The heralded statement on Ferguson by the AFL-CIO head Richard Trumka turned out to offer a re-acknowledgement of the position that police unions are labor organizations just like any other. As Trumka had it, Leslie McSpadden, Michael Brown's mother who works in a grocery store, is our sister, an AFL-CIO union member, and Darren Wilson, the officer who killed Michael Brown, is a union member, too, and he is our brother. Our brother killed our sister's son, and we do not have to wait for the judgment of prosecutors or courts to tell us how terrible this is. Mobilization of membership by the AFL-CIO for demonstrations in solidarity with Mike Brown was unsurprisingly meager. 13. Solidarity's checkered origins. Beginning with the longer history of solidarity as what the American studies tradition has called a keyword opens some space for reflection. From Raymond Williams's innovative 1976 volume in British Cultural Studies Keywords, A Vocabulary of Culture and Society, to recent American Studies volumes of such words edited by Bruce Burgett, Glenn Hendler, and others, scholarship in this area has produced scores of essays on the shifting meanings of particularly resonant words around which Anglophone conceptions of power and social knowledge have coalesced. Ranging back especially to Latin and French origins, the contributions often establish that it is less the precision of a keyword than its various, even conflicting, resonances that underpin its power. Neither Williams nor American Studies scholars made solidarity a keyword, but in Keywords for Radicals Marcus Kipp contributes a fine entry on the word. 14. The Oxford English Dictionary, OED, entry on solidarity reveals the jumble of meanings, historically and now, attached to the word. The first definition refers to the fact or quality, on the part of communities, etc., of being perfectly united or at one in some respect, especially in interests, sympathies, or aspirations, a meaning easily congruent with the unity of a pre-industrial village, across lines of class. However, the OED quickly adds spec with reference to the aspirations or actions of trade union members. Two further additions send us to older and newer meanings. First, a separate but related meaning sends us back to Roman civil law, a form of obligation involving joint and several responsibilities or rights. Second, a recent example of usage points towards forms of solidarity absolutely transcending particular local communities, connoting instead interracialism and internationalism, as illustrated by Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Committees 15. The origins of the term solidarity, and even usage into the 19th century, are surprisingly entwined with impulses that, if not conservative, are seemingly at odds with the left uses of the word so common today. In the longest view, the word arose from Roman law, and specifically the enforcement of in solido obligations of debtors in common to each be responsible, if held to account, for an entire debt. As Gaius's Institutionum Iuris Civilis put it, every creditor is severally entitled to receive the whole object of the active obligation, and every debtor is bound to discharge the whole object of the passive obligation. The re-articulation of this principle in Napoleonic law after the French Revolution coincided with the opening of political space for a consideration of corporate obligations more generally, especially under the auspices of Catholic social thinkers. Thus the OED notes that the French origin of the word is frequency referred to during the period of its introduction into English use 16. Well into the 19th century, the Catholic Church, not radicals, deployed solidarity most effectively, being better poised to survive repression and more able to combine a critique of bourgeois individualism with a hankering for older pre-industrial regimes of rule, including at times even royalism. Even near the end of the 1800s, Solidarité in France and elsewhere was elaborated as part of what Michael Howells-Lowe described as the exchange between theological and political ideals, and its emergence at times in mainstream discourses bespoke elite attempts to arrive at a response within capitalism to heightening class divisions. None of this reveals solidarity to be devoid of social critique. Even as they favored creditors over groups of debtors in the main, in solido obligations, nominated in English as solidarity obligation, were part of pre-capitalist discourses on debt that were at times able to take community norms and even moral economies into account. Catholic emphases on solidarity both underpinned the Church's episodic commitments to the poor and were expanded, especially after Pierre Leroux's 1840 de El Humanite, in secularizations animating a variety of political positions. 2 years later, Hippolyte Renaud's Solidarity, a brief study of utopian socialist Charles Fourier, became the first book explicitly taking its title from the ideal of solidarity. However, it is worth emphasizing that into the early 20th century key ideas of solidarity in France and elsewhere had much to do with both the internationalism of Catholicism and that of socialism, if only to remind us that what the historian of France J.E.S. Hayward calls the mystique of solidarity cut in many directions. Point 17. Laboring solidarity. In the second half of the 19th century, the connection between solidarity and labor became firm for the first time at the level of both practice and theory. Ironically, Marxist practice, far more than Karl Marx's theoretical writings, spread the use of solidarity often in its English rather than in its French form across national boundaries. The elaboration in theoretical work came principally from the French sociologist Émile Durkheim. Both Marxist thought and Durkheim predicted, in very different ways, that industrial society would make possible wholly new forms of solidarity. Both traditions also missed, at times, the extent to which existing patterns of racial divisions and uneven development produced solidarities compromised by their creation within industrial capitalism and imperial expansion. The empire-inflected work of the great radical artist Walter Crane, who attempted to labor solidarity in drawings at about the same time that Marx and Durkheim did so in words, will illustrate some of the complications. At the time of the 1848 revolutions, Marx and Engels had maintained that the growth of industry created the conditions for solidarity, though they did not use the word. Machines and new divisions of labor minimized distinctions based on skill and flattened wage differences, they argued in the Communist Manifesto. Thus equalized, though in desperation and alienation, not in freedom, workers could move together in new ways. Moreover, national differences and antagonism between peoples are daily more and more vanishing, owing, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production. By 1864, with Marx as a leading force, the newly formed International Workingmen's Association, IWA, decided on its general rules. Their drafting made solidarity stand among the first words of an organization uniting communists, anarchists, and trade union leaders. The four brief rules insisted that solidarity could not be left to the processes set in motion by capital but that it could be organized. The last of these rules described the stakes, at home and internationally, that all efforts aiming at the great end of labor's emancipation hitherto failed from the want of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and from the absence of a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries. A year later, when the IWA issued cards to members, their text described the International's goal as complete emancipation, economical and political, of the working classes. The means to reach such an end included to promote the establishment of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and the cooperation of the working classes of different countries. In 1872, Marx would speak of the basic principle of the International, solidarity, which doubled also as the great lesson of the defeat of the French Commune 18. While a passionate concern of the Marxist political project, solidarity did not centrally figure in Marx's main theoretical work. The word appears not at all in the first volume of Capital, published in German in 1867 alongside Marx's concerted activism on solidarity's behalf, and was subsequently translated into English. The Canadian Marxist economist Michael Lebowitz made this point powerfully from a related angle. Lebowitz wrote of the lack of any theorizing of the necessity for capital of producing differences among workers in order to maintain hegemony within the process of production. He named that difference-generating variable the X factor. X, the tendency to divide workers, functions as part of the essence of capital, indeed, an essential aspect of the logic of capital. Lebowitz allowed that Marx recognized well, as for example in his famous writings on the role of anti-Irish prejudices of English workers in weakening the movement of the latter group, that fostering disunity was a secret, by which the capitalist class maintains its power. However, at the level of theory the importance to capital of dividing workers remained unaccounted for by Marx. Specifically, Lebowitz continued, racism and sexism do not appear as part of the essence of capital in Marx's Capital 19 within the American studies tradition. Such a critique of, or, as I'd prefer, supplement of, Marxism has been powerfully advanced by Lisa Low, Grace Kyung-Won Hong, and others. 20. The flip side of Lebowitz's insights is what interests me here, namely the extent to which Marx's relative disinterest in theorizing how solidarity operates simplifies matters, but at a cost. We inherit the rather different stops of the manifesto, seeing labor unity as produced by capitalism, and of the IWA writings, casting solidarity as needing to be urgently built across difference by the purposeful voluntary actions of workers. These are the poles in thinking about solidarity that this article seeks to trouble. First, that our success in producing unity lies in the logic of capital. Second, that our own voluntary action can easily secure solidarity's triumph. Durkheim's far less globally ambitious work nevertheless made him the 19th-century thinker most explicitly articulating a theory of solidarity, particularly in the division of labor in society, 1893. Specialization in industrial society played for Durkheim an almost magical role in creating the basis for new human bonds. He was not very interested in specific configurations of productive processes, and far more apt to write about legal codes than factories, even in a volume ostensibly centered on the possibilities opened by the modern division of labor. However, Durkheim hinged big ideas about a more dynamic and meaningful solidarity on new labor processes, differentiated political and social roles, urbanization, and the consequent rise of complex personalities able to see that others had necessary skills and roles that they did not. He twinned that hopefulness with a very constricted view of the possibilities of meaningful solidarity in pre-industrial and especially in kin-based societies. Durkheim termed the constricted solidarity by similarities that applied in such societies as mere mechanical solidarity. 21 His metaphors to describe such societies and their solidarities came often from science. The people caught in them lacked individuality and the societies resembled segmented worms accreting in webs of sameness. At another juncture Durkheim regarded the persons in village or tribal settings as being like molecules fixed in inorganic objects. Thus it was possible to name the meaningful solidarity that he saw as being enabled by modern of divisions of labor as organic solidarity. This made logical the counterintuitive terminology in which Durkheim had the age of capitalist mechanization supplanting mechanical solidarity with the manufactured organic solidarity. 22. Aspects of Durkheim's thought, on slotting into jobs for example, suggest ways in which to think about how the division of labor was also racialized and gendered, but his central arguments do not address how solidarity might apply in a highly uneven world. Durkheim's analysis of mechanical solidarity does usefully describe reciprocities based on likeness and reminds us that the word solidarity might apply to also describe insularity. However, positing such a deep gulf between the pre-modern and the industrial leaves little room for his considering the xenophobic but thoroughly modern solidarities of, for example, the racially exclusionary sundown town and the imperial state. 23. Moreover, as Lawrence Wilde's very generous appraisals of Durkheim's work on modern solidarity observe, the latter's theorizing of solidarity assumed the nation as its unit of analysis, though it did offer some musings on what a broader framework would look like. Durkheim was very active as a French liberal reformer and an associate of Léon Bourgeois, the politician and author of the wildly popular 1896-volume Solidarite. Room for him to reflect on global inequality was, however, scant. Nor did his framework of seeing history as a triumph of civilization and productivity over backwardness expand the possibilities for such an analysis. Whereas the late work of Marx had moved decisively towards an appreciation of what Native American and Russian village society offered to those prizing solidarity, Durkheim held that industrial society excelled in both individualism and solidarity. Such a formulation by Durkheim also absented the extent to which modern working-class solidarities continued to be lived out in small communities and kin networks. Nor did Durkheim provide a strong alternative to views that regarded solidarity as natural given the existing division of labor. While he recognized that class struggle, economic crises, and something like alienation attended the division of labor, these were abnormalities born of an extreme division of labor, not structural features of a system he saw as normally producing happiness. 24. Picturing empire and solidarity. A recent discovery in the history of cartography dramatically shows how race and uneven economic development across the globe burdened the laboring of solidarity. The map itself was made in 1886 for the Imperial Federation League, IFL, which commissioned it for the Colonial and Indian exhibition of that year. The IFL had the map published as a lavish special supplement to the liberal weekly The Graphic. Huge and colorful, the map included inset facts, prepared by Captain J.C.R. Column, the Conservative MP, on the value of empire. His essay on the IFL and empire appeared in the same issue of The Graphic as the map. Within the pro-imperial run-up to Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee celebrations in 1887 and in the early stages of the new imperialism period and the attendant scramble for Africa, the map shaded the Queen's realm in pink. It demands being read as an artifact publicizing empire's appeals and showing support for expansion, and for the IFL's plans to modernize and reform imperial rule, across party lines. A Mercator projection, the map made Britain the center of the world. Orientalist imagery, exotic animals, partially clad women, and racial stereotypes abounded. The links among the peoples pictured were trade routes and a shared turning towards the reclining figure of Britannia, bottom center, who seems in turn to watch out for all. 3 banners at the map's top proclaim the promise of the reformed and expanded empire, freedom, fraternity, and federation. 25. Figure 2. Walter Crane, Imperial Federation map showing the extent of the British Empire, 1886, graphic, July 24, 1886, supplement. Just over a decade ago a graduate student geographer, Pippa Bildcliffe, spotted a signature of sorts on the 1886 map and recognized its import. In the lower left corner, the artist had signed with a tiny rebus, or pictogram, depicting a crane and adding the still tinier stylized letters W and C. Such was the mark of Walter Crane, known as the artist of socialism and a major figure with William Morris in the radical arts and crafts movement. For the purposes of this article, the most significant of Crane's drawings was the 1890 frontispiece to an American edition of William Morris's News from Nowhere. Titled Labor's May Day, but proclaiming solidarity of labor, it is the first major artistic work to name solidarity, in English, as its theme. Figure 3. Walter Crane, Labor's May Day, in William Morris, News from Nowhere, Boston, Roberts Brothers, 1890, frontispiece. It too shows a Britain-centered globe, held up by an atlas figure, labeled Europe and here joined by clasped hands with the workers of the world. Nature and a liberty-inspiring woman again feature prominently and the three banners topping the image change in only one instance. Freedom and fraternity survive but the IFL's beloved federation yields to equality in the Socialist Internationalist version. Point 26. Both of the main writers on the 1886 Imperial Crane map, Bildcliffe and the curator and geographer Felix Driver, situated amid Crane's socialist and eventually strongly anti-imperialist works. They specifically consider solidarity of labor in counterpoint to the IFL commissioned map and rightly refuse to regard the two works as completely separate in their politics. This Crane scholarship notes that as an artist needing paid work he could hardly have created only revolutionary art, emphasizing that the 1886 map was very much produced with the demands of the employer in mind. Crane's textiles reproducing imperial and orientalist images might be considered in the same light. Moreover, both authors find in the 1886 map a certain success by Crane in smuggling subversions into a work commissioned to praise the possibilities of empire. The three draped women at the top, for example, sport headwear distinctly reminiscent of the red Phrygian cap worn by liberated Roman slaves, which had become a symbol of liberation and specifically of opposition to colonialism, figuring as it did in the flag of revolutionary Haiti. Asian labor is pictured as both bowed down by exploitation, struggling in midst of plenty as Driver writes, but also as powerful. Atlas, holding up all, wears a belt reading, albeit in tiny letters, human labor. A plausible case can be made for seeing the map as containing subterranean critique. Indeed, the IFL seems to have quickly lost interest in promoting it, preferring a simple version with the empire colored in a far more dramatic dark blue. The problem, revealingly enough, lies more in the 1890 map and its easy assumptions regarding solidarity across difference. In it, women all but disappear with what Driver calls masculine brotherhood carrying the message instead. Indigenous people of both North America and the Antipodes are present in 1886 but not in 1890. The figure representing the labor of Africa appears to be a white, if sun-drenched, worker in Crane's later depiction of the solidarity of labor. Perhaps most significantly, the idea that images can simply be borrowed in a drawing of global solidarity from a paean to empire suggests that Driver is correct when he writes that Crane at times thought that empire is potentially a vehicle and not an obstacle to socialism. Driver further argues that despite his unearthing of subversion in the iconic 1886 map, it remains in some ways a troubling image. As much can also be said for Crane's likewise iconic representation of solidarity in 1890.27. A United Stations keyword. The 601 uses in 480 published works between 1843 and 1901. Returned from searching Cornell University Library's Making of America digitized website for the word solidarity, reveal a great variety of usages, many simply suggest a commonality among all manner of things. Point 28. However, the chronologically first citation retrieved is very important for our purposes and some patterns do emerge. In June 1843, Orestes A. Brownson, making his way from liberal Christianity to Catholicism. His conversion would be completed the following year. Wrote of the mutual solidarity of the human race in an article on Universal History. He traced the language to a French legal term. A few months later he offered further complications, based on individualism and access to property. In 1853, scholar and merchant Charles Eliot Norton connected communism and solidarity briefly, rejecting both in favor of faith in his considerations on some recent social theories. Nevertheless, the central fact regarding the usage of solidarity through 1860 was its infrequency. As measured by Google and Graham, the last 40 years of the 19th century saw a 13-fold increase in usage of the word over 1860 levels, and by the 1920s that increase was nearly 40-fold. 29. Writing in 1874, the New York lawyer and literary critic Richard Grant White regarded the word solidarity as exemplifying that we in the United States have adopted a few very expansive French words. 30. Generally true, White's observation cannot account, however, for what may be the earliest usages of solidarity as a pro-labor noun in the United States. The militant abolitionist Richard Hinton, who fought in support of John Brown in Kansas and later joined the International Workingmen's Association, borrowed from English-language publications of the IWA as he publicized the organization to readers of Atlantic Monthly. Hinton wrote of a new and imposing politico-social organization acting on the belief that it is useless for the working people of one nation to attempt to remodel society, there must be a combination of all the nations. Combining the labor and internationalist strands of solidarity's modern meanings, he quoted an IWA resolution from its Brussels meeting: the Congress reckons upon the solidarity of workingmen of all countries for a strike of the people against war. 31. The Knights of Labor rightly and wrongly enjoys a reputation for advancing the cause of solidarity in its practice as the leading 19th-century U.S. mass organization of working people, and one that was particularly willing to organize across lines of skill, gender, nationality, and race. Its powerful slogan, "An injury to one is the concern of all," has resonated widely in changing forms in subsequent labor movements as one basis of solidarity. Nevertheless, in its 1880s heyday the organization used the term solidarity scantily and, contradictorily, much more often described its own ideal as fraternity. Indeed, even the celebrated "injury to one" motto dated from the early days of the Knights as a secret fraternal brotherhood and was unevenly used during its heyday as an openly organizing labor organization. 32 In the 6 fat volumes of the Knights Journal of United Labor published in the early and mid-1880s, only 2 articles used the word solidarity. In the first, "The Present Slavery, the Coming Freedom," the cooperative leader Justice O. Woods reflected the tendency to use solidarity to mean Christian brotherhood. The solidarity of human interests may be safely assumed. One part of our race cannot be permanently elevated and happy while the other is degraded and miserable. The line resonated with Marx's famous pronouncement that labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin while in the black it is branded, but without the labor. Christian faith, Woods held, furnished the noblest ideal of human society, that of a grand brotherhood of the race. Countering the individualism of social Darwinians, he used solidarity to establish the right to legislate for social good. 33. Woods's usage built on a strong tradition of Protestant humanitarianism, and at times internationalism and egalitarianism, that in the United States often pioneered the explicit use of solidarity to breach racial lines. In 1886, for example, the editorial Daniel Webster and Caste in the American Missionary reproduced a small part of Webster's 1820 Plymouth Rock oration. The editors praised it as a speech that declares for the solidarity of the race and frowns upon the spirit of caste at all times and everywhere. Solidarity here was their word, not Webster's, and the evidence that Webster was a determined foe of caste is less than impressive. However, the editorial deploys a usage of solidarity later quite firmly developed in the American Missionary, which used the word 9 times in the late 19th century, almost always in support of human brotherhood and in supporting Christian education abroad and/or African American and American Indian education at home. In one remarkable 1894 article chronicling racial oppression in the United States, the author glories specifically in the racial solidarity forming around the term Afro-American 34. The other Journal of United Labor article using solidarity shows that there was at least some use of the word to signify labor unity within the Knights. The piece was part of the long, unsigned Chapters on Labor series, entitled only as Chapter 6. It defended the tactic of going on strike even when immediate results were poor. Most Knights of Labor actions had resulted in defeat according to the author because the experience has taught us the power of unity, it has shown us that all our interests are identical, it has enabled us to understand solidarity. The author looked forward, after the growth of cooperatives, to a general strike, which will be the last strike, the great strike, the universal strike. The major novel reflecting the experience of the Knights from a member's, albeit a lawyer whom the order's formal rules technically barred from membership point of view, T. Fulton Gant's 1887 Breaking the Chains, echoes this usage. As Maud Simpson, a leading female character and the novel's best spokesperson for the logic of labor organizing, puts it, the Knights have learned that they are powerless to accomplish anything individually and so labor for their whole class. It is the correct idea. Solidarity. 35. On the other hand, the same novel winds its way toward culminating scenes that offer an occasion for unease about the power of solidarity that Maud Simpson evokes. The strand of anti-Chinese racism that animated a subplot of the story compounds into a deadly brew of opium addiction, elite decadence, and anxiety regarding interracial sex as a Chinese servant provides drugs to a young rich woman. That such casual racism did not seem to the author to clash with phrasings regarding solidarity underlines how wary we should be of seeing solidarity at this point in time as merely incomplete, awaiting further inclusions. Generations of workers died with almost no impulse toward even the beginnings of movement beyond reflexive Chinese exclusion. 36 The most honest and exemplary study in this regard, Alexander Saxton's The Indispensable Enemy, Labor and the Chinese Exclusion Movement in California, argues that an important part of the labor movement was built not despite a commitment to anti-Chinese racism but through such a commitment. Critical in modeling the productive uneasiness regarding solidarity urged in this article is Saxton's repeated inclusion in his study of the anti-racist barber and Siemens organizer Sigismund Danilowicz. Long fighting a lonely crusade against overwhelming forces that either believed in Chinese exclusion or thought themselves able to use it tactically, Danilowicz lost again and again. His brilliance as an organizer could not overcome his insistence on principle. His last appearance in the book finds Danilowicz making a statement against anti-Chinese racism, knowing beforehand that his comrades would permit him to be guffawed and howled and booed from the podium. His presence hardly signaled for Saxton that there was always a saving remnant of the labor movement seeking a broader solidarity. In this case, there was not. 37. Full use of solidarity within a language of U.S. labor awaited the 20th century, and specifically the rise of the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW. That organization would in 1909 launch the publication Solidarity, so that when Chaplin's anthem Solidarity Forever appeared 6 years later, its lyrics debuted in the publication. 2 years later, the idea that solidarity might be represented by a clenched fist appeared, again in Solidarity, with a striking cartoon in which, white male, workers form strong underground roots of a powerful fist emerging above the ground. Signed with his pen name Bingo, the cartoon was also the work of Chaplin, then an editor of Solidarity. In both song and image, the desire for solidarity is touching but hardly interested in portraying difference or in thinking, beyond a spirited reliance on a language of class, about what produced unity. 38. Figure 4. Bingo. Ralph Chaplin, The Hand That Will Rule the World, Solidarity, June 30, 1917. Solidarity, History and Memory. As someone trained in history, I want to explore, in closing, 3 instances concerning how remembering the past reflects a sometimes enervating desire for solidarity to be easy. To raise this set of issues is not to disavow the pull towards what the French geographer, anarchist, anti-slavery travel writer on the United States, and communer de Lycée Reclus described as solidarity with those who are no longer here. Such an aspiration was beautifully apparent when freed people sang of the many thousand gone in contemplating their liberation and their future. 39 Such a sensibility challenges, among other things, two firm separations of mechanical solidarity from organic solidarity. However, to imagine ourselves in solidarity with social movements of the past challenges us to remember them as presenting both ways forward and ways in which broad solidarities have often been elusive and difficult. Perhaps the leading case in which historians have rewritten the history of solidarity in the last 50 years, Bacon's Rebellion in Virginia in 1675 and 1676 provides the first of these examples. Before the late 1960s, two connecting interpretations informed the thinking about how the armed revolt led by the plantation owner Nathaniel Bacon and followed by common people presaged later anti-colonial and democratic initiatives. In the first interpretation, Bacon was the torchbearer for a revolution a century away. The second interpretation, reading the historical record with perhaps less license, emphasized the rebellion's anti-Indian character. 40 When one of the leading U.S. liberal historians, Edmund S. Morgan, and one of our leading radical historians, Theodore Allen, reinterpreted Bacon, they placed his revolt in the context of many other insurgencies in Maryland and Virginia between 1660 and 1680. Turning on questions of land and labor, these class conflicts united the giddy multitude, indentured and formerly indentured workers of both African and European ancestry, and shook the colonial order's foundations. Allen in particular argued forcefully that the result of threats to elite control was the invention of the white race. Elites reacted not only by turning to more slave labor but also to strategies drawing a color line, enlisting the white poor, accorded petty privileges, in the defense of a slave system soon also functioning as a racial system. Though not quite an example of interracial solidarity of labor on Allen's argument, racial categories came after the rebellion. Bacon's insurgency stood as a shining example of class solidarity. 41. For many radical historians of race, myself certainly included, the reinterpretations of Bacon were profoundly attractive and remain so. So much is this the case that what they have left out has been minimized. Where gender was concerned, the important work of Kathleen Brown quickly pointed to a critical omission, but one that the revisionist and traditional historians of Bacon's Rebellion had themselves shared. More recently, historians have reasserted and detailed an older anti-Indian story that ought also to complicate our understanding of the solidarity of the giddy multitude. Both James Davis and the late Ethan Schmidt have weighed in with powerful reminders that while Bacon's forces came into class solidarity around a desire for land, their more precise goal was speedy movement onto Indian land. Davis demonstrates that the setting was not simply a colony but rather Indian country. For Schmidt, the emphases are equally on social conflict and Indian hatred. Indeed, in concert with new work establishing some materially based pre-Bacon's Rebellion impulses towards white supremacy and preference for slave labor, the question could be raised whether class solidarity in a settler alliance led by Bacon actually served the interests of African-descended poor people. 42. In the city where I live, a monument particularly exemplifies how memorializing an historic impulse towards solidarity against one form of oppression can coexist with a refusal to acknowledge another. The striking 23-ton reddish-pink rock, with a plaque affixed, sits across from the Lawrence, Kansas City Hall. The text rightly recalls the heroism of those who founded the town as an anti-slavery outpost, to the pioneers of Kansas who in devotion to human freedom came into a wilderness, suffered hardships, and faced danger and death to found this state in righteousness. Disappeared in the plaque's words is the fact of settlement on native land, so tragically a part of the story of the monument itself. The stone anchoring its plaque was a Shunganunga boulder, an oddity among the region's yellowish-white stone, carried from the Dakotas on a glacier during the last ice age. 43 Its distinctiveness was not lost on the Kansa Indians living near its location at the intersection of Shunganunga Creek and the Core River. Having incorporated the boulder into water worship rites, the Kansa recalled it as a source of collective identity long after their removal to Oklahoma in the wake of the Civil War. In 1929, as part of Lawrence's 75th anniversary celebration, the Santa Fe Railroad helped to move the stone from its centuries-old resting place. It went from marking a sacred native place to becoming Founders Rock in Lawrence. In 1989, the Kansa asked that the Shunganunga boulder be restored to its former place in the river. A Lawrence Sesquicentennial Commission member justified rejecting the proposal on grounds clarifying that a monument to abolition could also be deeply embedded in long, unacknowledged histories of colonialism. To the Kansa, these things had a life and a spirit, the commission member said. In some ways, the spirituality of the rock has been shifted to a different area. The boulder was very important to the residents of Lawrence who brought it here. It was kind of like their Plymouth Rock. 44. Figure 5. Pepsi Mkete Vong's Let's Have Tea, Rochester, New York, 2001, bronze. Photo copyright Wendy Gilmore. The last of the cautions regarding memory and solidarity directly returns us to my doubts regarding how to write Seizing Freedom. In Let's Have Tea, the Laotian-born American artist Pepsi Mkete Vong pays tribute to the friendship of Rochester, New York's two great feminist abolitionists, Frederick Douglass and Susan B. Anthony. The decades of their collaboration, also commemorated by their names jointly gracing a spectacular bridge near the sculpture, richly deserve remembering. In an interview, the artist cast his own role in producing the work and its subject matter as exemplifying U.S. democracy at its best. All of that granted, the installation implies an ease in solidarity that the lives of Douglass and Anthony both exemplify and contradict. Their long and fruitful collaborations before and during the Civil War ought to be recalled, but so, too, should the fact that in the immediate post-war years, when the questions of African American and women's rights emerged with unprecedented intensity, bitter political splits utterly divided the two leaders. 45. To insist that school children who visit the park would benefit from knowing both stories is not to deprecate the plain heroism and the capacity for alliance Anthony and Douglass often displayed. Nevertheless, profound structural differences in the ways in which African American men and middle-class white women experienced both misery and the possibilities for redress left them in different and even opposing organizations. Indeed, the fine eponymous documentary film based on the Let's Have Tea sculpture makes just that point. 46. To understand the power of those pressures working against solidarity is also a usable part of remembering the past, alerting us to structural differences between forms of domination in the present and allowing activists to know that not all fallings out of coalition are the result of bad faith. Expressing an unease with the solidarity we nevertheless desire intersects with a variety of recent rethinking of the questions of optimism. These include Terry Eagleton's Hope Without Optimism, the excellent new British journal Salvage, and Lauren Berlant's work on the perils of cruel optimism. In a related way, the surrealist concept of miserabilism, which animated the call for papers of the 2015 ASA conference, holds that the terrible miseries social systems produce can at times reinforce the ability of elites to rule. Such different warnings against easy optimisms are far from calls for quietism. 47. Instead, they reflect on the extent to which the desire for reassurances that social motion is proceeding in our favor can lead in practice to immobilization, especially when defeats accumulate and hollow victories are extolled. They urge that we realize what we are up against and how uneasy the road ahead is bound to be. We ought to be willing to make solidarity uneasy as well, seeking it by owning its difficulties.